Preface. This volume was originally prepared by the Leningrad Institute of Philosophy as a textbook in dialectical materialism for institutions of higher education directly connected with the Communist Party and also for use in the technical institutes, which correspond to universities in Great Britain. This particular textbook was specially selected by the Society for Cultural Relations in Moscow, Vox, as the best example they could find of the philosophical teaching now being given in the Soviet Union, not only to students of philosophy but to engineers, doctors, chemists, teachers, in fact to all who pass through the higher technical schools and institutes. In the original work Part 1, which consisted of an historical introduction to Marxist philosophy and the theory of knowledge, was of considerable length and included illustrations which would not be familiar to English students. But as it is really quite impossible to comprehend the philosophy of Marx and Engels without some knowledge of the development of philosophy up to Hegel, this section has been considerably condensed and entirely rewritten by the English editor who takes entire responsibility for this part of the work. The original authors did not cover this familiar ground in the manner of a conventional history of philosophy but from the Marxist point of view, and this whole method of approach has, of course, been faithfully followed in the rewritten section. The English editor has also contributed an introduction relating the whole work to philosophical thought in the West today. Sections 2, 3 and IV comprise the exposition of Marxist philosophy by the Russian authors themselves. In placing this textbook before English-speaking students, it is hoped that serious consideration may be drawn to the claims of a philosophy which in its challenge to philosophical orthodoxy raises issues to which recent critical studies in Western science and philosophy are giving increasing attention. John Lewis. Introduction. Some little assistance is needed to those who sit down for the first time to read a book on dialectical materialism, written by Russians for Russian students. The very name of the new philosophy raises questions. What is dialectic? Is the new philosophy really no more than the discredited materialism of the 19th century? The book itself will be the best answer to these questions, but it may help towards the understanding of the book if we take these two fundamental difficulties, which probably disconcert a good many would-be students of dialectical materialism, and endeavor to throw some light on them from the standpoint of Western philosophy. What is dialectic? Dialectical thought is the study of things in their relations and in process of development and change. The opposite of dialectics is the isolated consideration of things, and the consideration of things only in their fixity. It is dialectical to look out for the special characteristics of a thing in a new set of relations and then to adapt one's forms of thought to the new form which reality has taken. Dialectics, therefore, is not an abstract system of logic which men are asked to accept. It is necessary because the nature of the world requires it. There are no fixed properties in the concrete world. Therefore there should be no fixed concepts in our science. There are no final scientific laws. Therefore our thought must avoid dogmatic finality. A rationalist may try to make out that nature shows a smooth continuous progression from simple to complex in which the higher, if we knew enough detail, could be predicted from the lower. But this conception of uniformity is one of those static molds into which man pours his thought, and in doing so does violence to reality. For nature is not continuous but discontinuous. It cannot be reduced to mere variations of one fundamental reality. In reality there is novelty and therefore gaps between the old and the new. Now if by reason itself one means precisely continuity and unchangeability, then nature is irrational. Dialectics, however, challenges this conception of reason and molds thought to the changing surface of events. In other words, it gives us a conception of reason derived from the living nature of reality, not from a man-made static logic. Non-dialectical thinking, on the other hand, is always getting itself into difficulties. How, for instance, is the control of the physiological mechanism by mind to be explained? Static thinking finds it difficult to show how mind can possibly affect matter except by a miracle. That is because by matter is meant a physiological mechanism such as is found before mind has anything to do with it. Such matter is mindless. But since mind certainly exists, and since it has nothing to do with mindless organic matter, it must be a thing apart, pure mind. The riddle then is how mind and matter interact. There would be no riddle but for static thinking. Dialectical thought allows the concept of matter to change from one evolutionary level to another. At one level matter is mindless, at the next it is minded. Matter itself thinks when organized in a brain, because the properties of matter outside the gray matter of the brain do not include thought. That is not to say that in the unique set of conditions which obtain in the brain quite new properties may not emerge. Dialectical thinking is particularly important in politics. There it is often called realism. Instead of trying to force social change according to certain abstract ideals, the realist is bound to take the situation as it is at its particular stage of development and frame his policies accordingly. Quixotic idealists are anti-dialectical. Good tacticians, men of shrewd practical judgment, think dialectically, not abstractly. Every successful scientist, engineer and physician is a dialectician because his thought conforms to the stuff he works in and enables him to handle it. He cannot draw his thinking in isolation from reality. Dialectical thinking is not an esoteric secret. It is simply the way to think in relation to the world one wishes to control. Therefore it can be said that all effective thinking is dialectical. Why materialism? By materialism we usually mean either the reduction of all phenomena to inert matter and its movements, or the evaluation of life in terms of eating and drinking. Dialectical materialism means neither of these things. Where it differs from every form of idealism is in its belief that in the evolution of the universe the non-living preceded the living. There was a time when there was no mind. Mind is a characteristic of matter at a high stage of its development. Dialectical materialism fully recognizes the progressive enrichment of evolving matter from level to level, and fully accepts the reality of mind and of spiritual values. It is only mechanistic materialism thinking statically instead of dialectically that shuts its eyes to such obvious facts. Dialectical thinking is strictly empirical, and this may be regarded as another aspect of its materialism. Whatever facts emerge in experience must be recognized, but transcendental objects it does not recognize. In the Middle Ages there was a fierce controversy between nominalists and realists. The nominalists said that concepts are only products of human thought, and that real existences are always concrete and individual. The realists asserted that ideas and ideals have an actual existence of their own. Plato held that beauty exists in the ideal world from which it descends to dwell for a moment only in beautiful objects, which all eventually lose their beauty. In this controversy the dialectical materialist would be wholly on the side of the nominalists and against Plato. Beauty exists, but never apart from beautiful things. Goodness exists but never apart from good people. Thought exists but not apart from brains. The simple truth is that form and matter are inseparable, but at the same time distinct. The form that matter takes may be the form of beauty or of thought. The form is real but it is always a form of matter. That is sound Aristotelianism as well as sound dialectical materialism, and it would trouble no one if we did not so frequently assume that Platonic mysticism is the only respectable philosophy. Dialectical materialism therefore does not believe in the dualism of soul and body, but it does not therefore deny the existence of mind. The modern psychology, which does not require a soul, and therefore rejects both interactionism and parallelism, does not reduce mental processes to physiological, but discovers in the organism at a certain level of brain development a control of behavior in terms of foresight and purpose. It is as unnecessary to attribute this new function to the indwelling of a soul as to explain sensation in the lower animals in this way. Granted a sufficiently developed brain, a new pattern of behavior becomes possible and actually appears. This shows that the organism when it attains a given complexity has new properties which must neither be reduced to physiological reflexes nor attributed to the intrusion of some alien element. Emergent evolution. Dialectical materialism recognizes the emergence of new qualities at different levels. This evolutionary materialism is sometimes known as emergent evolution, and has been ably expounded by Lloyd Morgan, Alexander and Royal Woodsellers. Unfortunately it is sometimes compromised by being combined with philosophical parallelism in order to give to the evolutionary process a teleological character. But it is unnecessary to postulate a directive spiritual force if, as the emergent evolutionists themselves demonstrate, the material factors at any one stage are in themselves sufficient cause for the next. Most evolutionists therefore already hold the dialectical rather than the vitalist or parallelist form of emergent evolution. The doctrine of emergence is of the greatest importance for the whole question of development and change in nature. Although development implies the emergence of novelty, scientists are extremely sensitive to any tampering with the principle of continuity. But a doctrine of pure continuity rules out the emergence of the really new, since everything is a combination of the original elements. The result is that in defense of continuity evolution itself may be denied, since without real change evolution is meaningless. On the other hand, in defense of change continuity may be denied, in which case once again there is no evolution. Two possibilities are open. One can merely assert that as an empirical fact there is both change and continuity, but the mind is unsatisfied with what falls short of a rational explanation. The other possibility is afforded by the new dialectic, which repudiates the disjunctive method in thinking which is responsible for all these difficulties. The disjunctive method treated existences as mutually exclusive and owning their content. The dialectical or conjunctive method treats them as interpenetrating and sharing their content. Thus a special character in some object is not derived from the character of its components taken severally but from the distinctive relationships of these components. From a special configuration, there is a function jointly exercised. This avoids the error of demanding that if a new quality emerges at a given moment it must have emerged from somewhere. Where was it before it emerged? This puts the whole question wrongly. Emergence is treated like the emergence of a duck from beneath the surface of a pond. If it appears it must have been under the water before, but that is not what emergence means at all. When two colorless fluids are mixed and the result is a red fluid, the redness was nowhere before it emerged. It is a character belonging to a particular configuration. Dialectical materialism will have nothing to do with hylozoism or panpsychism. It does not believe that life and mind have always existed in imperceptible degrees and had only to grow in quantity until they were big enough to be noticed, thus emerging. It believes that they appeared for the first time at a definite period in the history of matter, and that they are the inevitable consequence or concomitant of certain material patterns. When it comes to defining the agent of change, dialectical materialism has its most suggestive theory to offer. Its conception of movement and contradiction as inherent in all matter and all relationships is, of course, derived by inversion from Hegel. What Hegel and Bradley show to be the inherent instability of any particular relationship is conceived, Marx shows to be characteristic of all relationships as concrete, as well as conceived. Development through contradiction is not due to some mystical force working within the material content of the world, but is an observed characteristic of all life and matter. Contradictions in their emergence do not have to be projected into facts quite innocent of them. You have only to examine reality to find them. To be convinced of the dialectic of nature, look around you. The dialectic of social change. It is not only in physical and biological phenomena that dialectical development takes place. It is the driving force behind human evolution and social development. Man is partly determined by his environment, but his relation to his environment is not a static one. In the first place, the environment itself is as much the creation of man as man is the creation of the environment. Interaction is continuous. The changes wrought by man react on man himself, and then man proceeds to yet further changes. Man fells forests and practices crude husbandry. As a consequence, soil erosion sets in and man launches vast irrigation projects like the Tennessee Valley experiment, which in turn change the social habits and industrial structure of a whole area, introducing electrification, scientific agriculture, new industries and a new level of social development. But this awakens the fierce antagonism of vested interests outside the Tennessee Valley, so that the relation of the district to its environment, politically, brings into existence new internal movements and institutions. It is such mutual influences and corresponding adjustments which lead, not only to gradual change, but, after a cumulative process of parallel modification, to a revolution. The process of soil erosion is gradual and homogeneous. However far it is prolonged, it does not of itself become a series of dams and irrigation canals. But when the social pressure due to erosion and its consequences reaches a certain degree of intensity, the social organism produces a mutation and grapples with the environment in a new way. It is human intervention in the manner rendered necessary by the actual conditions that revolutionizes the situation. But it is also worth noting that a failure to interrupt the gradual process of erosion itself leads to abrupt and violent changes, to disastrous floods, to famines, and to social collapse. To take another example, the pressure of the law of supply and demand on the price of labor power causes the workers to form trade unions, restrict the supply of labor, and get a better price for it, a better wage. The employer's policy thus produces an opposite tendency, but the trade union eventually finds that competitive industry cannot afford to pay a living wage, whereupon it has to fulfill a new role or perish. It must struggle for power, to supersede the employing class, and in so doing pass beyond the two-class economic system in which one section owns the tools and the other sells its labor power. The continuance of the old struggle is rendered impossible by the accumulation of parallel or converging changes resulting from the interrelatedness of economic factors and social movements. It is not a pendulum movement, or simple action and reaction, but a condition of deadlock, of crisis, to which these converging changes have inevitably led. The impasse shows itself in a choking of the forces of production, a paralysis, leading to fierce competitive struggle for economic existence and, unless something is done, to war and social chaos. But the moment the transition is effected, the whole face of things is transformed, the whole structure of things is repatterned. Certain entities disappear, others come into existence. Eternal laws vanish, values change, human nature itself changes. There is no human institution that is the same afterwards. In particular, the weight of various factors is altered. What had been feeble and unable to grow in the old order is released and stimulated and becomes a dominant force. As an example, consider adult education for workers. Under capitalism, this remains puny and ineffective, nor is it possible to get it beyond a certain point no matter what efforts are made. But in a workers' state, where workers rule and industry is self-governing, an immense impetus to education is received, and a remarkable release of latent forces occurs. Note the importance and fruitfulness of this conception. How many knots it unties and controversies it clears up. Endless confusion results from persistently refusing to admit the change of properties which a new pattern brings with it, to admit the disappearance of old laws and the emergence of new ones consequent upon such repatterning. Our example has been a social one. It might just as well have been biological. It is a similar process wherever you find it. The properties of matter in all its forms are relative. Changes in matter are always arising out of the situation caused by the self-development of a given situation. Such changes always lead to new properties and laws emerging and a new relation between object and environment. Dialectical materialism analyses the laws of evolutionary change and applies them to society as well as to nature. Dialectics and metaphysics. Dialectical materialism takes up a somewhat hostile attitude to metaphysics. Why is this? It is because the persistent problems of philosophy are not, as is usually supposed, merely problems for thought, but problems inseparably connected with stages in social development which carry with them contradictions insoluble at these particular levels. For instance, the failure of a pre-scientific world to understand nature creates special intellectual problems for the philosophy of that period which only clear up when science advances. Or again, before the discovery of emergent evolution, philosophy will be troubled with dualism and vitalism, and there will be no help for it. These very problems of pre-Marxian philosophy indicate that men are not yet in a position to solve them. Now it is the false formulation of a problem that creates a philosophy. Restate it correctly and the problem disappears, and so does the philosophy. There are no insoluble problems in philosophy but only problems wrongly stated. Hence most contemporary metaphysics is due either to ignorance or to confusion of thought. The list of metaphysical problems which disappear as we proceed to higher organizational levels is a long one, and in recent years a school of logical positivists has appeared which threatens to sweep the last of them away. In certain respects the logical positivists approach the position of dialectical materialism, but their view is a purely logical one and takes no cognizance of the changes in thought at a social evolution. Ayer, in his recent book, Language, Truth and Logic, says that metaphysics must eventually disappear, because it tries to say something about what is not matter of fact, whereas the only way to avoid senselessness is either to explain the use of the words and special terms we use, called by Ayer and Russell symbols, or to say something verifiable about matter of fact. To consider anything at all as existing prior to and independent of the concrete is complete folly unless we are working out mere logical possibilities, clearing up the meaning of language, stating in advance how we propose to think, and what is going to count for us as proof. Apart from this, which is the real job of philosophy, the only other kind of truth is matter of fact, which must be verifiable in principle by some future sense experience. To affirm what is not empirically verifiable is to talk nonsense. Professor Schlick of Vienna writes, "What about metaphysics? It is evident that our view entirely precludes the possibility of such a thing. Any cognition we can have of being, of the inmost nature of things, is gained entirely by the special sciences. They are the true ontology, and there can be no other. Each true scientific proposition expresses in some way the real nature of things. If it did not, it would simply not be true. So in regard to metaphysics, the justification of our view is that it explains the vanity of all metaphysical efforts, which has shown itself in the hopeless variety of systems all struggling against each other. Most of the so-called metaphysical propositions are no propositions at all, but meaningless combinations of words, and the rest are not metaphysical at all. They are simply concealed scientific statements, the truth or falsehood of which can be ascertained by the ordinary methods of experience and observation. In the future, metaphysical tendencies will be entirely abandoned, simply because there is no such thing as metaphysics, the apparent descriptions of it being just nonsensical phrases. Dialectical materialism and contemporary philosophy. The logical, analytical method of Wittgenstein and his followers is by no means the only modern philosophy that approximates in certain points to the new dialectic. Benedetto Croce, for all his errors, is condemning abstractness when he insists that philosophy is identical with history and that both are the self-consciousness of life itself. Trauch, many of whose positions are open to the gravest criticism, is right when he insists that the fundamental philosophical question is what is the main trend of historical matter of fact and how does it dominate each special domain, such as law, education, art, politics, and philosophy, and in his insistence that historical activism should supersede historical contemplation. Whitehead's energetic opposition to the whole Kantian bifurcation of nature or mind is a wholesome reaction from dualism. It would appear, in fact, that not only are scientific discoveries confirming the standpoint of dialectical materialism but that Western philosophers are increasingly discarding metaphysical concepts, though still reluctant to accept an outlook which undermines the buttresses of the existing order. There is, however, one tendency in recent Western philosophy with which the dialectical materialists are thoroughly familiar, though we are not as thoroughly acquainted as we should be with their treatment of it. This is due to an historical accident. In 1908, a group of leading Russian socialists living in exile in Capri became profoundly interested in the new positivism of Mach and Avenarius. They proceeded to recast philosophical Marxism along positivist lines. Lenin at once saw that this philosophy was both unsound and also anti-socialist in its implications. He proceeded to write an exhaustive criticism which displayed a surprising knowledge of philosophy and a clear grasp of the question at issue. Lenin's Materialism and Imperio criticism has never been sufficiently appreciated by philosophers, although it was one of the first and most trenchant criticisms of a skeptical system which, so far from disappearing, has grown widely in recent years. This scientific positivism has been popularized in recent years by Eddington, Bertrand Russell and others in science, and by Durkheim and Levi-Bruhl in sociology. As Lenin rightly discerned, It opens wide the door to solipsism and superstition and has been eagerly seized upon by theologians to buttress irrationalism and supernaturalism. It therefore happens that this criticism as developed in modern dialectical materialism is immediately relevant to much contemporary philosophy and surprisingly up to date. Philosophy and politics. No exposition of dialectical materialism can proceed for long without an excursion into political controversy. Again and again in this textbook we shall meet with practical applications to contemporary Russian problems. At first this may appear disconcerting and irrelevant, but a great deal would be lost if the theory remained on the abstract plane and never allowed itself to be mingled with practice. In fact, this is quite impossible, for this philosophy first of all reflects every kind of material and social change and helps us to understand it, and of such changes none are so important as political changes. Secondly, however, since political change requires above all things just such an understanding of events, a philosophy of this sort will itself be an indispensable agent of such change. Hence the political importance of this philosophy. Under these circumstances it is not difficult to understand two peculiarities of communist philosophy. Firstly, it is taken seriously by everyone in Russia and is studied and debated universally with great insistence on correct conclusions. Secondly, no discussion proceeds very far without plunging into political controversy. The first peculiarity will occasion suspicion in those who are influenced by the apparent irrelevance of ordinary philosophy to real problems in life and politics. But is it unimportant to reach correct conclusions in aeronautics? Is it not a matter of life and death? Is it not the responsibility of authority to see that aeronautical engineers are provided with correct and verified formulae? This will explain the earnest and polemical tone of Russian political controversy. On more than one occasion the preservation or destruction of the new civilization has depended on a right understanding of social change and the transvaluations brought about by repatterning. The great collective farm controversy is a case in point. This has become the classical working example by means of which every phase of dialectical materialism is demonstrated. The second peculiarity arises from the insistence on the material unity of the world. We are here in this real world and all our thinking is about it. Moreover, we think about it not as if we were looking at it from the moon, but because it is a going concern and we are on it. Every moment it is doing something and going somewhere, and it does nothing of itself. Its direction and its action are due to our activity and our thought. The job of philosophy is not to explain, to analyze, to sum up as good or bad, as rational or irrational, a finished universe outside itself, but to take the primary responsibility of understanding how the world changes and in directing that change. Philosophy is the self-consciousness of a self-moving, self-directing world in process of progressive development. Its goodness is not a fixed quantity but may be more tomorrow according to whether we know how to improve it. It is not either rational or irrational. It is as irrational as our ignorance and lack of control. If philosophy is the analysis of social development, we can understand the frequent incursions of dialectical materialism into the realm of social action. The contact is as close as that between the research department of a medical school and the hospital. Western philosophers who feel a little resentful and irritated at this philosophy of action might remember that it was Bradley who said, "There is no more fatal enemy than theories which are not also facts," and that both Plato and Hegel would have warmly approved of this indissoluble connection of politics and philosophy. It is a fin de siècle intellectualism that finds itself above the battlefield determinism and freedom. This brings us to another characteristic of Russian philosophy. It is often supposed that the materialist conception of history is a form of fatalism. Nothing could be farther from the truth. On the contrary, it holds that man is a self-directing organism. But consciousness and physiological processes are not two separate things. The organism man is a physiological mechanism that knows what it is doing. The mistake hitherto has been to make a false antithesis. If a physiological mechanism, then not self-directing. If self-directing, then parallelism or interactionism. Modern psychology, and also dialectical materialism, goes back to Aristotle. Man is a minding animal. Consciousness, instead of being a stream outside of the process of physiological change, is simply a characteristic of some facts of organic behavior. One when a particular movement is made which intervenes in the course of events. That particular movement is only explicable on the ground that when it took place the organism knew what the effect on his environment was going to be before it occurred. This is also true socially. Man is conditioned but not determined by social structure and the stage of economic development. An airman is most strictly conditioned by the laws of flight and his machine, by the changing atmosphere and his supplies of petrol and electricity, but he is free insofar as he accepts, understands, and utilizes those conditions. Freedom is the knowledge of necessity. If you want to loop the loop, you must do this and that, and there are some things that cannot be done at all. So in politics, you can only find out what to do, what is possible and what impossible, what is profitable and what profitless, by knowing what stage of development society has reached, what contradictions are maintaining the tension of the structure, what forces are weakening and what are strengthening, in what direction society must move to escape impasse or disaster. Moreover, such knowledge is not astronomical, as though watching a collision of heavenly bodies which an observer could only predict. It is operative. The measure of knowledge determines the measure and quality of control. There may be stages in which men and whole classes act almost instinctively if they are to carry social development to a farther stage, but this is the age in world evolution at which man for the first time comes to social self-consciousness and takes himself on to the next stage. Hence Lenin fiercely opposed the popular doctrines of drift, of leaving it to the instinctive upsurge of the masses, the theorists and leaders merely coming in at the tail. Lenin even coined the phrase kvostism tailism to denote this lagging behind. He argued that by setting up the spontaneous movements of the imperfectly conscious mass into the one law of the labor movement, this theory ruled out the constitution of an organized revolutionary party and had for its inevitable consequence the abandonment of all political action to the bourgeois liberals. Hence the importance of the task of bringing one Everett Dean, Martin, Psychology, CHV Tumersky, Lenin, page 41. See also Lenin, What is to be Done? Collected Works, Volume 4. The whole working class to consciousness, since it is their historic mission to emancipate the world. Hence the permeation of the Russian proletariat with genuine political education and philosophical discussion, which is deliberately denied to the masses in fascist countries. It is a genuine attempt at popular enlightenment and self-direction, and it has already gone too far for anyone wishing to keep the multitude in tutelage to be able to do so. The impossibility of dogmatism. Should the charge of dogmatism be leveled at this political education, one can point to two characteristics of dialectical materialism which are continuously undermining the dogmatic attitude. Firstly, its belief in fluid concepts. While avoiding pure relativism, dialectical materialism drills its students, using scores of examples drawn from current politics, in the habit of regarding things as changing with changing circumstances both in their properties and in the laws that govern them, and even as passing over into their opposites. Capitalism is not a fixed concept. The capitalism of the 19th century was progressive. It was releasing the forces of production. Capitalism in the world it has thus created is beset by difficulties for which its very achievements are responsible. It has now become retrogressive. It restricts production and moves in the direction of impoverishment, chaos and destruction. Democracy is not a fixed concept. At first it sets the bourgeoisie free to develop capitalism, later it may be a facade to delude the politically helpless worker that he is governing himself while really he is being governed by a veiled dictatorship. Later an aroused and suffering proletariat trying to use the democratic rights hitherto only nominally theirs may find in the defense of their constitutional rights against fascism that the preservation of democracy is the proletarian revolution. Man is not a fixed concept. Human nature is not unalterable. His character and habits arise not from fixed instincts but, as psychology shows, from conditioning. He is what his institutions make him, but he made those institutions. But he made those institutions and can make new ones. The whole of history is nothing but the progressive transformation of human nature. Now it is impossible for a philosophy of this sort to be dogmatic in the vicious sense, and, when we remember its stress on practice, we see here to a characteristic bound up with the doctrine of fluid concepts which also precludes dogmatic rigidity, for dogmatism always arises out of abstraction. It is when thought is regarded as giving us in itself, apart from experience, the pattern of a reality that a static system of doctrines is built up and can continue. Dialectical materialism creates systems out of a reflection on the facts, verifies them by action on the facts, and corrects and amplifies them by the changes brought about by that very action. Its method precludes vicious abstraction. If further proof were wanted, it can be found in the plain fact that the history of Bolshevism has not been marked by the rigid enforcement of inflexible dogmas, so far as this from being the fact that its enemies have never ceased to reproach it with abandoning its principles. How often have we not been told that Russia has reverted to capitalism, has abandoned Lenin's plans, has betrayed its internationalism and so on? It is the opponents of Stalin and the official philosophy who have stuck rigidly to dogmatic and schematic policies. Of course, consistency may be more virtuous than what may be termed vacillation and opportunism, but that is not the point at issue at the moment. If the Russians are guilty of this kind of fault, if it is a fault, they are certainly not guilty of being dogmatists. Does philosophy matter? We are now more in a position to see why such practical people as the Russian communists are deeply concerned about philosophy. It is frequently assumed that a practical man can do very well without a philosophy, that the religious and metaphysical beliefs of a scientist or a politician have no kind of relation to their life's work, and that speculation constitutes a more or less leisure time occupation like music or golf. But the Russian knows that a man's creed matters, that it may be a positive force behind exploitation and parasitism, and that you cannot destroy the social disease if you do not accompany your political and industrial measures with the refutation of capitalist philosophy and the propagation of an alternative. It is for this reason that philosophical discussion plays such an important part in Russia today. In every higher technical school, institute, and university, philosophy is a compulsory subject in the curriculum. Works chemists, textile engineers, agricultural experts and school teachers are thoroughly trained in philosophy. They know the fallacies of the system they repudiate, and they have a system of their own to be the master light of all their seeing. This will occasion surprise in those who have always understood that the first principle of Soviet philosophy was the economic determination of ideas. But although no creed comes into existence as a mere development of thought and out of all relation to social needs, yet once a creed is born it has an activity and force of its own. If it is believed, it will help to perpetuate the social system to which it belongs. If it is overthrown, one of the buttresses of that system will be taken away. Therefore the Russian is inclined to believe with Chesterton that the practical and important thing about a man is his view of the universe. We think that for a landlady considering a lodger, it is important to know his income, but still more important to know his philosophy. We think that for a general about to fight an enemy, it is important to know the enemy's numbers, but still more important to know the enemy's philosophy. There has been no great movement in history that was not also a philosophical movement. The time of big theories was the time of big results. Our modern politicians who call themselves practical and belittle philosophy are mediocrities, and their policies are opportunist and vacillating. It is not difficult to see why this is so. In the first place, the main philosophical tendencies are always closely allied to the conflicting social and political movements of the day. A totalitarian philosophy lends support to state absolutism. Irrationalism fosters political thinking with your blood. In the last century, when Spencer transformed the biological theory of evolution into a philosophy, its theory of progress through struggle and the survival of the fittest made a popular theoretical instrument for furthering the interests of the economic class that drove on competition. A philosophy may not be consciously advanced with such an aim, but it will be seized upon and will spread widely if it reinforces the aims of a large section of the community engaged in struggle with an opposing class. Secondly, fundamental questions are never of purely speculative interest, but frequently arise out of or are suggested by the urgent social problems of the time. Even the philosopher who isolates himself and devotes his attention to what he imagines to be purely theoretical questions is affected by the spirit of the age and is unconsciously answering its questions. Bradley, a recluse, in his famous essay on My Station and Its Duties, argued that the community was a moral organism which knows itself and its members, so that to know what is right we have merely to imbibe the spirit of the community. It is a false conscience, he says, that wants you to be better than the world as it is. His essay is largely an apologia for functionalism, and functionalism which accepts the present class stratification as permanent is simply fascism. Why not do without philosophy? Nor is it possible to avoid all contamination with philosophy by becoming the perfect Philistine and restricting one's attention solely to the practical sphere, the tendency of British labor leaders. For if the devil of philosophy is thrown out and the empty spaces of the mind swept and garnished, then goeth he, and taketh with himself 7 other devils more wicked than himself, and they enter in and dwell there. And the last state of that man is worse than the first. The mind that is not made up is peculiarly susceptible both to atmosphere and to passing fashions. It yields all too easily to powerful and specious movements of thought and is tossed to and fro, and carried about with every wind of doctrine. The human mind is more eager and curious than that of the pragmatic politician, and there will not be lacking vehement and persuasive philosophies of a dubious character likely to infect those not rendered immune by having a considered philosophy of their own. It is indeed impossible to keep the mind free from philosophy. We have no choice, says A. E. Taylor, whether we shall form metaphysical hypotheses or not. Only the choice whether we shall do so consciously and in accord with some intelligible principle or unconsciously and at random. The Philistine's mind is a mass of prejudices, unexamined assumptions, shallow and insufficiently substantiated generalities and dogmas. The man who says he is no philosopher is merely a bad philosopher. The relation of theory and practice. This insistence on the importance of hard facts is a reaction from speculative theories and pure abstraction, but sound theory is only the eye of practice, and practice is blind without it. Just as a doctor must unite a sound knowledge of human physiology and pathology with his practical experience and cannot know too much to be a good physician, so a politician must understand all there is to know of the laws of social change and the structure of society if his leadership is to take the class whose interests he represents anywhere but unto the rocks. The truth is that if form and content, which in this case are theory and practice, can be divided so as to be merely related, they are of little importance. Philosophy and practice that fall below a certain standard can be discussed in this way. Above that standard, theory and practice are not opposed, nor merely related. They are one. There is more than a bond, there is union and fusion. Whitehead contrasts these two aspects of reason, the first seeking an immediate method of action, the second a complete understanding. The Greeks have bequeathed to us 2 figures, whose real or mythical lives conform to these 2 notions, Plato and Ulysses. The one shares reason with the gods, the other shares it with the foxes. Ulysses has no use for Plato, and the bones of his companions are strewn on many a reef and many an isle. One until philosophers are kings. If in previous social crises political leaders could do no more than play by ear, that is not necessary today. The knowledge of the social process given by the dialectical approach provides the basis for a conscious transformation of society. The way out is therefore being found by a whole class coming to a consciousness of its destiny, and it follows that the leaders of that class must be enlighteners and therefore themselves enlightened. Till the philosophic race have the government of the city, neither the miseries of the city nor of the citizens ages shall have an end, nor shall this republic, which we speak of in way of fable, come in fact to perfection. 2. But if rulers must be philosophers, that means that in a state where the workers rule, the workers must themselves be philosopher. 1. Whitehead, The Function of Reason. 2. Plato, Republic. Verse. This accounts for the severe training in dialectical materialism which is found in all Russian technical and higher education in the Soviet Union. It is felt in Russia that an engineer or a chemist who does not understand the philosophy of socialism is not likely to be of much use in the new order. That is why thorough training in dialectical materialism is universal. Not only are the kings all philosophers in the republic, but the workers are all kings, or kings in the making. They must all be trained for ruling responsibility. Every kitchen maid must learn to rule the country. The result is that every educated Russian has something of that philosophic spirit which Shaw remarked in Marx when he wrote, he never condescends to cast a glance of useless longing at the past. His cry to the present is, always pass by. We are waiting for the future, nor is the future at all mysterious, uncertain or dreadful to him. There is not a word of fear, nor appeal to chance, nor to providence, nor vain remonstrance with nature, nor any other familiar sign of the giddiness which seizes men when they climb to heights which command a view of the past, present and future of human society. Marx keeps his head like a god. He has discovered the law of social development, and knows what must come. The thread of history is in his hand. That the Russians are submitting themselves to a vigorous intellectual discipline will be clear from the reading of this book, which is not an easy one. It is significant that Hegel's logic has been translated into Russian and has been printed in editions running to tens of thousands. It is doubtful whether 50 copies a year sold in England. This, coupled with the practical dialectic of unending controversy and argument and with the constant test of practice, has made of the new philosophy a virile and sinewy intellectual instrument. Its outlines are rough and its details unfinished. It needs elaboration, expansion, much filling in of detail, a good deal of correction and revision, but in spite of this it is fundamentally an excellent illustration of its own thesis, the emergence on a higher level of a new evolutionary type, the fruit of the clash of opposites, the working out of older systems to exhaustion and yet to fulfillment, a reordering of the whole problem of philosophy. Section I, Historical. Chapter I, The Conflict Between Idealism and Materialism. Section I, The Character of Idealistic Thinking. Man who lives in a world of peril is compelled to seek for safety. The way most familiar to us is the control of nature. We build houses, weave garments, make flame and electricity our friends instead of our enemies, and develop the complicated arts of social living. This is the method of changing the world through action. But there is another method, the method of changing the self in emotion and idea, because it is too difficult to change the world. This is the way first of religion and subsequently of philosophy. It begins with propitiation, but passes at length from the attempt to conquer destiny to the resolve to ally oneself with it and so perchance escape destruction. Out of religion philosophy developed as man came to reflect upon this sharp contrast between a feeble, uncertain practice and an imaginative apprehension of his supernatural world of potencies and certainties. In other words, out of the conflict of knowledge and practice arises the major problem of philosophy and the conflict between idealism and materialism. As the mythological elements fell away from the religious attitude, philosophy retold the story of the universe in the form of rational discourse instead of emotionalized imagination. The result was the apprehension by reason of an ideal world of logical constructions constituting, as it was finally declared, a realm of fixed being which, when grasped by thought, formed a complete system of immutable and necessary truth. One reason provided the patterns to which ultimately real objects had to conform. But unfortunately science and its world falls far short of the logicality and unity of the world of pure reason. It is, as it were, an inferior world in which things change, which is subject to illusion and in which multiformity wondery, the quest for certainty, page 18, is more to be found than uniformity. But this, unfortunately, is the world of action. Activity therefore is always of less importance than contemplation, since it deals with the less real. Hence ever since the Greeks philosophy has been ruled by the notion that the office of knowledge is to uncover the antecedently real, rather than, as is the case with our practical judgments, to gain the kind of understanding which is necessary to deal with problems as they arise. One right on through Plato, Descartes, Spinoza, Kant and Hegel the same quest for the rational and the unchangeable was pursued. For Plato the changing and passing forms of this world are but the transitory and partial embodiments of ideal realities laid up in heaven and only to be apprehended by reason. In the same way our virtues are but pale reflections of the perfect virtues which exist in the absolute. I am kind because a little of the perfect kindness of God dwells in me for a moment. Thus goodness is an almost measurable quality which inheres in man to a greater or less degree. Descartes, as we shall see, drew the sharpest pattern of a purely logical physical world, so logical in fact as to be mathematical. Spinoza, however, went even farther and embraced mental and physical events in one perfectly rational whole where the order and connection of ideas were proved to be, in reality, the order and connection of facts. Kant was still haunted by the obstinate refusal of the facts to look as orderly and connected as they should, and therefore had to assert that in order to be rational all facts must be considered within the mind and fitting neatly into its logical pigeonholes. Hegel completed the argument by simply declaring that anything which does not fit the pattern is not properly understood and described. If you see it completely you will see it to be rational. If it is not quite rational, that is because you do not really see it as it is. You are witnessing something illusory and partial. The struggle to make things orderly therefore becomes not a struggle with nature, but either with our imperfect theories, which must be scrapped one by one until at last the perfect explanation which comprehends and justifies everything, or with our worldly habit of regarding experience as more valid than the ideal. A really disciplined mind will rise above this appearance of disorder, and one day, page 20, grasp by spiritual apprehension the goodness and truth that alone is real, no matter what the detailed conclusions of experience. Perfect truth and goodness are ours in ultimate being, independently of both experience and human action. Thus philosophers have tended to depreciate action, doing, making, and the reason has not been entirely the impulse of the mind to outrun practical human achievement. Work has been despised ever since a class of laborers was segregated and set to the world's work. From that moment work was done under compulsion and the pressure of necessity, while intellectual activity was associated with leisure. The social dishonor in which the class of serfs was held was extended to the work they did. Idealism will always be the popular philosophy of a leisured class. This is not a sufficient reason for its existence, but it is a condition which favors its rise. Hence the more complete the separation between mental and physical work, and the greater the degree of exploitation of one class by another, the more is this class relationship reflected in an idealist philosophy. The division of labor, says Marx, does not become an actual division until the division of material and spiritual work appears. From that moment consciousness may actually seem to be something other than a consciousness of the real world and of the activity within that world. As soon as consciousness begins actually to represent something, without that something being a real representation, we find it ready to free itself from world connections and to become a cult of pure theory, theology, philosophy, morals, etc. It would, however, be a complete mistake to suppose that because idealism is a projection of man's yearning for order in a disorderly world, or because such fantasies flourish among the leisured classes, that it has no justification and no truth. It is justified by the evolution of the world towards the ideal of order. It is true, as Leonardo said, that nature is full of infinite reasons which were never in experience, and the scientist who does not in the words of Galileo make headway with reason against experience is a very poor scientist indeed. The idealist rightly asserts that it is not the function of mind merely to reflect the universe, it has in some way to participate in it. The materialist is wholly wrong when he denies the active role of consciousness and asserts that it merely reflects processes that are going on in nature. Consciousness is no lifeless mirror. In the first place it has itself slowly developed along with man in society and is a function of social humanity. In the second place it is creative, for it is always developing man in society a stage farther, planning his activities, devising ways and means, creating new institutions. Thus at any given stage consciousness is both limited by the social forms which society takes and yet is striving, not unsuccessfully, to transcend those limits. This free activity of consciousness can be so isolated from the conditions which determine it as to appear to be the sole creative force of history. In the same way the power to generalize and create concepts and theories can easily be separated from the action with which true thought is always wedded, until this aspect of man's activity becomes dominant, self-sufficient, overshadowing everything else. At last it breaks away from the concrete man and his tasks altogether, especially under such conditions as separate the workers and the thinkers among men, and becomes pure thought. Scientific concepts, even, become mental fictions or reflections of an immanent reason in nature, of the spirituality of the universe. In these ways every break that thinking makes with practice leads to a one-sided idealism. Idealism, in fact, is nothing more or less than the isolation of one feature of knowledge from the whole and the turning of it into something absolute, namely the power of ideas to reveal the nature of reality and enable us to control it, the power to abstract from the complexity of life and single out special aspects. Thus Lenin writes, philosophical idealism is nonsense only from the standpoint of a crude, simple and metaphysical materialism. On the contrary, from the standpoint of dialectical materialism, philosophical idealism is a one-sided, exaggerated, swollen development, dietschen, of one of the characteristic aspects or limits of knowledge into a deified absolute, into something dissevered from matter, from nature. Idealism means clericalism, true, but philosophical idealism is, more correctly expressed and in addition, a road to clericalism through one of the nuances of the infinitely complicated knowledge, dialectical, of man. The knowledge of man does not follow a straight line but a curved line which infinitely approaches a system of circles, the spiral. Every fragment, every segment, every bit of this curved line can be transformed one-sidedly, into a self-sufficient whole straight line which, if one does not see the wood for the trees, leads us directly into the mire, into clericalism which is strengthened by the class interests of the ruling class. Lenin points out that the result is superstition. What does he mean by that? That it is by means of such idealism that the legal standards that regulate social relationships are given the sanctity of absolute obligations. and come to be regarded as independent forces which stand above society and determine its structure. In the same way economic laws are regarded as absolute and precluding social change, utopian socialists come to believe that the way to progress lies in creating an imaginative social structure, and showing that it is compatible with human nature and reason. Idealists believe that social institutions are created by ideas, that human history is the result of the change of ideas. If anything in society changes, it happens because consciousness has changed first. Preachers and educationists therefore seek to alter the world by inculcating improved ideas into people's heads, by moralizing and indoctrinating. Psychologists see the essence of society not in the productive relations of classes but in the instincts, feelings and thoughts of people. Even scientists come to believe that the laws of nature are not objectively determined by nature, but subjectively determined by the consciousness of scientists, that the atom is only a mental construction, that the theory of evolution is a useful way of thinking, held because we choose to believe it. Even politicians pursue the will-o'-the-wisp of pure idea. Trotsky believes in his destiny, in the mysterious will of the people apart from strictly defined objective conditions. Like all idealists, he treats the possible as the actual. He believes in the existence of what he desires should be. Thus he sought to skip the stage of a bourgeois democratic revolution in 1905, and proceed directly to the proletarian revolution. Bukharin lapses into the idealism which substitutes doctrinaire formulae and over-schematized stages of development for a close objective study of the kaleidoscopic changes of the face of society. Lenin views this whole process of detachment of ideas and ideals, theories and generalizations, from the standpoint of the concrete fusion of theory and practice. This is that idealism, he argues, that is really superstition, that is really myth-making, and the only purpose of such thinking, i.e. what the theory means in practice, is to justify things as they are in the interests of the owning class and to betray reformers into paths of folly and futility. Section 2. The character of materialistic thinking. But if wish-fulfillment thinking and the false pursuit of abstractions have led men to idealism, the inexorable demands of the real world have as often pulled them back to realism. Idealism has developed and flourished, but so has science. And always with the growth of science we perceive a clearer apprehension of the philosophy of science known as materialism and the sworn foe of idealism. Today we have learned to trust the scientist and to look to him to get us out of our difficulties. He has had a long struggle with ignorance and class interests, but he has triumphed over all of us. His attitude is totally different from the idealist. He looks at the concrete world with all its imperfections, not at the ideal world. He looks forward to a richer and fuller life here on earth, not to the spiritual contemplation of absolute values in eternity. He believes it can be realized by man's cooperative effort, utilizing the resources of the earth. Trust in science, and the idea that this world is the place of man's destiny, tend to bring about a new attitude toward the question of what we are to believe. For the investigator first set his foot on the road of science when he refused to accept anything as true which could not be confirmed by experimental evidence. The mystic sought the divine vision through fasting and prayer. The philosopher stormed the citadel of reality by logic and reasoning. The scientist turned away from both ways, and was content to make toilsome progress by collecting evidence, sifting and comparing, weighing and measuring, limiting the field of inquiry, remaining in willing ignorance on everything beyond this field. And since he had to fight for his freedom to go beyond the other two methods, since often he had to make his way in conflict with them, on the whole he came to regard his method as necessarily antagonistic to the other two, though in truth I think a sound method is something of all three. His success confirmed him in his method, and thus, today, experimental evidence comes to be regarded as the most satisfactory kind of evidence that can be found for statements professing to give information about the nature of things. One modern science was founded in the 17th century by men who were not materialists but who had a materialistic conception of matter, without which, indeed, progress would have been impossible. They held that matter is that which occupies space. It will not move unless something pushes it, and if it is moving it will not stop unless something stops it. It is not alive or conscious. The obvious effect of this view was to separate matter and mind and make mind a distinct substance, inhabiting the body during life, and withdrawing on the dissolution of the body. This worked very well as far as matter was concerned, but it raised great difficulties about the relation of mind to matter. The result was that mind came to be regarded as a mere effect of matter and materialism became the popular philosophy. These revolutionary ideas came not as the result of pure thought, but of the requirements of an economic and social situation. Science was the technical instrument of the rising town civilization of the Renaissance, with its growing commerce and its need for navigation, surveying, and military science. Manufacture was developing, comfort was growing, and men took more interest in civilization and less in the world to come. But the rising burgher class had a stiff fight with the feudal lords, who represented the dominant social force of the preceding period, and on the side of feudalism was the church. The new science comes in as the ally of the new class, and its rationalistic and materialistic philosophy is the opponent of the ecclesiastical authority which supported feudalism. If the wall is to fall, the buttress must be undermined. Thus, with many qualifications and exceptions and acknowledging much actual confusion of interests, it may be said that the 1 L.J. Russell, Introduction to Philosophy struggle for a new philosophy accompanied and assisted the struggle of a new class for economic and political power. There is no philosophy that is not part of a social system, and in the past that has always meant a social hierarchy. The medieval social order, with its privileged classes, was bound up with the cosmogony of a fixed earth around which moved the sun. You cannot weaken the force of the ideas on which the social order depends with impunity. Every society hitherto has regarded man as a volcanic force to be kept in subjection. To dissolve the bonds of society is to invite a volcanic eruption. Hence any views which threaten to destroy an implicit trust in the philosophic framework of society are not only false but highly dangerous. Even the scientist, brought up in the climate of another system of thought, found it almost impossible to believe in a new theory of the universe and probably meant what he said when he defended himself from heresy by saying that his ideas were only speculations. But the new was coming into existence by its own laws of growth, and the older picture of the universe was not so much being argued down as dying out. The old feelings were becoming barren, the old actions unmeaning. New ideas alone seemed relevant and alive. The response to the old ideas flagged perceptibly. When this takes place on a large scale, the knell of the older order is sounded. Society has to be made anew. The new philosophy came first as a demand for freer thinking, then as an insistence on the need for suspending judgment on a question until sufficient evidence has been collected. Bacon borrows a simile from Dante: "Let this be to thee ever as lead to thy feet, to make thee move slowly, like one that is weary, both to the yes and the no, that thou sayest not." Men must call a halt in their speculations and allow themselves to be rigidly limited by brute facts. But it was Descartes who laid down the philosophical foundations of the new science and the new society. He did this in 3 ways. Firstly, by his new method of thinking. Secondly, by the mechanistic science which it justified and encouraged. Thirdly, by the philosophical dualism of mind and matter, of faith and reason, which this mechanistic materialism itself rendered necessary. The new method of thought came as a protest against the uncritical assumptions of medievalism and the huge deductive systems based upon them. This mass of knowledge seemed to the new men pretentious and unsubstantiated, while Bacon and the experimentalists turned from dogmas to experimental facts. Descartes was asking himself whether the instrument of reason, if honestly and thoroughly used, would not provide a method of separating the chaff of baseless conjecture from the residuum of certain truth. In mathematics, pure reason gives satisfactory and indubitable results. What happens if you put the mind to work in a completely rigorous manner, firstly on spiritual and philosophical questions and secondly on material questions? Descartes thought that the result was the indubitable proof of the distinction between mind and matter, of the reality of the soul and the certainty of the existence of God. On the other hand, he came to the conclusion that shapes and motions were all that existed in the world apart from souls. Motion is the only change we can clearly understand, and therefore all other changes and indeed the whole variety and complexity of the concrete world can and must be reduced to matter and motion. Only when you reduce phenomena to physical and mathematical terms do they become rational. Therefore this is the ultimate scientific truth. If this mechanistic materialism leaves no place for spirit and religion, these are safeguarded because they rest on other but equally indubitable foundations. In the same way, he was careful to say that his system of universal doubt was not intended to be applied to religion, where matters were believed on grounds of faith and not reason, nor did he allow himself to criticize society. His aim was to show what was provable and what was unprovable, as far as pure reason was concerned, and to set free the scientific intellect to master the universe. As soon as I had acquired some general notions respecting physics, and beginning to make trial of them in various particular difficulties, had observed how far they can carry us, and how much they differ from the principles that have been employed up to the present time, I believed that I could not keep them concealed without sinning grievously against the law by which we are bound to promote, as far as in us lies, the general good of mankind. For by them I perceived it to be possible to arrive at knowledge highly useful in life, and in room of the speculative philosophy usually taught in the schools, to discover a practical, by means of which, knowing the force and action of fire, water, air, the stars, the heavens, and all the other bodies that surround us, as distinctly as we know the various crafts of our artisans, we might also apply them in the same way to all the uses to which they are adapted, and thus render ourselves the lords and possessors of nature. And this is a result to be desired, not only in order to the invention of an infinity of arts, by which we might be enabled to enjoy without any trouble the fruits of the earth, and all its comforts, but also and especially for the preservation of health, which is without doubt, of all the blessings of this life, the first and fundamental one. For the mind is so intimately dependent upon the condition and relation of the organs of the body, that if any means can ever be found to render man wiser and more ingenious than hitherto, I believe that it is in medicine they must be sought for. One, in this practical scientific end we see the motive of the new philosophy and what differentiates it from all those idealisms which, as we saw in the last section, make it their aim rather to change the minds of men to conform to what eternally is and must be rather than to change nature in the interests of man. But although Descartes won for men a new vision of the universe by persuading them to accept only perfectly clear ideas, making a clean sweep of all that had hitherto passed for knowledge, these clear ideas have proved so full of obscurity that philosophers have been arguing about them ever since. It is, perhaps, for this reason that Descartes has been called the father of modern philosophy. The rigid separation of mind and matter chopped the universe in two with a hatchet and led to what is known as dualism, the existence side by side of two worlds, the physical and the mental, which are incapable of influencing one another. This is an untenable position and two solutions were offered. The first was to hold to the physical and drop the mental altogether. This was the solution of the French materialists. The second was to hold to the mental and drop the physical. This was Berkeley's solution, and from it idealism developed. The only attempt to do justice to both sides is to be found in Spinoza, who claimed that mind and matter were two aspects of a higher reality. 1 Descartes, Discourse on Method, Part V. The French materialists represented the purely scientific conclusions of the new philosophy and laid the foundations of the successful scientific work of the following century. Owing to the growing tension between the bourgeoisie and the aristocracy, we find the scientific movement taking a strongly anti-religious line and deliberately seeking to undermine the supernaturalist sanctions of privilege. Hence science, rationalism, and the new economic forces worked hand in hand. During the 18th century, the capitalistic mode of production in Europe was being strengthened and growing. In France, capitalism required the dissolution of feudal relations in the countryside and political guarantees for the commercial industrial towns. The old feudal order hindered trade, giving the peasantry over to the exploitation of landlords and officials and thus depriving it of its power to buy town manufactures. The contradictions between the new class of bourgeoisie, together with the semi-skilled proletariat dependent upon it, and the peasantry, together with their masters, the ruling feudal classes, aristocrats and clericals, reached a state of considerable tension. The oncoming storm of revolution was felt already in the air. In the course of the decades preceding the Great French Revolution, the bourgeoisie produced a number of philosophers and publicists who with unusual talent and force came forward as champions of the bourgeoisie in the realm of theory, in contrast to the leading thinkers of the English bourgeoisie who after a victorious revolution had managed to conclude a union with the feudalists and were therefore inclined even in philosophy to compromises, to agreement with religion. In contrast also to the German bourgeoisie, who were feeble and cowardly and therefore vague and indefinite in their ideology, the philosophers of the French bourgeoisie were daring thinkers and fought against religion and idealistic philosophy, fearing neither authority nor God. The most logical of the French philosophers of that time in their struggle with religion arrived at materialistic conclusions and produced remarkable examples of materialistic philosophy. Their severe logic, their fearless thinking, their political acumen in the struggle against feudalism and, in particular, against the church, the talent and often artistry of their exposition, made these philosophers popular, not only in France, but also even beyond its boundaries. These French materialists took their stand on the achievements of the science of their day. Science in the 18th century had attained remarkable successes. Mechanics, the science of moving bodies, had especially developed. New fields had been opened in the mathematics of that time, analytic geometry, the differential and integral calculus, and these provided an instrument for studying the movements of bodies in space. Great strides had been made too in physics, in which mathematics and mechanics provided the basic instruments necessary for studying the properties of liquids, gases, and light. Medicine, too, had its successes. Many physicians at this period discarded the old medicine, which was full of superstition and prejudices, and tried to explain all the processes in the human organism not by postulating a soul to control the bodily functions, but by relying on the sciences of mechanics and mathematics. For some time the telescope had been known and in use, and also the microscope, which in an extraordinary manner widened the field of natural phenomena and made them immediately accessible to the observer. A number of astronomical discoveries were made which reinforced the heliocentric point of view, which regarded the Earth not as the center of the universe, but only as one of the planets that circle round the Sun. The laws of falling bodies were discovered, and the laws of planetary motion. Newton formulated his general law of gravity. All these discoveries required a unity of method and a unity of world outlook which might well be in opposition to the world outlook of religion. The most logical materialistic formulation of such a world outlook at the time was the work of the French materialists Holbach and Helvetius. The fundamental proposition which united them was this, that nature is material, was created by no one and exists forever. The view of the Church that matter is fixed, passive and can only move itself and change with the help of spirit was opposed. They asserted that matter was created by no one and is always in motion, no matter without movement and no movement without matter. They rejected any interference of a god with nature, since a god appeared quite superfluous and nature could be explained without him. In nature a stern causal law is the ruler. One phenomenon of necessity follows another. The universe is the vast unity of everything that is. Everywhere it shows us only matter in movement, says Holbach. This is all that does, and it displays only an infinite and continuous chain of causes and actions. Some of these causes we know, since they immediately strike our senses. Others we do not know, since they act on us only by means of consequences, quite remote from first causes. This mechanistic world outlook also determined the attitude of the French philosophers to the question of the origin of consciousness and the role of thought. The Church taught that the consciousness of man is a fragment of the divine spirit, of soul, that thanks to the soul man is able to think, and by just this is distinguished from the animals. But the materialists denied the self-sufficiency of the soul and held that man is just such a material body as all other animals and inorganic bodies. Man, of course, is distinguished from inorganic bodies, but this distinction, in the opinion of the French materialists, amounts to this, that man is merely a more complex and delicate mechanism than other bodies. Thus Lamettrie even called his principal work, Man the Machine. He wrote, all the functions, which I have ascribed to this machine, naturally proceed from the organization of its several parts no more and no less than the movements of a clock or other automaton proceed from the disposition of its screws and wheels, so that it is quite unnecessary to suppose in this machine, i.e. man, any kind of soul, any special cause of movement in life, other than its blood and the forces within it that are stimulated by warmth. Diderot, who enters into a deeper examination of the reactions of soul and body, expresses the same thought as Lamettrie. We are instruments dowered with feeling and memory. Do you really think that a chaffinch or a nightingale and a human musician are essentially different? Do you see this egg? What sort is this egg? Before it was fertilized it was an insensible, non-living mass. How does this mass change into another organization, with sensation and life? By means of heat. What does this heat produce? Motion. What is the gradual action of this motion? At first there is a moving point, a little thread, which dilates and knits itself together. Then flesh is formed. A beak, wings, eyes, claws appear. The yellowish matter separates itself and produces the inward parts of the bird. It is an animal. The animal moves this way and that. Cheeps. I hear its cry through the shell. It covers itself with down. It sees. The weight of its swaying head ceaselessly knocks its beak against the wall of its prison. Now the wall breaks. The bird crawls out to freedom, walks, flutters, falls down, runs, approaches nearer, has regrets, suffers, loves, yearns, and rejoices. It has all your feelings, all your actions. Between you and the animals the difference is only in organization. However, although they rejected soul as the source of consciousness and acknowledged that man is only a material body, a machine, yet all the same the French materialists had to explain the origin of our consciousness. This question interested them, and the answer they gave was materialistic, but at the same time, mechanistic. For all the philosophers of the 18th century, as also for their predecessors, human consciousness did not develop but was given together with man, and all that was needed was to define the unalterable mechanism by means of which thoughts arose and were united into chains of reasoning. Materialists and idealists wrangled and fought among themselves over the question whether thought is a product of matter or matter is the offspring of spirit and proceeds from it. But the idea that consciousness is a process, that it develops, that it does not amount to a mechanical union of diverse thoughts and feelings, was known by neither side. The French materialists saw the origin of knowledge in the action of nature on our senses. Until nature acts on us we have no sensations and no consciousness. We are born, said the French materialists, repeating the pronouncement of the English philosopher Locke, with a mind that is like a clean slate. Consciousness arises in a man in the process of living, as a result of the impressions received by his organs of sense. The more impressions his sense organs receive, the more rich, the more diverse his consciousness becomes. Sensations are those simplest elements of consciousness out of whose union and combination representations are formed. In the further working out of representations, complex ideas, ideas of relations and finally general ideas are formed. We see, therefore, that in their inquiries into the origin and nature of consciousness the French materialists retain their mechanistic ideas. The essence of human conduct in the opinion of the French materialists is comprised in this, that it seeks for satisfaction and avoids unsatisfaction. Happiness, therefore, consists of prolonged and durable pleasure. Thus every man is an egoist. The aggregate of egoists constitutes society. In society, the egoism of one man is limited by the egoism of other people. Consequently, in society, man must strive not only for his own happiness, but also for the happiness of others. To attain general happiness, good social institutions are necessary. Therefore, in order that people may acquire happiness it is necessary to replace bad institutions by good ones. Here the philosophy of the French materialists outgrows its moral teaching and becomes a political program, a demand to change the feudal structure of society. This demand was that element in their philosophy which particularly attracted the attention of the bourgeoisie and inspired all the progressive people of that epoch. In their social views the French materialists appeared as bold fighters against feudal relations both in town and country. They showed special hatred to the church as the bulwark of feudalism. Their teaching became a theory of revolution. The French bourgeois sought to realize their ideas in revolution. Yet personally the French materialists were not revolutionaries. They did not teach a revolutionary, violent overthrow of authority. They made no call to insurrection. To the question how to change social institutions they answered, it is necessary to change the morals and habits of people, to assist the enlightenment of the masses, since the political structure depends on this. but to the question how to change the environment, they had no helpful answer, which reveals the inadequacy and shallowness of their thinking and its speculative character. They rested their hopes of changing feudalism not on the masses but on enlightened, absolute monarchs from whom they expected reforms. The helplessness of metaphysical materialism to resolve problems of social development was in this fashion made absolutely plain. It was this which led to the belief that an enlightened lawgiver was necessary in order to change the social structure, as if a king in relation to social institutions acts like a mechanic in relation to a machine, the separate parts of which one can rearrange by external action. The immense encouragement which this philosophy gave both to the growth of science and the growth of religious rationalism must not blind us to its grave defects. It failed signally to explain how any real change can come about. If all the variety of life is to be reduced to the mathematical arrangements and rearrangements of atoms, all actual differences are really denied. This is what Plekhanov called the transformation of a phenomenon into a fossilized thing by abstracting it from all the inner processes of life. The only way to explain phenomena is to study things in their development, in their arising and dying away, letting the object freely and spontaneously expound its own characteristics. But French materialism was incapable of this dialectical treatment of nature. Section 3. Subjective idealism. Rationalistic materialism reduces the universe to mathematics, but does so by assuming that certain ideas are fundamental and self-evident. The English philosopher Locke thought that the rationalists assumed too much and endeavored to show that we have no innate ideas in virtue of which we possess knowledge apart from experience. He held that the only way in which to cut entirely free from error and dogmatism is to confine ourselves rigidly to experience. He found that most discussions ended in futility because people would insist on raising problems beyond the limits of possible human knowledge. It then occurred to him that before we set ourselves upon inquiries of that nature, it was necessary to examine our own abilities, and see what objects our understandings were or were not fitted to deal with. For by extending their inquiries beyond their capacities, people raise questions and multiply disputes, which only increase their doubts. Locke then proceeded to argue that there was nothing in the mind that was not first in the senses, that out of sense material the mind puts together more general ideas. Sensations are copies of the fundamental characteristics of the external world: extension, shape, solidity, number, motion. What we call sensations of color, smell, sound, and taste are really subjective effects produced in us by the more fundamental qualities of the real world. Locke is thus a materialist because he believes that the entire content of consciousness is derived by impression from the material world. But he is also a dualist because these experiences are mental, whereas the world from which they are derived is material. This dualism led straight to idealism, that is to say to the acceptance of the spiritual half of Descartes' divided world. This was the second alternative to which dualism must ultimately come, just as materialism was the first. Berkeley simply showed that if color does not reside in the colored object but is the effect in the mind of the physical properties of an object, if warmth is not a property of the fire but is the end effect of the nerves which are agitated by the molecular disturbance known as heat, if tickling is not a property of the feather that tickles but of the mind of the person tickled, then it is possible to push the whole argument back one stage farther and show that even sensations of extension and solidity are only sensations and that we can never get beyond contemplating our own mental states. If we want to base all knowledge on experience, experience is at bottom purely mental, and when we believe that it tells us of an external world of which sensations are a copy, that is merely an inference. Things cannot exist apart from our consciousness of them, and to ask whether they continue to exist if we no longer have sensations is absurd. Things are sensations. Hume carried this skepticism one stage farther. We think that at any rate we have a self that is formed of a chain of successive experiences presumably grounded in the identity and unity of the personal soul. Hume declared that just as Berkeley had shown that there was no material substance in which qualities resided, but only pure qualities, which are pure sensations, so he could show that there was no spiritual substance which had experiences, but only pure experiences one after the other. Berkeley of course did not for a moment mean to say that the objective world did not exist and that we were shut up to our own sensations. He was simply arguing that you cannot prove that such sensations are the sensations of a material world. Nevertheless, they are perfectly objective. We cannot help them and we cannot vary them at will. They constitute a rigid, objective world of sensed objects existing independent of our will. Sensed objects but not material objects. Berkeley had his own theological answer to the problem which this raises. The objectivity and permanence of the cause of our sensations must, he argues, be due to the continuous activity of an eternal creative mind, God. It is God's power which causes our sensations to be arranged in the particular order which they follow one another. The external world, therefore, continues to exist even when we cease to perceive it, because God's perception sustains it. We see then where the argument from experience leads, and the sensationalism from which it springs is itself derived from Descartes' dualism of mind and matter, which treated matter as in itself merely mechanical. But if matter had been conceived as developing, as active, and mind as the coming to consciousness of matter, we should find ourselves with neither a dead materialism nor a groundless subjectivism but a living unity of mind and matter. Spinoza was the first to work out such a system. Rejecting dualism, he held that the universe was one system, which was neither pure spirit nor pure matter. Mind and matter, the two ultimate attributes of substance. That is to say, substance itself is not dead matter or pure spirit but has body and has mind. But actual bodies or objects are particular forms of matter, just as actual minds are particular forms of thought. In a human being we have a double manifestation, body and mind, of the two ultimate attributes which make up fundamental reality. Spinoza also held that all things constitute a perfect system. Every finite object or event is dependent on innumerable others which ramify in all directions and are each of them similarly dependent on innumerable others. Everything is necessary in its appointed place within the whole. Nothing is possible save the actual, and nothing is actual save the necessary. From the infinite nature of God all things follow by the same necessity, and in the same way, as it follows from the nature of a triangle from eternity to eternity that its three angles are equal to two right angles, the mechanism which Descartes saw in matter alone, Spinoza sees in God and mind as well. But the entire universe is alive, and not a dead mechanism, for the order of things is the order of perfect goodness and wisdom and is continuously sustained by the intense consciousness of God. Yet, once again, God is not above the universe or within the universe, but his mind is all the mentality that is scattered over space and time, the diffused consciousness that animates the world. This is pure mysticism in its sublime confidence in already existing perfection. But in the conception of the universe as one size DEM, which is wholly material from end to end, and in which whatever mind we find is not extraneous to matter but an attribute of substance, parallel with an interpenetrating matter, we have the conception that inspired Hegel and after him Marx. But for Spinoza it is an unchanging, undeveloping whole. Section 4. Kant and Hegel. Kant's great contribution to philosophy lay in the combination he effected between reason and experimental fact. Hume had not only dissolved the soul into a succession of experiences, using the same argument he overthrew the whole conception of law on which both Descartes and Spinoza had built up their rational universes. Hume argued that we can never prove cause and effect. We merely infer it from the frequent occurrence of two successive phenomena. It is merely mental habit that makes us think that if the first phenomenon occurs the second is bound to follow. A law is simply a convenient formula summing up what usually happens. We have no guarantee that the sequences hitherto observed will reappear in future experience. Now materialism had attacked religion in the name of science and philosophy. Then Berkeley had refuted materialism with its own arguments about matter and sense impressions. But now Berkeley's doctrine of experience in the hands of Hume has overthrown the doctrine of the soul, the necessity for God, the rationality of the universe and the very existence of science itself. Someone was badly needed to rescue religion more effectively than Berkeley and also to rescue science. This Kant did by pointing out that Locke was wrong in imagining that a series of impressions falling on the brain could build themselves up into a systematic picture of the universe. They could not do this but for the inherited structure of the mind. All knowledge needs two factors, sense data and pre-existing mental forms in which to fit them. These mental forms make up the empty framework of a perfectly rational universe. We cannot apprehend anything at all without using this already functioning notion of a rational world in which cause and effect links all phenomena. Hence all the facts we absorb simply fill out this picture and cannot be to us other than orderly facts. In practice therefore we never get the scheme of a scientific world without multitudes of facts to prove it. But all those facts have only entered the mind through the gateways of the logical form so that they could never be to us other than logical. This ingenious justification of science leads straight to those modern scientific conceptions which explain scientific theories as symbols, convenient fictions or arbitrary forms. It is really the profoundest skepticism. Things as they really are can never be known. Our subjectivism is double. Not only are our experiences subjective but the forms which order them and build them up into our experience of an objective world are subjective too. Now the mental machine which produces for us a scientific world cannot by its very nature give us anything else. It is therefore useless to ask it to prove the existence of God or speak to us of goodness and beauty. But the mental machine is only a part of the mind. It has other faculties equally valid and important. We are not always thinking scientifically. The practical one reason, as opposed to the scientific reason, gives us our power to apprehend God and duty. In our day Bergson has given us his own version of Kant. Reason is a tool for doing things with the world. Intuition is a direct apprehension of the entirely irrational world as it is in itself. The scientist investigates part of the world and investigates it for a special purpose. He assumes that part of the world to be a machine. He therefore further assumes that the whole universe is an aggregation of machine-like bits and makes up one big machine. But the scientific abstraction kills when it dissects out, freezes what it immobilizes, and is wholly false to life as a living, moving whole. Life itself is apprehended not by reason or science but by intuition. Thus Bergson grows out of Kant and at the same time helps to explain his great forerunner. Lenin described the philosophy of Kant as a reconciliation of materialism with idealism, a compromise between the two, a combination in one system of heterogeneous, opposed philosophical tendencies. When Kant allows that to our representations there corresponds something outside us, something in itself. He is a material one. By practical reason, Kant does not mean scientific reasoning but the very opposite, reasoning which takes life in all its concrete richness, including moral and religious considerations. When he declares this thing in itself to be unknowable, transcendental, of another world, he is an idealist. What is valuable in Kant's theory is his demonstration that there is no nature for us that is not made over by social man. That man does not stand over against nature contemplating it is an unpeopled universe, but is himself an active part of the nature he is observing. Mind is active and science is not a photograph of the physical universe but the product of man's activity upon nature and nature's corresponding reaction upon man. There is no nature in itself but only nature for man. But why should that mean that human science is a fiction or other than a genuine reflection of an objective world? The most that it can mean is that it is partial and incomplete, which may be readily admitted, but it is true as far as it goes and it is always going farther. From this point of view there is not the slightest need to make a mystery of man's apprehension of the non-physical side of nature as though this required another type of reason. It is the same reason but concerned with other and sometimes wider aspects. In fact, apart from these wider social ideas and plans, the narrower tasks of science would never be attempted, for it is civilization as a whole that gives the scientist and the specialist their jobs. Out of Kant's idealism grew the systems of Fichte, Schelling and Hegel, all of which criticized him while building upon him. By far the most important was Hegel's. Hegel, like Spinoza, believed that the world was one rational system and that everything was interconnected. In order to understand anything it must be seen in all its relations. Now this is the basis of Hegel's distinction between appearance and reality. Kant's distinction was between scientific appearance, the world as known to reason, and the reality of things in themselves, the world not known to anybody. Hegel's distinction is between appearances which are partial and incomplete, like Bergson's view of science, and reality which is all-embracing and complete, like Bergson's whole world as apprehended by intuition. Now most of experience is obviously partial. It will therefore show manifest signs of incompleteness if carefully examined. It will be seen to imply other things on its fringe or on which it depends just as one small portion of a picture really implies the whole composition. Now if reason gets to work on any portion of experience and seeks to find out all that is implied in that experience, including the contrary truths which the very existence of so many truths imply, reason will be driven onward to include more and more in its embrace, ever seeking to clear up seeming contradictions until at last it includes all the facts and the whole truth and there are no more contradictions and partialities. This final truth will be the whole truth about everything. Now this mental process of passing from the part to the whole, from the self-contradictory to the self-consistent is the dialectic, is it? We now have to ask, a purely mental activity, which a sufficiently powerful mind can engage in with nothing to start with but a chip of concrete reality and at last come to know everything? Or is it a real historical unfolding of all the implications of a universe in embryo, like a chick growing from an egg? The first alternative suggests a paleontologist reconstructing a prehistoric monster from a single bone, or a detective reconstructing a crime from a single clue. The second suggests the evolutionary process as the working out of the potentialities of the universe. Hegel himself seems to have meant both, but by the expanding, unfolding universe he meant, among other things, the development of absolute spirit itself. It was here that Hegel was a pure idealist, but insofar as he never splits the world in two, never thinks for a moment of mere mind, as Berkeley did, never considers spirit as opposed to matter, as Descartes did, but, like Spinoza, holds firmly to substance as containing within it both mind and matter and constituting one universe. Hegel is always thinking of the concrete working out of the pageant of history, of biological evolution, of political and legal institutions. He is a realist all the time, but because he is an idealist too he sees all these solid, concrete things as manifestations of the unfolding of objective spirit, whose moments are not only individual consciousnesses but also all the creations of human thought, all forms of society, all aspects of the state, in a word, all that exists. Heraclitus had spoken of the continuous transition of phenomena from non-existence to existence and vice versa. There is a perpetual flux from one form to another, from the unity of opposites into their division and from the division back to unity. This inspired guess Hegel turned into the basic principle of a new logic worked out by himself, and on this base he constructed a whole system of philosophy to show how absolute spirit, objective consciousness, is developed from nothing, a pure abstraction, into an absolute idea which grasps all and contains all in itself. There is no doubt that the absolute spirit of Hegel is that same God, that same divine reason which as it were realizes itself in human history in the productions of philosophy, art, law and in social institutions. Hegel, however, made God descend from his immutable perfection and proceed along the path of development, contending with himself and enriching himself with new content. But how, according to Hegel, does absolute spirit make its dialectical way? How does this dialectical process of development take place? Hegel sees the essence of development in the unity and strife of opposites, in the fact that every phenomenon contains an internal contradiction that drives it forward and brings it ultimately to destruction and the transition to something else. However, the destruction of one phenomenon is at the same time the emergence of a new one which denies the last phenomenon but also contains it in itself. Hegel demonstrates this idea by citing the history of philosophy, of art, and the material of human history. One philosophic system changes itself to another. Every philosopher down to Hegel held his system to be absolute truth and all previous systems to be delusions, but Hegel showed that such a view is naive, that every philosophic system is a step in the development of absolute spirit. Absolute spirit in every historical epoch knows itself in the form of a definite philosophy that corresponds to the historical content of the given stage of its development. In another epoch this form appears as antiquated and yields place to its successor, which denies it and at the same time contains in itself the positive content of the superseded philosophy. The philosophy, latest in time, is the result of all preceding philosophies and therefore must include them all in itself. The same holds true of religion, law, art, and social institutions. All these fields of absolute spirit were studied by Hegel as connected with one another, and were found to be in close mutual relations. Hegel taught that only in the presence of a given form of religion can a given form of state structure exist. Only in the presence of a given state structure can a given philosophy and a given art exist, but Hegel was seeking the fundamental cause of the historic process, the principle which determines the dialectic of development of nature and society, seeking it in the development of contradictions within absolute spirit, which finds in nature and society its own form of disclosure and development, whereas Marx saw this basic cause in the very real contradictions of the material processes both in nature and society. When Napoleon tried by means of the bayonets of his army to introduce bourgeois relationships into Germany, Hegel, who at that time was creating his dialectical method, was in sympathy with the French Revolution and greeted the entry of the Napoleonic troops into Jena as the historical incarnation of a new form of absolute spirit. They say he then called Napoleon the absolute spirit on a white charger, but 20 years later, when the feudal monarchy of Frederick William III was being consolidated in Germany, Hegel had lost his revolutionary ideas and had become the state philosopher of the Prussian monarchy. The dialectical method had made it possible for Hegel in his youth to generalize in idealistic form all the scientific experience of his time, all the course of the historic process, and from idealistic, perverted positions to criticize the one-sided, mechanistic methods which the science of his day was using. Hegel harshly criticized the completely formal logic that ruled up to his time, disclosed its internal contradiction and showed the impossibility of understanding dialectical processes on its basis. Hegel first formulated in idealistic form universal laws for the development, the transition of certain phenomena into other phenomena. These phenomena proceed, according to Hegel, by means of a negation of a negation. Marx in The Poverty of Philosophy expounds his theory of Hegel as follows: but once it has placed itself in thesis, this thought, opposed to itself, doubles itself into two contradictory thoughts, the positive and the negative, the yes and the no. The struggle of these two antagonistic elements, comprised in the antithesis, constitutes the dialectic movement, the yes becoming no, the no becoming yes, the yes becoming at once yes and no, the no becoming at once no and yes. The contraries balance themselves, neutralize themselves, paralyze themselves. The fusion of these two contradictory thoughts constitutes a new thought which is the synthesis of the two. This new thought unfolds itself again in two contradictory thoughts which are confounded in their turn in a new synthesis. From this travail is born a group of thoughts. This group of thoughts follows the same dialectic movement as a simple category, and has for antithesis a contradictory group. From these two groups is born a new group of thoughts which is the synthesis of them. As from the dialectic movement of simple categories is born the group, so from the dialectic movement of the groups is born the series, and from the dialectic movement of the series is born the whole system. One thanks to such a development of absolute spirit by means of its internal contradictions. No one stage of it is fortuitous, but each flows out of all the preceding history that it contains in itself. Everything that is real, said Hegel, is rational, and everything that is rational is real. By this Hegel meant to say that all existing social institutions and forms of ideology are determined by the development of absolute spirit, are steps in the movement of reason. Here Hegel is formulating his idealistic principle of dialectic. The development of reason is also the development of reality. This proposition has served as the ground for charging Hegel with reactionary tendencies, with justifying every infamy, every social tyranny, since for him everything that exists is rational. Hegel in the last years of his life was indeed inclined thus to interpret this dialectical proposition of his. It was also used thus by an official philosophy mainly concerned with self-preservation. Hegel's philosophy at one time became the official philosophy of the Prussian monarchy. We know that this idea in Russia too was the cause of much agony of thought in such people as Belinsky, who could not persuade themselves that the regime of Nicholas was rational merely because it existed. But Hegel's dialectical method offered foundations for quite different social conclusions. Because, granted that which is rational is real, then if the real should prove to be irrational and cease to correspond with its idea, it means, according to Hegel, that it has become antiquated, doomed and subject to destruction. The monarchy was irrational, therefore it was unreal. The monarchy exists, but the moment it becomes irrational it has already ceased to have its roots in life. In reality, it no longer corresponds to the new stage in the development of society and therefore must perish. Thus the left Hegelians were able to interpret this proposition of Hegel so as to aid them in the struggle with the monarchical order and religion. They were able to show that Christianity and religion are irrational. 1 Marx, The Poverty of Philosophy, page 117, and therefore must perish, and so it is necessary to contend with them. Thus the Russian Hegelians argued also, fighting against Tsarism. They proved the irrationality, backwardness, and savagery of the Tsarist regime and hence the necessity for its overthrow, and they sounded the call to fight against it. The main contradiction of Hegel's philosophy is reflected in the fact that the proposition we have quoted can be interpreted in two opposite ways at once. In Hegel's philosophy we find an expression of the ambiguity of the ideology of the bourgeoisie of that time, the progressive and the reactionary sides of it. On one side it is characterized by a desire to destroy everything that is antiquated, irrational and doomed to pass away, and to replace it with the new that has grown within the womb of the old. On the other side it is characterized by a dread of the new, a dread that was strengthened by what they saw of the French Revolution, and by the conviction that the status quo in Germany must remain, that it was not subject to change. But Hegelianism cannot logically defend the status quo. Dialectic is revolutionary, it sees in everything processes of change, phenomena in constant flux. Every assertion of absolute rest, eternity and immutability contradicts it. In the further development of the class struggle within capitalist society, both the Hegelian idealism and the Hegelian dialectic were used as theoretic weapons. The radical bourgeoisie of Germany tried to use Hegel's philosophy as a theory of bourgeois revolution. However, experience soon showed that the philosophy of Hegel, as such, either grows quickly into a reactionary ideology of the conservative elements of the bourgeoisie and takes on the character of a rationalistic religion, or it is used by the revolutionary groups of society. As long as Hegel was alive these opposing camps developed the two contradictory sides of his philosophy and yet carried on their struggle within the Hegelian system as a whole. But, as we know, in the years 1830-31, a wave of revolutions rolled over Europe, affecting a number of countries from Spain to Poland. In Germany philosophical disputes under the influence of this revolution took on an openly political character. The matter reached the point at which groups of right Hegelians, of the center and of the left were formed within the Hegelian school, the last mentioned eventually breaking off as an independent group. The revolutionary wave, however, very soon subsided, and the revolutionary strivings of the liberal bourgeoisie in Germany did not lead to any real political achievements. They found their outlet only in philosophic disputations, but for this very reason the philosophical struggle grew in importance and intensity, especially in the sphere of theology while the new philosophy engaged in radical criticisms of the dogmas of the Church. Marx and Engels took a direct part in this movement of the young Hegelians. Marx, however, soon ceased to be satisfied merely with the philosophic criticism of religion, and began to play an active part in the political struggle as editor of the Rheinische Gazette. In 1842 he even broke with the free men, as the young Hegelians in Berlin called themselves. Marx wanted a serious struggle and not empty declamation. Although this bore a revolutionary character, I required, wrote Marx, that there should be less noisy phrases and self-flagellation and more definiteness, more knowledge of the matter and penetration into its concrete essence. Further, I expressed the wish that when they criticized religion they should push forward as the first thing to be done to a criticism of political conditions, and not merely criticize the political conditions in the religious setting, because the former approach is more in accordance with the spirit of the paper and the level of its readers. Religion, in itself lacking content, dwells, not in the sky, but on earth and itself collapses along with the dissolution of the distorted actuality, whose theory it presents. Feuerbach, who studied under Hegel, was the most significant of his liberal disciples. This left wing began by criticizing orthodox religion from an Hegelian point of view, contending that the new philosophy far from buttressing orthodoxy reduced dogmas to myths and led to a naturalistic pantheism. Feuerbach went even farther, and showed that religion was nothing more than the imaginative projection of human needs and hopes. Man, insofar as he is rational, is to himself his own object of thought. Whenever man is thinking of God, or infinity, or law, or love, he is not really thinking of the eternal at all, but of outward projections of his own nature. Feuerbach recalled philosophy from unsubstantial metaphysics to the solid facts of human nature and natural science. Speculative philosophy, says Feuerbach, is drunken philosophy. Philosophy must again become sober. Do not strive to be a philosopher as distinct from a man, just be a thinking man. What is Feuerbach getting at? He is criticizing Hegel for falsely solving the contradiction between being and thought by transferring it into the interior of one of the primary elements, namely thought. According to Hegel, thought is also being. Nature is postulated by the idea. Material being is created by spiritual being, by God. Kant was only saying the same thing when he affirmed that the outer world receives its laws from reason, instead of reason receiving its laws from the outer world. In what is this really different from the conception that the divine reason dictates to the world the laws which regulate it? But this means that idealism is not really establishing the unity of being and thought at all. It is rupturing that unity, for it is leaving real being entirely out of the question. The truth is that thought is conditioned by being, not being by thought. It is matter that thinks. It is the body that becomes the subject. The real material being is the subject, and thought is its function, its predicate. This is the real solution of the problem of thought and existence, of mind and body, the only solution which does not suppress one of the elements of the contradiction. This is very like the philosophy of Spinoza. It asserts that the purely subjective spiritual act of thought is objectively the material action of a physical body. What is this but Spinozism without its theological lumber? The unity of thought and extension in one substance minus the unnecessary equation of that substance with the concept God. Feuerbach's weakness was pointed out by Marx. His materialism only contemplates the material world. The mind is only acted upon by the world it thus comes to know. Knowing is the mind's real activity. Yes, but that is only half the truth. We know the world only by acting upon it, and when we act upon it and change it, we change our own nature too and our knowing mind with it. Section 5. Recent idealism, fictionalism. In modern science of recent years we have witnessed a strange revival of subjectivism in certain novel theories of the true nature of science. Avenarius in 1888 and Mach about the same time came forward with a methodological positivism which, while rejecting much in Kant, nevertheless admitted a subjective or voluntary factor in knowledge. Mach identified the physical object with its sensible appearances. Science, therefore, deals only with the last events in a chain of supposed material causes and effects, which events are merely experiences. Man groups these experiences in scientific systems mainly as a matter of expediency. A thing is a construct of a selection of impressions. The mind or ego perceiving the thing is also a construct of the same impressions plus others of a different order. These primary experiences we describe in their modes of occurrence by a system of reference designed solely for purposes of economy. We may speak of space, force, mass, cause, but these are only short expressions for regularities of behavior among successive or simultaneous impressions. Science, therefore, is not really explaining anything, still less is it describing an objective scientific world. It merely describes observed relationships among impressions. Leroy and Poincaré gave even greater emphasis to the subjective element in scientific thought. We apply to an unorganized and amorphous nature a purely conventional system which works with some measure of success. Nature is more easily ordered by one such system than by another, but that is as much as we dare say. The system cannot for a moment be held to be a true description of nature. Leroy argued that one of the reasons why the facts seem to fit the theory is simply that we only collect such facts as are relevant to the theory. They are therefore bound to fit. The theory is true to the extent that there are enough facts to make it credible, but another theory might be equally true, and be able to amass its own verifactory data too. In more recent times Eddington has argued that the system of pointer readings, which really constitutes science, is not a picture of reality but only a symbol. The pointer reading is no more truly representative of reality than a telephone number is like the subscriber who is so designated. Science, in abstracting only the measurements of things, has really let the things themselves, in their richness and complexity, go. Hence to apprehend reality in its fullness some other logic than that of science is required. Call it the sense of values, religious intuition, what you will. The subjectivist attacks on the validity of science were severely criticized by Lenin in his Materialism and Imperial Criticism, where he pointed out that the whole system of error is not of the old, discredited subjective idealism of Berkeley in the confusion between experiencing an objective world, and merely having experiences. This new scientific theory about scientific theories is only idealism once again, only Kant in a fresh guise, only a rehash of subjectivism. If matter cannot think, then thought must indeed have an existence in a world of its own in spite of all difficulties. But the only result of such a dualism will be the endless confusions of philosophy. But if matter can think, in the brains of men, then there is no need to go skating on the thin and dangerous ice of subjectivism. Science becomes the imperfect but largely satisfactory picture of man's universe which is validated by his successful practice in controlling nature, and which he has discovered in the process of handling nature and thinking about it. Thus nature is not a final order of the world of experience which must be accepted as given. It is still an unfinished business. It is neither the terrifying thing the primitive mind envisaged or the lifelessly rigorous affair that rationalists have depicted. Nature is never permanent. Man himself takes a hand in the creative process, and suffuses purely physical and biological events with the aims and desires implied in mind. Nature is involved in life, and life is, of course, involved in nature. Life seems to be an expression not of some fixed mood of nature, but of its evolving processes, and not of processes that are fixed forever in a single groove, but of processes that interminably weave and interweave, yielding moments for the interference of intelligence, so that, if we learn how, we may help, age after age, to select processes artistically intelligent enough to produce an ever finer human living, and a nature as well that will accept and foster that finer human living. 1-2. State absolutism. Hegelian idealism takes a characteristically modern form in the philosophy of the hierarchical totalitarian state, which is really only one hard, inside experience. Page 115. The absolutism of Bosanquet and Bradley worked out to its logical conclusion. According to this theory, the state is the living organism in which alone the individual finds his true selfhood and true freedom. It is the actualization of freedom, because in its institutions, its law and its actual creation of functional individuals, like bees in a hive, it provides firstly the concrete opportunity and secondly the men to take advantage of it. The state as such stands for an entity over and above the sum of individual wills, and a lawful will to which every individual must submit. In sharing in the common life, the individual, therefore, not only fulfills himself but transcends himself, representing as it does that aspect of the individual's will which harmonizes with the will of others, his will, that is to say, for the good of all, including self, as opposed to his will for the good of self at the expense of all. It is of necessity always rational and always right. This is the confusion of the actual with the possible, so characteristic of idealism. Here it means that absolute idealism sanctifies all existing institutions, including the class relationships of modern capitalism. Hegelian idealism in the hands of the English idealists has been turned into an ideological weapon. The truth of the matter is that the organized community exists only to serve the interests of the individuals who comprise it. The individual does not exist merely to serve the interests of the community. Where the latter theory is held, it merely disguises the exploitation of the many in the interests of the few. The state or community that is served being nothing more or less than the minority that wields the state machine, the owning class. The idealist method of attributing a higher will to the individual which has nothing to do with what he desires, but which enables him to transcend his merely individual self, is simply a device for giving an appearance of justice and democracy to what must otherwise appear the purely arbitrary and tyrannical acts of a class state. 1 Jode. Modern Political Theory. Chapter 2. Dialectic is a theory of knowledge. Section I. Practice as the basis of knowledge. Dialectically evolving matter is the initial point in the Marxist-Leninist philosophy. In the dialectic of the development of material actuality, the very emergence of social history, the very emergence of thinking individuals find their explanation. Thought is a property of highly organized matter which has reached the highest stage of its development. In the eternal development of matter there arise, decline and anew create themselves, infinitely varied forms of material movement, and among them there arises, in some maybe unimportant part of the world structure, a peculiar form of material movement, namely organic life, and after its social history, the capacity for knowledge proper to men in the social historic epoch is the highest product of the development of matter, and is the property of a high form of existence of material actuality. Matter, says Engels, moves in an eternal cycle, completing its trajectory in a period so vast that in comparison with it our earthly years is nothing. In a cycle in which the period of highest development, namely the period of organic life with its crowning achievement, self-consciousness, is a space just as comparatively minute in the history of life and of self-consciousness. In a cycle in which every particular form of the existence of matter, be it the sun or a nebula, a particular animal or animal species, a chemical combination or decomposition, is equally in transition. In a cycle in which nothing is eternal, except eternally changing, eternally moving matter and the laws of its movement and change. But however often and pitilessly this cycle may be accomplished in time and space, however many countless suns and earths may rise and fall, however long it may be necessary to wait until in some solar system, on some planet appear conditions suitable for organic life, however many countless beings may fall and rise before, out of their midst, develop animals with a thinking brain that find an environment that permits them to live, be it even only for a short period, we are, nevertheless, assured that matter in all its changes remains eternally one and the same, that not one of its attributes may perish, and that same iron necessity which compels the destruction of the highest earthly bloom of matter, the thinking spirit, also necessitates its rebirth at some other place, at some other time. At what moment does this process of knowledge rise? At what degree of development of material actuality are the conditions created which are necessary for the emergence of knowing beings? The process of knowledge, which is a process of reflecting the ever deeper connections of the material world, can arise only when the conditions are ripe for the development of real social history, when socially controlled production becomes possible, when organic life is no longer subject to the merely unconscious operations of cause and effect, but comes under conscious and deliberate social control. Social knowledge can only come into existence on the basis of a development of material production in the process of which every new generation receives from its predecessor, together with the accumulated heritage of productive forces, a heritage of experience embodied in a known sum of knowledge. Materialism before Marx was only a contemplative materialism, since it considered the question of knowledge apart from its connection with social historic practice. The problem for Marx is to explain man's sensuous experience, his hate and love, his joys and sufferings, by the historically existing form of social practice in the class struggle. Only by such a method can we understand the significance of human experience and the actions arising therefrom, which are not the same for people of different epochs and different classes. In material production, the subjective experiences of people are not separated from the material objects of the external world. the material objects of nature and practice found in unity with the social action of people and, through such action, are also found in unity with the process of knowledge of these people. When we con 1 Engels, Dialectic of Nature, page 125 side are the objects of material production, for example the appliances of material production, machine tools, turbines, tractors, we find in them the subjective action of people, the social practice of many generations of men, which has passed into the definite forms of these objects. The article which appears to exist in objective reality, without dependence on people or their knowledge, is seen in social practice to be in union with the action and knowledge of people, in the process of material production, and on the basis of human productive activity. A knowledge of material nature becomes a necessary factor in the production of articles. In any tool of production a definite historic stage of social practice and knowledge is embodied. Modern machines assume not only a modern level of development of people's productive activity, but also in conjunction with it more than 20 centuries of scientific development. The transition of the action of social beings into an article is actualized in the process of production. Marx shows in Capital that during the process of labor that labor is continually changing from the form of action into the form of being. In the process of labor subjective action enters into the article, enters into unity with the article by working on it. In social practice the forms of a material article are changed. From an external object of nature, independent of society, the article is turned into a social article indissolubly linked up with the whole complex of social practice. Thus in the process of material production, in social practice, a material object becomes a social object, and the social subjective action of people becomes objective. Thus in practice is realized the unity of subject and object. So we see it is only possible to resolve the question of the mutual action of subject and object, of thought and being, in social practice section 2. Practice as the criterion of knowledge. Social practice is not a form of activity that is independent of the time factor. It emerges in a quite definite form at each given historical stage of social development. In such a concrete historic form Marx regards the question when he speaks of the criterion of practice. Every social class has its determinate criterion of practice. In every historic epoch this criterion is changed. It is changed along with the development of the class in the course of its historical role. The material content of practice, the historically determined processes of material production were, and are, for the classes concerned, the criterion of truth and the criterion of the understanding of objective material reality. The patriarchal tribal society with its primitive ways of production was unacquainted with the productive possibilities of coal. The possibility of using coal was only discovered at the period of the merchant-capitalist relationships which arose in the feudal period in the 12th century, near Liège in Belgium. The extraction of iron, copper and silver has now proceeded for nearly 6,000 years, but neither the Assyrian treatment of copper, nor the working of iron in very ancient China, nor the mining industry in ancient Rome could serve as a practical basis for wide geological generalizations. For wide theoretical generalizations there was needed a long process of mining production, a wide extension of mining, the knowledge of how to remove subterranean water, and the utilization of a great many other technical devices. The development of the commercial capitalist type of industry in the 16th century allows the whole practice of mining to be transformed into a science. The experience of mining production became so wide, and the diversity of mine workings so great, that the science of geology may be said to begin from this time. Experience is the sum, the result of social practice. Only in that experience which is the aggregate of the practical attainments of society do we disclose the objectively existing material reality. In experience, according to Lenin emerge, objects of understanding independent, of understanding periodic. Winds and sea currents existed long before the appearance of organic life, existed millions of years before the appearance of the social practice and knowledge of men, but a long period of development of practical navigation was necessary before it was possible to understand these winds and currents. Navigation, although considerably developed by the Phoenicians, by the Greeks, and by the Alexandrians of the 1st and 2nd centuries, had not yet accumulated sufficient experience for these scientific discoveries. Only the changes resulting from the rising capitalist organization of production created the practical foundation for such knowledge. The basis of knowledge in the example we give was mercant capitalist practice, yet in its experience of sea traveling this class summed up not only its own practice but also the practice of those stages of social evolution that had preceded it. Shipbuilding, the building of wharfs for boats, and many different ways of rigging a ship, were already known in periods of more primitive methods of production. All the earlier developments of historic practice are summed up in the experience of every epoch. That is just why Marx-Leninism seeks to resolve the question of knowledge and experience on the basis of all social practice. This implies a radical change in the manner in which these problems are to be approached. By including the criterion of practice in the theory of knowledge, Marxism leaves no place for the Kantian thing in itself. For Kant the thing in itself was a secret, unknowable essence. inaccessible to our senses and to our knowledge alike. The material object ceases to be a secret thing in itself as soon as it emerges in the process of production, as soon as it is reproduced in industry. The development of the productive process actually changes the objects of material nature, where at first they were virtually unknown and unknowable. They eventually take shape and become known. What we can do, as Engels rightly declared, that, of course, we cannot call unknowable for the chemistry of the first half of the 19th century, wrote Engels. Organic compounds were such unknown things, but today we are succeeding in making them one after the other by means of the synthesis of chemical elements and with no recourse to organic processes. The objective material world is revealed by practice. Processes that seem to be inaccessible to knowledge and to exist independently of knowledge emerge as part of the practice of a particular stage in social development. Thus a whole range of entirely new laws in thermodynamics, chemistry and electricity have been discovered in the process of modern social practice. This explains what we mean when we say that practice is the real key to our knowledge of the external world. The question whether objective truth can be attributed to human thinking is not a question of theory but is a practical question. The dispute over the reality or non-reality of thinking which is isolated from practice is a purely scholastic question, says Marx in his second thesis on Feuerbach. The best refutation of Kantian and Humanist agnosticism as of other philosophical fancies is practice, or as Engels rightly says, the success of our actions proves the agreement of our perceptions with the apprehensible objective truth of things. However conditional and imperfect our knowledge at any stage may be, it reflects objective material reality, approximating to absolute truth. The fact that we can and know the truth and are really in touch with objective material nature is proved to us by our practice, which turns our knowledge into actual existing objects of production and remakes and changes material actuality. But it would be a crude distortion and vulgarization of Marxism to see in the Marx-Leninist doctrine of practice as the criterion of truth a negation of the vast importance of theoretical analysis and theoretical verification of different logical conclusions. Dialectical materialism has nothing in common with the cheap rule of thumb thinking that has no use for abstract thought and general ideas. Practice is higher than theoretical knowledge, says Lenin, because it has not only the virtue of generality, but also of immediate actuality. A logical development of ideas is possible because the mind engages in the task of interpreting and working over the historical process which it reflects. But all such thinking, even when it uses the generalizations of preceding practice, must instantly be tested by scientific experiment and social practice. Pre-Marxian philosophy tries to find the criterion of truth in knowledge itself. Descartes sees the criterion of truth in clearness and precision of ideas. Kant saw the criterion of truth in the universal and necessary character of knowledge itself. Contemporary mathematical logic, in the person of Russell, Cantor and others, perceives the criterion of truth in the logical formal succession of mathematical conclusions. None of these forms of rationalistic idealism makes any attempt to find the criterion of truth in the external world, but knowledge considered as an abstract system of ideas, however self-consistent, clear and precise that system may be, can never be a criterion of objectivity. When Marx speaks of finding a criterion of truth by subjective practice, he does not mean by subjective what Berkeley or Mach would mean. He means that the subject only reaches truth insofar as and in the manner in which he engages in activity in relation to the external world, in the course of which activity he changes that world. The practical point of view is the subjective point of view in the sense that it proceeds from the concrete activity of social man. True subjectivity is the breaking down of the separation of idea and object, and it is obviously one and the same thing as practice. The objective world, objective truth, is through practice reflected in knowledge and ceases to be a strange world separate from human knowledge. Section 3. Bourgeois practice and knowledge. In class society there cannot be extra-class practice and extra-class knowledge. The criterion of truth in class society is the practice of the given class. In the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, when the bourgeoisie was struggling with feudalism for mastery, and in the first half of the 19th century, when capitalism had not yet arrived at the period of its decay, capitalist practice was the criterion of progressive knowledge. The philosophic systems, natural scientific theories, socio-political views of that epoch remain among the greatest achievements of the history of progressive social knowledge. But however progressive the views of Bacon were in comparison with the scholastic philosophy of the Middle Ages, whatever shattering arguments from the idealistic point of view Hegel brought against the Kantian thing in itself, the philosophic views of these giants of theoretical thought retain their bourgeois limitations. The dialectic of Hegel remained a mystical idealistic dialectic. The whole Darwinian teaching about the struggle for existence, writes Engels, is simply a transference of the bourgeois economic teaching on competition and, also the Malthusian theory, from the sphere of society to the sphere of nature, the capitalistic means of production could make possible the emergence of a number of theories, scientific, technical, philosophic, among which some have reflected, though in a distorted form, others have only guessed at, different sides of objective actuality. The capitalist practice of a given time could be the basis of progressive knowledge, but at no stage of the development of capitalism, even in the epoch of the revolutionary uprising of the bourgeoisie, could its historically limited practice create a theory of knowledge correctly reflecting the contradictions of objective actuality. At the heart of capitalism lies that principle of exploitation which called into being a development of the productive forces unheard of until that time, with which development a remarkable expansion of the mathematical and natural sciences was closely connected. But at the same time it was this very principle of exploitation that was responsible for the distorted representation of the main forces of capitalist production, especially of the essential principle of capitalism itself, which appears in a curiously mystified form. The basic contradictions of bourgeois thought are rooted in the contradictions of the capitalistic mode of production itself, and so such works as Capital by Marx, Imperialism as the latest stage of capitalism by Lenin, which uncover the contradictions of capitalism, acquire great importance for the theory of knowledge. Marx discloses the character of capitalistic relationships, beginning with the simple categories of capitalist economy, from that period when capitalistic relationships were not yet dominant, and ending with the period of their revolutionary overthrow, in trade and finance, in capital and profit, in wages, in the form of surplus value, in the reproduction of capital, etc. Marx discloses the mystification, the distorted conception of actual relationships, that is proper to bourgeois practice itself. In bourgeois society, mutual relationships between people in the socio-productive process lead, says Marx, above all to this, that their own productive relationships which stand outside their control and outside their conscious individual action, take on a thingified character, in consequence of which, all the products of their work take on the form of commodities. Relations between people become possible only through the means of things, through the thing form of commodities and money, by means of capital, and interest, and so much per cent. And so the social relationships between people are distorted, are mystified, even a long time before capitalism became supreme. Wherever trade and money circulation appeared, there appeared at the same time distortions of actual human relationships. All forms of society, says Marx, to the extent that they reach the stage of commodity production and money circulation, are to a more or less degree characterized by such a distortion of actual relationships, on the basis of the dominance of the bourgeoisie, thanks to the lordship of capital and production. The social forces of labor present themselves to the bourgeoisie in a distorted aspect, as if they generate themselves in the womb of capital itself. Thanks to an objectively existing exchange, a distorted conception of profit is created, as if it arose out of circulation and not by the appropriation by a capitalist of the unpaid labor of a worker. Marx establishes that capitalist practice in the whole complex of its social relations gives to itself such a form as does not correspond with its real nature. The capitalistic sources of income and forms of income express, says Marx, the relations of capitalist production in a fetishistic form. Their nature, as it appears on the surface, is cut off from its hidden connection and real origins. Thus ground becomes the source of ground rent. Capital is the source of profit and labor the source of wages. Marx is not concerned with passing a moral judgment on capitalism, or expressing indignation at its injustices in the manner of Rousseau, who declared feudalism to be contrary to nature. Marx discloses the actual distortion that exists in the capitalist order of production, which is reflected in the distortions and mystifications that exist in bourgeois ideology. The capitalist means of production, in the light of this distorted bourgeois consciousness, is accepted as an eternal immutable phenomenon, as the relationship of natural man to nature, as was thought in the epoch of enlightenment in the 18th century, as the sole form of relationship of man to man. Vulgar political economy, hired labor being supposed to comprise all possible forms of labor, bourgeois thought always considers the capitalist means of production as historically unchangeable, permanent and existing everywhere that men exist. It moves in a constricted fashion within the limits set by capitalist social relationships. The system of exploitation, the movement of capitalist forces, fix the very forms of thought just as they determine economic practice. It is for this reason that bourgeois economics suffers from such severe limitations. Even its most useful ideas remain in some degree under the sway of the distortions of actual relationships that capitalism cannot but produce and reproduce. True, their own criticisms have already destroyed many of the dogmas of orthodox capitalist economics. But since they are not free to break completely away into socialist economics, this only deepens the confusion and illogicality of their latest theories, hence their halfway policies and hopeless contradictions, while the actual laws of capitalist production remain for them an unguessed secret. Bourgeois thought cannot pass beyond the stage of discrediting the semblance without revealing the essential truth which it has obscured, just as Kant shows that phenomena are only the appearance of reality but is entirely unable to tell us anything about the unknown thing in itself. In every sphere of thought, bourgeois thinkers will be found creating individualistic theories, interpreting the universe in terms of the sanctity of private property, and separating man from his necessary place in the community. Philosophers as different in their outlook as Spengler, Max Stirner, Fichte and Hume, will all be found exalting the individual and his sensations and the individual and his private property as the criterion of reality and the key to the understanding of the universe. But the reactionary elements in individualistic bourgeois thought emerge most clearly in our own epoch, in which the contradictions of capitalism have been sharpened to the limit, the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolutions. The concealed laws and connections of the capitalist system can be actually disclosed and known only from an anti-capitalist proletarian point of view. When human society is really understood and capitalism is revealed as one of its necessary forms of development, the class struggle is seen to be the basis of its movement, of its progress into a new and higher form. From this point of view, which was that of Marx, the laws of the rise and fall of capitalism, of the movement of the proletariat and of the proletarian revolution are revealed. From the standpoint of Marx, the revolutionary destruction of capitalism has become historically necessary, and also the building up under conditions of proletarian dictatorship of a socialist society, of a collectivized society. In distinction from other oppressed classes, the proletariat goes through the grim school of large-scale capitalist production. This form of exploitation and the struggle against it train the proletariat in habits of joint social work and create the possibility of party political solidarity and organization. The proletariat is the only class that is able, logically and finally, to struggle against capitalist exploitation and private property in the means of production, against the actually existing irrationality and mystification of the practice of capitalism. Only that class among the oppressed classes which has been taught, united, disciplined, tempered by decades of industrial conflict, which has assimilated all the culture of urban, industrial large-scale capitalism, and which has the ability and determination to defend, to preserve and further develop these achievements, to make them accessible to all the people, to all workers. Only that class which knows how to endure all the burdens, torments, misfortunes, great sacrifices that are inevitably laid by history on whosoever breaks away from the past and courageously opens up for himself a road to a new future. Only that class which has passed through the hardening school of toil and knows how to inspire with respect for his labor every working man, every honorable man. Only such a class can destroy the classes which it supersedes by its own dictatorship. Lenin, as we see, in his approach to the question of the independent class movement of the proletariat, attributes great importance to the character of the work of the proletariat under capitalism. The working class in the conditions of capitalist production is the greatest productive force. The proletariat is the immediate producer in bourgeois society. It is their activity and not that of the capitalist that transfers itself to and comes into unity with the material object. The conditions of large-scale capitalist industry foster in the revolutionary class such habits of approach to the object as are not possible to the capitalist, whose basic motive of action is exchange value and its increase. Therefore only the ideologies of the working class can work out a logical materialistic attitude towards the object, towards those actual processes in which the proletariat itself takes part as a producing force. The dialectical point of view towards material actuality, as we shall trace in detail further on, has as its most highly developed form the logical revolutionary political struggle of the proletariat, which is directed to the destruction of capitalism. While it is true, as we have seen, that the very character of the activity of the proletariat has already created all the necessary conditions for working out a logical materialistic philosophy of nature and society, we must yet remember that in capitalist society there exists between the worker and the means of labor a severance which is conditioned by the whole economic structure of capitalism. The means and instruments of labor, the private property of the capitalists. The progress of capitalist technique and of industrial organization emerges as a hostile force in relation to the worker, as a force that increases unemployment and exploitation. The social character of labor is itself under capitalism a kind of force foreign to the worker. Marx, for the condition that makes real the social character of labor, of cooperation of workers in the process of material production, is such that the worker only feels it is an external force. Capital makes use of every available means to distort the consciousness of the worker. The bourgeois school, the church, the press make it their task to suppress in the worker his power to oppose capitalism, to foster in him the ideology of the slave who is content in his slavery. In the epoch of imperialism, sections of the workers, because of privileged material conditions, identify their interests with the success of their capitalist masters, and help to spread the ideology of capitalism among the workers. This particularly applies to the trade union and political bureaucracy, which with the spread of democratic institutions is increasingly drawn into the state machinery for the preservation of the existing system, and is therefore led into opposition to the forces making for social change. The bourgeois political education of the workers is being assiduously promoted by every one of the political parties of the bourgeoisie, whose first and radical task is a pitiless struggle against the party of the proletariat, the Communist Party. But the more the contradictions of capitalism deepen and the fiercer becomes the class struggle, so much the more conscious and revolutionary become the working masses, and with still less success can the bourgeoisie apply its methods of deforming and distorting the consciousness of the worker. 4. Pragmatism, bourgeois individualism when it becomes the ideology of monopoly capital, an ideology which is organically at one with the aggressive politics of imperialism, emerges stripped of all disguise. One of the clearest examples of the decay of bourgeois thought is to be found in the pragmatic theory of knowledge, which reduces the whole question to one of practical advantage and the wishes of the individual. For me, says William James, the founder of pragmatism, only that which is practically useful is truth. Truth is not actuality reflected in our thinking, but that which happens to suit the needs and feelings of an individual personality. Such a view is far removed from the conception of knowledge as a reflection of material reality. The British representative of the pragmatist philosophy, Schiller, develops a number of possible definitions of truth. Truth as necessity, as correspondence with an object, as that which is self-evident, as authenticity. All these definitions are from Schiller's point of view only expressions of the different psychical states of the subject. Truth is not arrived at in the process of reflecting material reality by the thought of social man. Truths are created by man. Of the numerous definitions of truth, man selects those which are most suitable to him at a given moment, those which best express his will, his desires and personal interests. Truth is a working hypothesis which has no relationship to the actual development of the material world and always remains merely an hypothesis. The only things with which truth can agree are the personal acts and aspirations of man. Pragmatism means that instead of allowing truth to reflect objective reality whether we like what we see or not, we construct a version that suits our desires and see whether we can maintain it in the face of the facts, for so long as we can do so this version is truth. Thus a financial swindler wishes to persuade his victims, the public, his fellow financiers and the law that his schemes are perfectly honest. He therefore constructs a complete case and puts it about with all the conviction he can muster. It is very much to his interests that it shall be believed. Now according to pragmatism, as long as he can get it believed, it is true. Conformity to fact, according to pragmatism, is no test at all. For after all, what is fact? There are only the facts as they appear to you and me, and very often they appear quite different to you and me, as visitors to the USSR discover. Actually there are no bare facts, there are only human judgments about facts, and judgments are really points of view, not photographs of reality. The only useful evidence is the evidence produced by the financier and in his hands. As we know, the facts come to look quite different, much more innocent than they did in the hands of a suspicious lawyer. Thus Pirandello, in his play You're Right If You Think You Are, gives us two versions of the inaccessible thing as it is, which are quite contradictory and yet each of which can be made to appear as true as the other. You want documentary proofs in order to affirm or deny. I have no use for them, for, in my opinion, reality does not lie in these, but in the mind of these two persons into which I cannot enter unless by that evidence which they themselves give me. Pragmatism was advocated by Papini, the Italian fascist philosopher, and exerted a powerful influence over Mussolini. Under fascist rule, pragmatism means that whatever view of events you can persuade the world to accept as truth. Have supreme confidence in your own version of affairs. Trust your own optimistic presentation. Insist on it. Get it accepted. It is as true as any other. It is the only truth if you can get it believed in preference to any other version of the facts. Whether you are convincing the outside world or your own people, the principle is the same. As long as propaganda keeps the system going because it goes on being believed, your worldview, your Third Reich, your renewed nation, your fiction, is successful, maintains itself, and is therefore true. There is not a country in the capitalist world today in which a great myth has not to be believed in the interests of the status quo. The United States has its great myth, Great Britain and the Empire, the toiling millions of Japan and India. Every myth misrepresents the facts, but every myth holds the masses hypnotized in subjection. Therefore it is true. Hence the immense popularity of pragmatism in a decaying world in which it is not convenient for the masses to know the truth. Truth, pragmatism claims, is what is valuable to the knower. But what is most valuable to a capitalist knower is a successful lie, so that lie is the truth as long as he can get it believed. But it is in opposition to such value determinations of truth that the whole of science has made headway. Enlightenment and criticism mean little more than conscious discrimination against fictions which are merely useful and not true. The scientist has to learn to forego the pleasing and the hopeful hypothesis. Knowledge is a means of adaptation to experience, not in proportion to its pleasantness and hopefulness, but in proportion as it dispels illusions, be they ever so grateful and inspiring. But suppose the class-conscious workers come forward with their own theory and after a revolution impose their ideas on the masses and on the bourgeoisie. Once again we have a theory, this time the Marxian theory, that works. Is it not regarded as true on just the same grounds as the fascist theory? Does it not maintain itself by just the same vicious propaganda? Not in the least. The fascist theory is held to be true only because it works in the sense that by propaganda the system keeps going. The Marxian theory works because it is true, and if it did not work it would not be true. The fallacy is a logical one. Because every true theory works, that is not to say that every theory that works is true. Many false theories work for quite a long time, yet they are not true even while they are working satisfactorily. Marxism is true not because it works in this sense, but because it is always being tested by the facts and because it arises out of the facts. Therefore, for the great mass of the people it is believed not because it is put across by successful propaganda, but because it corresponds with the facts known to the workers. Because as a working hypothesis it is repeatedly verified by social experiment and achievement. Verifying an hypothesis by the test of facts is a very different process from choosing an hypothesis because we like it. An hypothesis is verified by finding out what facts would follow from it, and then looking to the facts to see whether they are as the hypothesis demands. The unfavorable answer is taken as well as the favorable and the hypothesis modified accordingly. Marxism is always being verified by experiment. Fascism presents conceptions that are only believed because the desire to do so outweighs all the factual evidence against them. Pragmatism is the decadent philosophic ideology of imperialism. For the bourgeois of the epoch of imperialism, the objective processes of development, the laws of social history, are something foreign to his personal will, his actions and his interests. At every step of his action he encounters movements of working-class revolutionary action that are strange to him. Crises, the contraction or disappearance of markets. This is where pragmatic philosophy comes to his aid, for it easily proves that crises are not conditioned by active law, that one ought to seek the truth, not in them, but in the practical interests of the agents of the capitalist means of production. Truth is given not in the process of reflecting the object, but in the subject and its personal actions. Only by personal actions based on individual interests is it possible, from the pragmatic point of view, to establish or refute a given truth. About pragmatism, wrote Lenin, the philosophic journals say just about everything. Pragmatism ridicules metaphysics and materialism, and idealism exalts experience and only experience, acknowledges practice as the sole criterion, completely accepts the positivist flux in general, holds that science is not an absolute copy of reality, and happily deduces from all this a God who exists only to serve man's practical aims, only for practice, without any metaphysics, without any reality, beyond the bounds of experience. One pragmatism is one of the extreme forms of bourgeois subjectivism. Only that which helps us and works on us is true for us, says Dewey. Truth is an instrument and not a reflection of the material process, and the theory of truth is the theory of the instrument. Wherefore John Dewey calls pragmatism instrumentalism. Monopoly capitalism has brought to extremity the contradictions of bourgeois society. Attempts to reconcile the demands of individuality with the objective process of actuality on the basis of an adequate reflection of the latter being made less and less frequently. To most bourgeois philosophers of the imperialist epoch, the view that knowledge can be the reflection of the objective process of development appears as something monstrous. Pragmatism has most accurately formulated the turning of bourgeois knowledge away from the attempt to disclose the essence of the contradictions of the objective process of material actuality. We cannot know the actuality of the material world and its internal contradictions, as realities independent of us, say all pragmatists without exception. Knowledge is a working hypothesis, James, an instrument which depends on our interests and advantages, Dewey, on our internal sensation, James. The only thing accessible to us is our practice. Everything that goes beyond is unknowable. 1 Lenin, Volume 13, page 279. Chapter 3, Moments of Knowledge of Actuality. Only by proceeding from material social practice as the basis of the theory of knowledge were Marx, Engels and Lenin able to resolve the problem of the connection of subject and object, to uncover the historical, evolutionary character of that connection. Human knowledge of reality passes in the course of its development through different moments or gradations that mark the comprehension by man of the ever more deep and many-sided connections of the material world. Lenin expounds as follows the movement by which knowledge attains greater and greater depth. At first, impressions, as in a flash, then, something is distinguished, then, ideas of quality are developed, leading to a definition of a thing or phenomenon, and subsequently, ideas of quantity, then study and reflection direct the thought to questions of identity and difference basis essence. All these moments or steps of knowledge are directed from the subject to the object, verify themselves by practice and proceed through this verification to truth, from the direct perception of reality, of sense data, of separate impressions, received by the aid of our senses, man proceeds to the stage of defining a thing and reaching an idea of it, to the disclosure of its connections, the law of its development, and all this he verifies in practice. Among all these different moments of knowledge, the problem of the relation and connection between sense data and idea, between immediate and developed knowledge, the problem of the importance and role of each of these at each stage of knowledge, has occupied a central place in philosophy through the whole course of its history. Even in ancient Greece the question was being raised in a general way, What is truth? Sense perceptions or logos reason? If sense perceptions, then how are we able to make any kind of unity out of their diversity? The question is really this: if by truth we mean that our understanding reflects reality, how can we be sure that it is possible to pass from a number of separate sensations to these general ideas through which we understand? The failure to solve this question led to skepticism and relativism, the admission by the sophists of the absolute relativity of all that exists including our knowledge, to the denial of the reality of movement, the Eleatics, to the construction of idealistic systems, Plato, for whom the sensed, material world is virtually non-existent. In the working out of dialectic as a theory of knowledge, Lenin insistently stressed this problem of the transition of one moment of knowledge to another and the helplessness of pre-Marxian philosophy to solve it. He sees in this failure one of the stumbling blocks of the Greek and also the modern philosophers. Lenin shows that a successful approach to this problem must unite the different streams in the history of philosophy. For example, the sophists with Kant and Mach, Hegel and Plato with Epicurus and Locke. The ancient Greek rationalist Zeno regarded movement as sense truth, but he did not limit himself to the mere admission of this as a fact. He was one of the first in the history of philosophy to show the contradictory aspects of movement, the contradictions of discreteness and continuity, of rest and motion. He was one of the first to set before himself the problem of understanding the connection of these aspects, and in this is his great historical service. But being a metaphysician, he could not comprehend this contradiction in terms of fixed concepts, and therefore as a rationalist came to a denial of the reality of movement, and opposed to it, as to a deception of the senses involving hopeless contradiction, rest and identity, grasped in metaphysical conceptions, as the real essence of things. Lenin formulated Zeno's problem thus: the question is not whether there is such a thing as movement, this is acknowledged as a fact of experience, but how to express it in the logic of fixed concepts. In the history of recent philosophy, the different attempts to solve the question whether scientific knowledge is based on sense experience or reason, give rise to different philosophical movements: sensationalism, empiricism, from the Latin word sensus, the faculty of feeling, and the Greek empiria, experience, and rationalism, from the Latin ratio, reason. Sensationalism was at the basis of the theories of knowledge of the various materialistic schools which emerged in the struggle with medieval scholasticism and with the thoroughgoing rationalism of classic German idealism. These schools were represented by the English philosophers Bacon and Locke, the French materialists of the 18th century and Feuerbach. Nevertheless, from this same sensationalist point of view, philosophers have also been able to draw subjective idealist conclusions. The classic representatives of such sensationalist idealism were Berkeley and Hume. How is it that such a remarkable combination of two sharply opposed philosophies should be found in this common derivation from sensationalism? Special attention must be paid to this problem because it demonstrates clearly that the freezing of any one moment of knowledge and the tearing of it out of its connection with knowledge as a whole in an abstract, metaphysical fashion, serves as a loophole for the idealist, and, in a favorable classed setting, which always helps one or the other party in philosophy and fortifies its conclusions, may be converted into a whole idealistic system. Over what did Berkeley and Hume in our day Mach stumble when they found themselves compelled to deny in one form or another the objectivity of the external world, although they had set out by admitting sensation as the sole source and material of knowledge? The course of the reasoning is as follows: to man are given directly his perceptions, his sensation. They are the only material of knowledge. In the perceptions themselves there is no internal necessary connection. Connection is nothing else than particular combinations of perceptions in the stream of the psychical experiences of the subject. Wherefore any statements about the objectivity of the logical categories causality, interaction, substance, etc. are pure metaphysics reflecting nothing real in the sensed material of knowledge. The logical categories are only schemes which we use for organizing sense data, and for this or the other evaluation of them. But these schemes and this evaluation are entirely subjective. They are subjective first of all in relation to the external world, for which there is no more evidence, from the sensationalist point of view, than there is for, say, the devil, since experience offers evidence for nothing but itself. Secondly, these logical schemes are subjective in relation to the very sense data of knowledge themselves, since they are determined by the peculiar constitution of the subject, i.e. in the last analysis, by the aggregate of the subject's former psychical experiences as well as by the group of sensations on which its attention is now directed. The assertion of materialists, namely that the necessary objective connection between sensed phenomena is confirmed by experience and practice, is an elementary logical mistake, because experience itself, and therefore practice, is nothing other than a mass of psychical experiences, so that its unity and connection are derived not from the external world, but from the mental states themselves. The world of man is limited by its human experience and beyond its bounds. For a positive scientific knowledge, there exists nothing, and so the root error of sensationalism, which has been developed by subjective idealists into a whole philosophic system, consists in this, that it has concerned itself solely with the question of the source and content of knowledge and has left out of account the question of the forms of knowledge and their foundation, in which are expressed the connections arid transitions given in sensed experience itself. Subjective idealists have turned their sense data, in which sensationalism rightly saw the final means of knowledge, into the sole object of knowledge. Proceeding from the ground that every object of knowledge in the last resort appears before us in its sensed form, they have exalted to an absolute, the discreteness, the specific character that belongs to it is a moment, and have in this way deprived the object of every internal necessary connection. For example, to a bored man time seems an eternity, to a cheerful man an instant. To the soldier who goes on the march with fresh powers it is nothing to cover 40 versts, but to the tired man even 2 versts appear to be a big distance. In this way the subjective idealists have returned to the position of the ancient Greek skeptic Protagoras, who said that man is the measure of all things and took away from science its only basis, the objective, law-governed connection of phenomena. Actually, by remaining on the ground of mere sensations, it is impossible to show, for example, that it is not the sun that goes round the earth, but the earth that goes round the sun, that thunder and lightning appear simultaneously and not one after the other. In this way, by contending for the rights of the senses and knowledge, as the sole source of real givenness, by contending against metaphysics, against the lessening of the rights of the senses by willful reason, subjective idealists inevitably arrive at a self-destructive conclusion, at complete disbelief in sense experience, since in effect they have deprived it of its objective content and of those laws which made it rational. Lenin has many times drawn attention to this. Phenomenalists like Mach and company, he says, when they attempt to deal with the question of law and necessity, unavoidably become idealists. The weakness of resting in the moment of simple perception and the kind of idealistic error this involves, is clearly seen in Plekhanov's theory of knowledge. We have in view in the first place, his so-called hieroglyphic theory. Plekhanov borrowed the theory of hieroglyphics principally from the natural scientists, Sechenov and Helmholtz. Helmholtz in particular expresses with remarkable clarity that distrust of all sense experience which springs from the isolation of the perceptual moment of knowledge. He tries to prove that visual perception is completely relative. For example, people perceive the colors of flowers differently. There are even those who suffer from so-called daltonism, to whom violet appears green, yellow, pink, and so on. Indeed, even to the eye of a healthy man an object may appear differently. For instance, if the image of an object falls on the so-called blind spot of the eye, then the man cannot see the object at all. He will see it again only by shifting the retina. From the relativity of our visual perception, Helmholtz concludes that the image of the object in our consciousness is quite unlike the object itself, that it is only a hieroglyph, a symbol, conventional sign, of some object that exists outside our consciousness. We know that this object exists, because we feel its action on us, and only the results of this action can we know, in the opinion of the agnostic, but we never know the object itself, and can never define it. We can only say that to the relations between sensations there are corresponding relations between real objects, and to the changes of sensation there correspond changes in the object, but we shall never be able to know what these objects are and what is the real nature of the changes that go on within them. Engels in his time showed Helmholtz's fundamental mistake to lie in his separation of sensational and logical knowledge. Helmholtz forgets, said Engels, that thought also is united with our eye. This same agnostic theory of correspondence was borrowed by Plekhanov too from those scientists who fell into Kantianism and was adopted by him in place of the Marxist theory of reflection. Later on Plekhanov sought to explain away his mistake by ascribing it to unsuccessful terminology, to the abuse of the term hieroglyph, but continued to hold the theory of correspondence without realizing its Kantian significance. The core of this agnostic error of Plekhanov was shown by Lenin in Materialism and Empirio-criticism. In defense of the hieroglyphic theory against Lenin's criticism, Axelrod came forward declaring that contemporary science also took the same attitude towards the symbolic character of knowledge. But if sensationalism is incapable of showing the validity of the system of scientific laws which underlies the connections and changes of things, can we not turn to the rationalist philosophers who regard the logical working of the mind as the real ground of rational knowledge? Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, the chief representatives of the rationalistic tendency of the philosophy of the 17th century, regarded sense knowledge as something dim and untrustworthy. The task of the true method, in their opinion, is precisely this: to purify knowledge from fluidity, unsubstantiality, and its overload of ephemeral fortuitous appearances which sometimes seem, as it were, to add additional and unreal data to sense knowledge. And so the conclusion to which the rationalists arrive runs as follows: the freer that logical thought is from sensation, the more truly will it reflect the essence of the object. Thus, in absolute knowledge, about which all the rationalists speak as about something attainable by every thinker who possesses the right method, thought finds itself in its own sphere, being perfectly free from all the elements of sensation. Quality of intellect consists, above all, in its complete insulation from sense experience. It stands to reason that by remaining in the sphere of thought itself, rationalists could not explain the development of thought, its ever-deepening comprehension of actuality. Truth, in the teaching of the rationalists, presents a picture of death-like immobility, a grey frozen waste unstirred by a breath of movement. The marks of truly scientific knowledge are, from the rationalist point of view, the generality and necessity of its propositions. By generality is meant applicability to all experienced facts without exception, and by necessity that the minds of all men must compel them to acknowledge such a truth. These are obviously the marks of purely logical knowledge, not the knowledge derived from sense experience. But whence does the rationalist derive his unified system of relationships which according to him underlies the deceptive appearances of things? Why should it be supposed that because these ideas are clear and self-evident, because they form a logically consistent system, they necessarily constitute a true picture of the external world? The classic rationalism of the 17th and beginning of the 18th century does not state these problems in a fundamental manner and does not solve them. It proceeds from an assurance that the order and connection of ideas are the same as the order and connections of things, Spinoza, but does not establish this coincidence in fact. Moreover, attempts to establish it led rationalists to the idea of a predetermined harmony between world and spirit, Leibniz, to an occasionalism that saw in every act of knowledge a miracle, which one could explain only by the constant assistance of divinity to bridge the gulf between consciousness and matter, between the thinking mode and the extended, was beyond the power of Spinoza, who by his teaching of the unity of extension and thought in the one substance approached incomparably nearer than the others to the materialistic solution of the question. Basing themselves on the conviction of a primordial coincidence of the laws of thought and the laws of being, the rationalists saw the task of knowledge thus, to construct by thinking an object in accordance with the laws of thought itself, proceeding each time from clear and evident premises. But the rationalist could base these premises only on other ideas, and ultimately on those ideas which were, in his opinion, the most universal, the most clear, and belonged to every human consciousness. Thus the rationalists proceed to the theory of innate ideas, Descartes, of a priori categories and laws of thought, as the final sources and means of scientific knowledge. But rationalism, in spite of its efforts, could not get away from sense experience. It could neither relegate to sense experience the mere function of setting a task to logical reason, nor dissolve the whole extent of such experiences into logical constructions built up with the aid of a priori ideas. And so Leibniz was compelled to recognize along with truths of reason also truths of fact, i.e. truths of observation and experience. An attempt to overcome the one-sidedness of sensationalism and rationalism was made by Kant, but the ambiguity, the compromising character of Kant's philosophy, declared themselves in his solution of the problem of sensation and reason. The sensational and the logical moment of knowledge do not have, according to Kant's teaching, a common basis. There is no transition between the two. The sensed, in Kant's opinion, arises in consequence of the external action on us of something in itself. The logical has its basis in our thought, which is sundered from the material world. Ideas, according to Kant, do not grow up out of the sensed world, but are already given before it by the a priori categories of reasoning. These grasp, with dead tentacles, the living, multiform, ever-changing material of sensations, but themselves remain fixed. Similarly, the question of the variety and at the same time the unity of scientific knowledge was resolved by Kant not by disclosing the process by which knowledge grew out of experience, or describing the slow transition from the one to the other, not by showing how these two mutually enrich one another, but by setting up the multiplicity of sensation over against the unity of rational knowledge in a thoroughly mechanical way. The defect of the Kantian solution of the problem of the connection between sense data and logical form was demonstrated from the position of dialectical idealism by Hegel. Hegel's fundamental reproach of Kant is this, that the latter wished to learn to swim before getting into the water, that is, he solves the problem of scientific knowledge outside the process of knowledge itself. The new element introduced by Hegel into the solution of the problem is this. He proceeds from the dialectical movement of thought from a lower grade to a higher and on this ground resolves the question of the connection of the sensational and the logical, criticizing the one-sidedness both of empiricism and rationalism. In his Phenomenology of Spirit, Hegel shows the path along which, in his opinion, consciousness travels, raising itself from the level of sensation to the realm of pure thought. It is necessary to remember that this consciousness is conceived by him in a doubly abstract form, separate both from the material carrier of consciousness, and also from social man. But however brilliant was the new approach to this problem made by Hegel, his idealism frustrated his attempt to solve it. Idealistic contempt for the material basis of sensation had as its result this fact, that instead of the logical construction of knowledge actually developing on the basis of working upon the ever richer material given by sensation, the process of the ascent of consciousness to ever higher levels was represented by Hegel as the course of a gradual emancipation or purifying from the sensed. The point at which we may first be said to have reached truth is where we have escaped from sensed concreteness, The connection of the sensed and logical thus appeared in a significant manner to be unreal, since sensation according to Hegel is a necessary accompaniment of only the lowest grades of knowledge. The attempt to restore the importance of the sensed moment of knowledge, which had been pushed into the background ever since the days of French materialism, belongs to Feuerbach. In a vigorous criticism of the abstract Hegelian rationalism, he tried to overthrow the position that only by the help of thought are we able to grasp the connection of the various aspects of the object and make generalizations. Is it possible I see only leaves and not trees also? He writes as against Leibniz. Is it possible there is no sensation of identity, of uniqueness, of difference? Is it possible the law of identity is not at the same time a law of sensation? Is it possible that in the last count this law of thought does not depend on the veracity of sensed contemplation? And in his statement of the question Feuerbach is right. This is how the matter stands. Sensations are not merely raw material, that in an external fashion is in opposition to thought, as the German idealists supposed. On the contrary, they are the starting point of the logical understanding of reality, the connections of the objective world, that are finally reflected in logical ideas. Identity, opposition, causality, necessity, etc., have already been reached in rudimentary form and sense representations. Thus, we observe a known likeness, a difference, we detect sequence of one phenomenon after another, we see how day is replaced by night, we hear that a blow is accompanied by a sound, etc. All this serves as a basis for a mental conclusion about law, causality, the mutual dependence of the different sides of actuality. But Feuerbach, as Marx showed, regards sensation as sensed contemplation in which consciousness is merely made aware of the existence of external objects and is not apprehending them through human activity. But the sensation of the subject is not simply an aggregate of definite physiological acts of perception determined by its bodily organization, but is always only relatively a direct knowledge of the world, since it is the apprehension of an individual in a particular historical situation. The direct perception of actuality at a given stage of social development, by a member of a given class, is affected by the whole of the past experience of society and of that class. In other words, it is not merely perception but apperception. The sensed and the logical, direct perception and apperception, are not different, independent aspects of social knowledge, not distinct stages of it. The difference between them is relative. Direct perception becomes knowledge permeated by past experience, that is to say apperception. Sense knowledge becomes logical knowledge. In its solution of the problem of the sensed and the rational in knowledge, dialectical materialism is equally removed from mechanistic materialism and from idealism, and on this question it wages an irreconcilable struggle on two fronts. Mechanists attribute the rational to sensation. In effect, they see in the rational nothing else than a general representation, within whose vague contours the specific features of the separate sense representations are mutually overlaid. It is the property of truly rational ideas, that grow up out of practice and are confirmed by it, that they represent a working over of the sensed in such a way that in it are reflected all the essential connections of the object. Such a property can never be understood by the mechanists. When the mechanist is confronted by the problem of the development of class consciousness, his attribution of the rational to sensation forces him to deny a qualitative difference between class psychology and class ideology. He will assert an elemental development of class theoretical consciousness as a passive product. He will, it follows, degrade the role of revolutionary theory in the whole theoretical front of class struggle. Nay, more, mechanists like Feuerbach treat human sensation as a physiological function of the organism, as mere reflexes so to speak, and therefore wipe out any distinction between the sense reflection of actuality in a human consciousness and the sensations of an animal. But that is just why they cannot see even in the rational side of human consciousness, in human theoretical thinking, any qualitatively new stage as compared with the germs of instinctive analysis and synthesis that animals possess. That which other mechanists do not openly confess is frankly stated by Zeitlin. He is assured that the statement that animals too have ideas about matter can be shown to be strictly scientific. He seriously analyzes the character of animal philosophy and comes to the conclusion that the Berkeleyan and empirio-critical understanding of matter as an objectivized stable connection of sensations is very near to the animal understanding of matter. However, dialectical materialism regards even the physical basis of human sensation not as something given in a ready-made form with the biological nature of Homo sapiens, but as a quite special product, arising in distinction from merely animal sensations upon the basis of historic social practice. Quite mistaken also is the assertion of rationalistic idealism, which is upheld even by our Menschevist idealists, that the development of social knowledge is only a development of rational knowledge and has nothing to do with sense experience. The development of social knowledge is the development and enrichment of both the sensed or direct form of knowledge and the rational, apperceptive form of knowledge, at the basis of which lies the development of social practice. The new theoretical approach to problems, brought forth by new practice, carries with it a new direct perception of actuality, which grows up out of the same practice. The sensations as well as the ideas of a savage or solo is not to be compared with those of a modern civilized man. His thought and sensation alike are determined by the extremely restricted range and low level of his material practice. 1. The position of the Marx Leninist theory of knowledge in resolving the problem of the sensational and rational moment in knowledge has been shown with extraordinary clearness in the analysis by Marx and Lenin of the formation of the class consciousness of the proletariat. In the elemental period of the workers' movement, we do not yet have on the part of the workers a scientific understanding of actuality. The worker is directly in conflict with the individual capitalist. In his daily disputes with his employer, his experience includes actual details of cruel exploitation, the indignation of separate groups of workers, their mutual assistance, acts of treachery, etc. All these facts are accepted and interpreted by him, not as by a naked physiological individuum, but in large measure from the standpoint of the petty bourgeoisie, whose entrance into the ranks of the workers was the historic source of the education of the prole. One anthropology has even established on a basis of actual measurement that savages possess no special acuity of vision or smelltariat. At this stage his direct knowledge appears mainly as naught else than the prejudices of a petty bourgeois. Many of the facts of capitalist exploitation that the worker has observed he is inclined to ascribe to the personal qualities of his own employer. The employer, in the consciousness of the worker at this period, emerges as distinct from the class of capitalists as a whole, just as the worker does not realize himself as also part of a whole, the proletariat. The different aspects of capitalist reality do not yet emerge in the consciousness of the worker as manifestations of a class antagonism running through the whole of society, but as chance things with no interconnection. To this very stage of the development of proletarian consciousness, in which the world of actuality emerges still in its primitive, formless indefiniteness, there correspond in the development of theory different forms of pre-scientific socialism, including also utopian socialism, the immediate predecessor of scientific socialism. Such fantastic pictures of future society, painted at a time when the proletariat is still in a very undeveloped state and has but a fantastic conception of its own position, correspond with the first instinctive yearnings of that class for a general reconstruction of society. Marx, however, even at that stage in the consciousness of the proletariat there is already something which makes possible the transition to a scientific understanding, to a complete, connected synthesis of the facts. This is found in the ideas derived from and actually reflecting the worker's experience of collisions with his employer. It is such ideas that make it possible to escape from the limitations of disconnected experiences, for they reflect the objective relations of concrete reality, even though they may do so in a distorted fashion. To develop these ideas so that they scientifically explain their objective content, the concrete experience of the worker must be permeated by the knowledge derived from the world, historic practice of mankind, by all the cultural thought and knowledge of his century, knowledge of the complex capitalist actuality, which includes in itself the sum of the development of all the foregoing history of mankind, requires generalization so wide as to be beyond the range of separate groups of the proletariat, taking into consideration their situation in capitalist society, and far beyond the bounds of their immediate circle of vision. Such a theoretical expression of the whole experience of the workers' movement on the basis of an inspired generalization of the movements and tendencies of world historical development, on the basis of all the positive attainments of all human culture, was given by the creators of scientific communism. It was they who raised the consciousness of the workers to the level of the class scientific theory. Just in so far as the workers accept the Marx-Leninist theory, so is the conflict between the objective content of their experience and the form in which that content is understood entirely removed. Different disconnected experiences, which grasp only the surface appearance of things, fortuitous external connections between concretely existing facts, which make the given material stage of consciousness rudimentary in relation to more rational forms, receive a necessary, stable character. Every different fact of class struggle appears now as part of a whole system of social relationships. The wholeness, the survey of all the facts in their universal mutual dependence, the simultaneous grasping of the many sides, is just that which characterizes the scientific knowledge, one that reflects reality and distinguishes it from the direct perception of the object. This characteristic of the understanding of an object has been many times stressed by the exponents of dialectical materialism. It reveals rational knowledge as a higher grade of reflection of the material world, in comparison with the direct apprehension of it in sensations and representations. Thus, speaking of value, Marx says wittily, the reality of the value of commodities thus resembles Mistress Quickly, of whom Falstaff said, man knows not what to have her. This reality of the value of commodities contrasts with the gross material reality of these same commodities, the reality which is perceived by our bodily senses, in that not an atom of matter enters into the reality of value. We may twist and turn a commodity, this one actually all really exhaustive knowledge is thus characterized in our thoughts. We take a single thing out of its singleness and turn it into a particularity, and this latter into a generality. That is, we find infinity, the eternal in the transitory angles, anti-during way in that, as a thing of value it still remains unappreciable by our bodily senses. One that is, you can see and touch the material envelope of different commodities but not their value, not the universal connection between the owners of commodities, not capitalism as a whole. The same thought concerning the deeper reflection of actuality in ideas is expressed by Lenin, Speaking of the reflection of movement in consciousness, movement of 300,000 kilometers per second he says is difficult for us to represent, but we can understand that light moves at such a speed. In another place, developing the idea of the dialectical connections of the various aspects of the material world in relation to their mutual transition one to another, Lenin writes, the usual representation grasps the difference in contradiction, but not the transition from one to the other, and that is very important, and further, reason sharpens those differences which do not prevent ultimate reconciliation, i.e. the simple diversity of the appearance of things. It does not reveal irreconcilable differences, final contradictions. How important is the thought of the development of understanding as a deepening of knowledge, as a new qualitative moment in the knowledge of an object, can be seen from this, that Engels in his criticism of the Kantian agnostic theory of hieroglyphics, uses this new conception of knowledge as one of the essential arguments against Helmholtz. As we know, Engels saw that the fundamental mistake of Helmholtz lay in his forgetting that thought is united with our eyes. The uniting is as follows: the organ, in this case the eye, responsible for the sense data, which actually emerge in connected form, discloses something more than can be grasped by the eye alone. The uniting of thought, of which Engels speaks, can by no means be understood mechanistically. Generalizations are not developed in any external fashion in relation to the sensed material of knowledge, but they are eyes and are developed insofar as the investigator masters his data, equipped as he is with ideas derived from the many-sided, sensed experience of mankind, and insofar as he is permeated by that experience. The question of the transition of experience into rational knowledge, of the preservation of sense experience in the latter, 1 Marx, Capital, Volume 1, page 17, which occupies a most important place in the dialectical theory of knowledge, was first faced by Feuerbach, who criticized what he called the drunken speculation of Hegel. Hegel, although he was often formally correct in his treatment of the inherent connection of sense data and reason, did not understand the basis of that connection, which remained for him therefore a fortuitous one. Thought is nothing else than sensations connectedly read, says Feuerbach. Why then was he unable to find a complete solution of the problem of the relation of sense knowledge to reason? The matter stands thus: even the very smallest generalization or mental conclusion is a certain activity of the subject. The movement of knowledge in the direction of ever deeper connection supposes an active, operative relationship of the subject to its object. By defining representations, ideas, as a mirror-like reflection of the object in consciousness, the Marx-Leninist theory of knowledge is only seeking to stress the material nature of the object and the reflection of its real aspects in representations. But from this mirror-like element in reflection, it by no means follows that human consciousness, like a lifeless reflecting surface, mirrors only that which immediately stands in front of it, nor that our consciousness, like a material mirror, always and in the same way reflects objects according to some immutable laws of its own, and consequently gives, at any given point, either absolute truth or absolute falsehood. By drawing such conclusions from the theory of reflection, opponents of the Marx-Leninist philosophy, such as Max Adler, have either deliberately or inadvertently distorted it. Like Axelrod, they forget that this reflecting knowledge is an active moment of historical, evolutionary, social practice. The practice of man, by repeating itself millions of times, is fortified in consciousness by the figures of logic, says Lenin concerning the actual historic basis of the so-called eternal forms of logical thought. Of course, being the exponent of contemplative materialism, and not understanding practical action, Feuerbach was quite unable to solve the problem of exactly how the sense data are synthesized, just how ideas come into existence. He could only state that which required explanation, but thence flows the perversity of his whole position. Not being able to resolve the question of how this change took place, he had no notion of what it consisted in. To put it simply, instead of explaining the uniqueness of logical thought, as a higher stage of knowledge of the material world which contains sense knowledge within itself as one of its moments and depends upon it, Feuerbach reduces logical knowledge to the level of elementary sensations. As regards the German idealists, they could never solve this problem because they persisted in treating both the subject and its activity idealistically. The Hegelian understanding of dialectic as a theory of knowledge is nothing else than the disclosure of the immanent process of the enrichment of knowledge on the basis of the activity of thought. The German idealists, by endowing only thought itself with activity, could not resolve the problem of the transition of the sensed to the logical, since the sensed itself was understood by them as a derivative from the logical and as possessing no basis of its own. A philosophical system, in which the sensed is regarded as something external and foreign to the logical, where all the independence of the material of sensations vanishes into pure thought, was naturally incapable of finding the way out. That can only be done if the subject is regarded as the materialistic but at the same time organic center of an active process which indissolubly unites sensation and thought. This activity of the social subject is, however, the same thing as the material practice of social man. In this we have the sensuous apprehension of the world of objects by purposeful, directed action, an apprehension which thus includes a reasoned relationship to surrounding reality. It is this concrete human sensuous activity that Marx opposed to the purely ideal activity of German philosophy, a rational relation to the object, as a moment of sensuous human activity. distinguishes a social man's perception of the surrounding world from the passive perception of it proper to an animal. Animals passively perceive material actuality by passively adapting themselves to the surrounding environment. Man actively confronts it. This contradiction also finds its expression in purpose, which characterizes man's relation to the external world. Everyone knows the dictum of Marx on that form of labor which appertains exclusively to man. It is this, that in contradistinction to animals, man not only changes the form of that which has been given by nature, but also realizes at the same time his own conscious aim, which, like a law, defines the means and character of his actions and to which he is compelled to subordinate his will. And the further this or that stage of social development stands away from the period when man was still only an animal, the sharper is the distinction, and the more complete the conscious direction of his action. Instinctive man does not draw distinctions in nature. The conscious man distinguishes categories, which are the very essence of that process of distinction which is knowledge itself, which are, as it were, the knots of a net that assists man to apprehend and master reality. This same activity of thought, which is a moment in the general practical relationship of man to the surrounding world, has been turned into something self-sufficient by the German idealists. In actuality, both the conscious aim of action and the understanding of the material conditions of its realization are included in the process of social practice, are brought forth by it and evolve on its basis. The recurrence in practice of various phenomena with which man comes into contact, the reproduction of phenomena, the substitution of one object for another, the union of very different objects and the reproduction of conditions of social life, etc. All these create the basis for generalizations. Conclusions. Engels points out that the notion of the causal connection of phenomena, which expresses the objective connection of various aspects of the material world, arose from the very fact of man's active changing of nature by his activity. Man, by reproducing the conditions necessary for the occurrence of any given phenomenon, by acting upon one phenomenon and thereby evoking from it another, often something not previously met in relation to the first phenomenon, rises to the level of an understanding of causal relations. We not only find, he writes, that after a known movement there follows another movement, we also find that we are in a position to reproduce that movement by creating the conditions in which it issues in nature. We find too that we are in a position to evoke movements which are not even to be met with in nature, or at least, are not met with in the precise form, and that we can give to these movements such characteristics and quantities as we may decide on beforehand. Thanks to this, thanks to the action of man, there is created the notion of causality, the notion that one movement is the cause of another. Sensuous human activity increases with the development of the instruments of production, with the perfecting of technical devices, by the aid of which the further study of objective processes is made possible. The instruments of production assist the extension of the reality apprehended by the senses, by lengthening the human arm, by perfecting man's eyes and ears, the microscope, the telescope, the most accurate measuring instruments, etc., assist in the enrichment of sensed material, in the human perception of the surrounding world, and by this means create a basis for ever wider and deeper generalizations. The whole development of social historic practice, taken in all its moments, creates a basis for theoretical generalizations. For example, one can take the development of socialistic revolution, which draws millions into political struggle and creates in the minds of millions of people premises for the Marx-Leninist understanding of reality, and the more revolutionary practice spreads and the deeper the historic crises in which the contradiction and connections of reality emerge ever more starkly, so much the wider is the possibility of a right understanding of the object. That possibility is not realized fundamentally without the previous mastery of the whole store of knowledge that has been accumulated by man. The analysis of the different stages in the development of social practice shows incontrovertibly that the depth and width of the theoretic generalizations that correspond to that stage are indissolubly and organically connected with the wealth of the factual world, as comprehended in direct experience at the given stage. Theory and practice interact with one another. Were there no hypotheses, no scientific generalizations, no theoretical plan behind the creating of a telescope, there would not be one, and there would be no possibility of widening the field of sensed vision. Without a development of our understanding of the objective world in practice, there would be no refinement of hearing or taste, no trained eye, which detects the finest shades and modulations of colors. Compel a man who is of a primitive level of culture to listen to a symphony, and he will grasp nothing in it except a chaos of sounds that deafens and confuses him. A sharp contrast is presented by the hearing of a musician, who can detect the plan of musical development in the symphony and the function of every note in the harmonious whole. The senses of man develop and are perfected along with the development of social historic practice, the index of whose stage of development is the ability to generalize, and the level of theoretic thought. They have, therefore, a deeply historic character. Marx, in attacking Feuerbach's physiological, anti-historical understanding of sensation, emphasizes that the education of the five senses is the product of universal history. A needy man, full of care, says Marx, is not able to understand a very beautiful composition. The dealer in minerals sees only their money value, not the beauty or the special character of the minerals. He has no mineralogical sense. The historic character of the five senses is determined by the level of development of human history, by the concrete practice of social man. Marx stresses the gulf that lies between the senses of a savage and of a man in a higher stage of evolution. The senses of a man of primitive society are, in his opinion, to be radically distinguished from the senses of man as contemporary with the epoch of capitalism. Practice, by its creation of the unity and mutual conditioning of the sensed and the logical moments of knowledge, is, at once, a verification of the correctness of both of them, and a measure of the truth of knowledge as a whole. In this same verification there is realized in its turn the mutual transition of the sensed and the logical, and we notice that the verification of any theory, the transformation of it into life, is at the same time a creation of a new objectivity that is now accessible to direct perception. Practice is the crown and completion of the ideal and, as such, unites in itself both the moment of universality, attainable at once by reason, and the great diversity of sensed material. Practice, Lenin emphasizes, is higher than theoretical knowledge, because it has not only the property of generality, but also direct actuality. In this completion of the ideal is shown the objective content of the latter. Ideas have as their basis human action, the attribute of man alone. They give him his uniqueness, since they have no place in any other forms of the movement of matter. The transformation of scientific theory into life, and the possibility, on its basis, of uniting and dissociating the different forms of movement of the material world, that are found outside the human head, and of manipulating them according to previously formed aims. These disclose the close connection of theory with objectivity. Chapter 4. The Doctrine of Truth. Marx and Lenin call objective truth that in our knowledge which depends neither on the subject, nor on man, nor on society. The question of objective truth occupies a central place in the Marx-Leninist theory of knowledge. Plekhanov, because of his failure to understand this question of objective truth, stumbled, with his hieroglyphic theory and his belief in objective reality, into the paths of agnosticism and idealism. Lenin's attitude was always unusually guarded, and he was careful to check the least tendency to deviate from an objective view of truth, holding that it led inevitably to subjectivism and agnosticism. As an example of his irreconcilable hostility to such deviations, we may refer to his comments on Bukharin's Economics of the Transition Period. Bukharin speaks of considering certain elements in the productive progress from a particular point of view, from which they are theoretically interesting. Lenin's marginal comments run, the wrong expressions, solecism, subjectivism. The point lies not in who considers, to whom it is interesting, but in that which is, independent of human consciousness. This insistence on the independence of the external world from human consciousness is the principle that distinguishes the dialectical materialist from the subjectivist in his attitude to objective truth. For Bogdanov, the objectivity of a thing has only one meaning: its general significance. The objective character of the physical world, says Bogdanov, lies in this, that it exists not for me personally, but for everybody, and has for everyone a definite significance, which I am assured is just the same as it is for me. The objectivity of the physical order is its general significance, as we see from the foregoing. Bogdanov means by objectivity the coincidence of representations in the consciousness of a number of co-men, and only that. Thus he denies a purely concrete objectivity of nature, i.e. its independence of man and of human existence. The Bogdanovian principle of general significance sets the objectivity of the material world wholly independent on the subject, as a result of which the distinction between science and superstition seems to be obliterated. This last point is sharply stressed by Lenin, who declares that it can be said of any religious belief you like that it possesses general significance, because even today it may be found that a great part of mankind cling to it. The other character of objective truth, according to Bogdanov, is that it is connected with social organization, but this too, in Lenin's opinion, relates it to almost any form of social superstition. Although not materialists, the neo-Kantians also accept the objectivity of knowledge. The favorite boast of these neo-Kantians, whom we find in the ranks of reformist socialism, is that they are thoroughly scientific in their study of objective reality. Moreover, this objectivity of scientific understanding is, in their opinion, given not from its correspondence with an object independent of the subject, but by a unity of the logical categories and by the common possession by all subjects of a simple supersubjective consciousness. In distinction from this interpretation, scientific truth for materialists is defined as a concordance of ideas and of objective reality, which is copied, photographed and reflected by our sensations, while existing independent of them. However, a logical attainment of objective truth together with the power to carry the materialistic principle into life is not reached merely by granting that an object independent of human consciousness exists. It is necessary to disclose the object in all its concreteness and fullness, in the light of all its connections and relations, and in all its aspects, the aggregate of all the aspects of a phenomenon, their actuality and their mutual dependence. That is the source of truth, Lenin points out, taking into account all the aspects of an object and their mutual relationships, the determination of the place and role of each one of them, the reckoning of the multiform connections of the given object with its surroundings, the displaying of the object in its development, with an exposition of the source of its self-movement, of those chief basic contradictions, from the overcoming of which development and forward movement ensue, the detection of the uniqueness of the forms in which the essential contradictions express themselves and appear, the disclosure of the elements of the new content that lie in the old, the struggle of the new content with the old form, These are some of the aspects of really concrete experience to which Lenin directs our attentions in the search for objectivity, on the basis of contemplative materialism, which deals only with the surface of phenomena. All kinds of distortions and perversions of objective truth are possible. For example, the materialism of Kautsky and his disciples stops short with a simple statement of what meets the eye. It ignores underlying contradictions and the necessity for discerning what is basic and essential in the phenomenon from what is secondary. The result is that the different aspects of the object emerge before the knower with but a single meaning, and facts are equated without regard to the differences underlying their unity. It is materialism of this sort that fails to understand the true meaning of capitalism because by dwelling only on the surface it ignores the ever-strengthening basic contradictions. It ignores the class struggle which is the determining factor in the actual development of capitalism. A similar distorted understanding of truth lies at the base of all opportunism. For example, in stating the general contradiction between evolving capitalism and the feudalistic order in the period of the Revolution of 1905, the Menshevists excluded from their analysis the revolutionary activity of the proletariat and of the peasantry excluded the very thing which promotes and resolves the self-creative contradictions of social development. Lenin often reproached Plekhanov for right-wing tendencies due to his love of abstractions. This is what Lenin wrote in a note on the second project of Plekhanov's program for the Second Party Congress. The general and basic defect of this project, which makes it unacceptable, is this: it is not a program of a practical fighting party but a mere voicing of principles. It is rather a program for students, especially in the very important part that is devoted to the characteristics of capitalism and for that matter elementary students. A program in which capitalism in general is discussed, not even Russian capitalism when facts or aspects of reality are considered discretely and out of relation with one another. The ground is prepared for an arbitrary selection of facts and subsequent grouping of them to support some theory. But the real situation can only be known if the facts are seen in their actual relations, if the whole complex is examined as it is found. It is just the failure to do this that led to the subjective distortion of events by the representatives of the Second International in the war period of 1914, when the imperialist, predatory character of the war was obscured by sophisms about the freeing of oppressed nationalities, about the aggressor, about the right of every worker to defend his country. In these sophisms the particular covered the general, the fortuitous was set in the place of the law determined, forgery was covered by the name of Marx. They cited the fact that Marx and Engels in the period of the wars of the 50s also stood on the side of one of the belligerent countries. They forgot that the national wars of that period were wars in which the progressive bourgeoisie was fighting against feudalism. Eclecticism and sophistry of this sort are common in our day and form an instrument frequently used to distort objective reality and conceal it from the workers. How often do we hear it said that it does not matter of what sort a dictatorship is, whether bourgeois or proletarian, that a dictatorship is a dictatorship. It is a subjective hodgepodge when Kautsky, Trotsky and others with them declare that the new business methods of Soviet industry are a return to the capitalist methods of economy, that socialist competition is the resurrection of capitalist methods of competitive struggle between producers for the stimulation of their initiative. Whence it follows that any abstract, lifeless, contemplative understanding of objective truth so far from contradicting subjectivism and arbitrariness, leads inevitably to them. Suppose then that we are careful to take full account of the moving, complex nature of reality. Can it be said that the fulfillment of this very important requirement guarantees a complete disclosure of objective truth at once, finally, and without mistake? In other words, do we grasp objective truth in all its completeness, or is its attainment a difficult, tortuous path pregnant with errors, with delusions and fantastic divagations? It is characteristic of most metaphysicians that they should fail to comprehend that the reflection of truth is an historic process. By admitting the absolute immutability of all that exists, including also truth itself, they hold that our ideas straightway grasp the object just as it is. The categories, which they use in this metaphysical fashion, are in their opinion eternal. Thus, for instance, the English economists, the forerunners of Marx, Adam Smith, Ricardo, considered the category capital as an absolute reflection of the relationship between people in the whole course of human history, beginning with primitive times and ending with bourgeois society. The researches of Marx, from the standpoint of the new social class, disclosed the complete futility of this metaphysical understanding of capitalism. Hegel's attempt in his idealistic system to express absolute knowledge is also metaphysical in this sense. In most branches of scientific knowledge, natural science, history, philosophy, philology, psychology, there is no room for the metaphysical conception of absolute truth. The more scientific knowledge develops, the more obvious to everyone is the worthlessness of all claims to the attainment of absolute scientific truth at whatever stage. The old doctrine of the immutability of the species of plants and animals in the biological field has been for a long time discredited. The theory of phlogiston in chemistry has been replaced by that of Lavoisier. In the physical field, the atomic theory has been replaced by the electronic. Indestructibility of the chemical elements has been disproved. In art and literature, one school gives place to another. In the field of philology, the doctrine of an ancient Indo-European language underlying all others has been refuted. The falsity of the theory of the immutability and eternity of capitalist society, which is still even now preached by bourgeois historians, has not only been shown theoretically, but has been confirmed by the whole practice of proletarian dictatorship, the practice of constructing the basis of a classless society. In the field of philosophy, the old metaphysical view of the world has been settled not by the science of the universal laws of the development of nature, of society and human thought, dialectical materialism. Indeed, the latter, the most scientific reflection of actuality, is itself all the time being enriched and developed on the basis of our experience in the construction of socialism as well as by the latest discoveries of the different sciences. The Marxian theory of scientific socialism has been enriched by the Leninist doctrine of imperialism as the final decaying stage of capitalism. Marx's position on proletarian dictatorship has been developed and made concrete by Lenin, Stalin and the party as a whole. But if the matter stands thus with scientific knowledge, if every theory in its time grows old and yields place to another, then are not those philosophers right who hold positions which, at first glance, are utterly contrary to our theory of absolute truth? Are not Bogdanov, Mach and other bourgeois philosophers, the pragmatists, the intuitivist Bergson right when they assert a merely relative truthfulness for our knowledge, and its absolute conditionality? The doctrine that regards knowledge as absolutely mutable, as deprived of any stability whatever, is not new. Such views were defended by schools of sophists and skeptics even in ancient Greece. In the new philosophy of relativism, the admission of nothing more than the relativity of processes, we witness the resurrection of Hume. Followers of Mach have exalted relativism as one of the basic principles of their world outlook. Petzold, for instance, holds that even Hume with his ideas has come to grief, by not finding his way to a systematic relativism. In him, as in his predecessor Hobbes, we find, he writes, only certain germs of relativism. It is Ernst Mach and Averroes who have revealed again this deeply buried truth and exalted it to the position of the main factor in their world outlook. The relativists assert that relative truth quite excludes absolute truth. The yesterday of our knowledge is not like the today not like the tomorrow, the past is not contained in the present at all. The present is in no degree connected with the future. All causal or rational succession in the evolution of scientific knowledge is denied. Such a viewpoint denotes nothing but subjective idealism and a complete denial of objective truth. This relativist understanding of truth is much used by subjective idealism in its conflict with materialism in the theory of reflection. How is it possible, say relativists, to assert that we reflect in our consciousness an object, if the whole history of knowledge shows that what yesterday we held to be the truth appears today as utter illusion? We must always be prepared, they assert, for any new scientific fact to expose all the illusions and errors of what is today's understanding of actuality. And, in general, the relativist continues, are we capable of attaining any degree of absolute knowledge if the instrument of knowledge, our senses and our apparatus of perception, is itself defective? Can man attain to the infinite, the unlimited, when he possesses 5 limited senses? Is it possible in the material of sensations, which is extraordinarily variable and transitory, to apprehend the constant, the law-directed? Is it possible to see firm contours in the variegated impressions that glitter in front of man? How can one speak of the objective grasping of an object if our sensations are utterly subjective and carry the stamp of that individual to whom they belong? How can we speak of a scientific reflection of an object or the development of science, when even in the same epoch, at the same stage of the evolution of knowledge, every man has his own opinion, his own perception? What seems beautiful to one may appear to others as the extremity of shapelessness and ugliness. What pleases one disgusts another. Here we see how the uprooting of sense experience from practice, in its widest sense, is responsible for relativism. Man is the measure of things, such as the conclusion the relativist arrives at when he denies all possibility of reaching the objectively true, the real, the eternal in what is transitory, and in principle sees no distinction between the true and the false. On the basis of such a view, truth and error, objective fact and illusion, scientific knowledge and superstition emerge as equally valid. By breaking down the wall of division between truth and error, relativism is driven into pure superstition. A number of modern physicists have yielded to this strange aberration and as a result have lapsed into idealism, into confessing the complete relativity of scientific knowledge. They have taken the breakdown of the older notions of the physical structure of matter to justify their abandonment of all scientific belief in the reality of matter, of energy, of space and time. The epistemological basis of such views is the isolation and exaggeration of one aspect of human knowledge, the fact that it is limited. This fact results firstly from the reflection of the unlimited by limited subjects and secondly from the dependence of every theory on the limits set by the historic development of social practice. The inevitable incompleteness of reflection, of every theory of objective truth, the possible errors in it, are declared by the relativists to be a proof of the complete subjectivity of any scientific theory. and any attempt to see in the truths of science the reflection of a reality independent of man is held by them to be entirely vain. It would give a false picture if in our analysis of modern relativism we dwelt only on its philosophical errors and omitted to point out that it provides a convenient theoretical justification of the flight from a reality and the class struggle. Relativism is also very much in accordance with the world outlook of the bourgeoisie, who are limited by the horizon of the present moment and who recoil in dread before any attempt to understand the future scientifically. Relativism in our time offers certain advantages in the struggle with dialectical materialism. It is no longer any use to attack it from the standpoint of the older and discredited metaphysics. Everything that is happening, the rapid development of science, the revolutionary changes in society, the upheavals brought about by socialist construction, all these show to every worker that reality is in process of change, and this is the basis of a materialistic dialectic. But relativism enables the bourgeois philosophers to draw a different conclusion and to conceal, behind the appearance of admitting change and development, a denial of the objectivity of the material world and a refusal to take part in the struggle for its actual and revolutionary change. From all this we see that the relativism which seemingly contends so zealously with the old metaphysics for the admission of movement and change is in essence a variety of that same metaphysics. Actual change can be understood only when we regard the different moments or stages of development as organically connected with each other, as a continuation of each other. When in our understanding of the connection and succession of the moments of movement we proceed from a single basis or from one source of movement, but this is just what the relativists will not allow. If we argue relatively, then Marx's doctrine, for instance, has no connection whatever either with English bourgeois political economy, or with utopian socialism, or with German idealistic dialectic, or French materialism. But in actuality this is not so. Marxism included in itself all that was absolutely true in the content of the three sources, discarding their distortions and errors, i.e. essentially remaking them from the viewpoint of the new revolutionary class and on the basis of the new historic data. A number of modern bourgeois physicists have lapsed into idealism because by accepting the electronic theory of the construction of matter they thought they were compelled to deny the existence of atoms. Lenin showed that the electronic theory of the construction of matter is only a further deepening of our representation of the development of physical matter, that the old representation also contained a moment of absolute truth. From the point of view of relativism, science each time begins from the beginning, with a complete denial of all preceding views. From the dialectical point of view, which rests on the actual history of scientific knowledge, each new stage of science stands on the shoulders of its predecessor and includes in itself all the absolute truth that lay in the former. The Leninist dictum that the proletariat should master the old bourgeois culture is built on the very admission that in bourgeois culture, in comparison with the preceding formations, there is contained a very rich reflection of absolute truth. The proletariat therefore can build its own proletarian culture, and advance it beyond the development of all human culture so far attained, only by critically mastering and working over all that is positive in bourgeois culture. The Leninist attitude to proletarian culture and its relationship to bourgeois culture is opposed firstly to Bogdanov's attempt to abandon bourgeois culture and create an entirely new proletarian culture, and secondly to Trotsky's acceptance of bourgeois culture as absolute and final and his conclusion that socialist culture can be left to grow by itself as best it can. It is because of this very sequence of the successive grades of scientific knowledge that science can evolve. Knowledge advances by the road of contradiction. It is accompanied by errors, by deviations from the direct attainment of its object. The external appearance of things for a time hides the true content of objects from the eyes of the seeker. Thus when first we look at merchant capitalist society, the relations between people are hidden by the relations between things. But the practical mastery of the material world tears away the covering of appearance from the objects of investigation, rectifies error by transforming into actuality the true objective content of knowledge, and purges science of the illusory, scientific experience, which is handed over by one generation to the next, and is each time enriched by some new scientific discovery, is all the time increasing the possibility of an adequate knowledge of the objective world. The experience of industrial practice, the traditions of revolution, scientific discoveries, the store of ideas, are handed over from one epoch to the next and ever more deeply disclose the infinite possibilities of human thought. In the unlimited advance of human history, at every new step of its development there is a fuller, richer, more diverse revelation of the absolute content of the material world, which content, though confined within historically limited ideas, is nevertheless absolute truth. The progressive advance of human thought, the law-governed connection of its different stages, were guessed in an inspired manner by Hegel, who criticized both the metaphysical view of knowledge, which admits only the eternity of truths, and relativism. In his Phenomenology of Spirit he characterizes the succession of philosophic systems in the following words: the more the ordinary mind takes the opposition between true and false to be fixed, the more is it accustomed to expect either agreement or contradiction with a given philosophical system, and only to see the one or the other in any explanation about such a system. It does not conceive the diversity of philosophical systems as the progressive evolution of truth, rather it sees only contradiction in that variety. The bud disappears when the blossom breaks through, and we might say that the former is refuted by the latter. In the same way, when the fruit comes, the blossom may be explained to be a false form of the plant's existence, for the fruit appears as its true nature in place of the blossom. These stages are not merely differentiated, they supplant one another as being incompatible with one another, but the ceaseless activity of their own inherent nature makes them at the same time moments of an organic unity, where they not merely do not contradict one another, but where one is as necessary as the other, and this equal necessity of all moments constitutes from the outset the life of the whole. 1. But, for Hegel, the inevitable development which gives rise to these different ideas and successive systems arises from a merely logical unfolding, so that they are revealed finally as only moments of the absolute idea. For dialectical materialists, the unity of relative and absolute truth is based on the limitless development of social historic practice, in which the systematic connections of the material world are disclosed. The dialectical doctrine of the identity of relative and absolute truth makes it possible to avoid any subjectivism, agnosticism, or skepticism, which arise on the basis of either relativism or of a metaphysics which asserts the absoluteness of truth. 1 Hegel, Phenomenology of Spirit, Preface. From the viewpoint of modern materialism, i.e. Marxism, writes Lenin, the limits of the approach of our knowledge to objective absolute truth are conditioned historically, but the existence of that truth is unconditioned. The fact that we approach to it is unconditioned. The contours of the picture historically conditioned, but the fact that this picture depicts an objectively existing model is unconditioned. In a word, every ideology is historically conditioned, but the fact that to every scientific ideology, as distinct, for example, from the religious, there corresponds objective truth, absolute nature is unconditioned. You will say, this distinction of relative and absolute truth is indeterminate. I answer to you, it is just indeterminate enough to prevent the turning of science into a dogma in the bad sense of that word, into something dead, frozen, shackled, but at the same time it is determinate enough to keep aloof in the most resolute and irrevocable fashion from fideism and agnosticism, from philosophic idealism and from the sophisms of the followers of human Kant. The conditionality, the relativity of every different step of knowledge of actuality, and only in these successive stages is absolute truth disclosed, are engendered by the limitations that are proper to each given stage of social practice and dictate our notions of the object. Wherefore thought is not able finally to grasp truth as a whole. The inevitable and necessary abstractions of thought may cause it to lose touch with actuality. Its limitations will necessarily contain the possibility of error. The failure to understand that the given historical conditions will be superseded at a higher stage of historic development has brought those who did not master dialectic, Kantians and Machists, to a complete denial of objective truth. This problem, i.e. the problem of unknowableness, of the thing in itself, writes Engels, can have a certain sense. We can attain knowledge only in the Jiv 1 fideism. If scientific truths are only symbols that are accepted only because of their convenience, it is clear that they are only true for us because we choose to have them so. Socialism itself becomes such a truth. In other words, it is a faith. This is fideism, and it is of course a form of skepticism and subjectivism and conditions of our epoch, only just as far as these conditions allow. But the limitations of the historic conditions, the limitations of world outlook, the relative scarcity of a mass knowledge are historical limitations. They are not based on any fundamental principle rendering knowledge in the very nature of things impossible. They can therefore be to a certain degree overcome at a higher level of historic development. In just the same way the limitations of the knowledge of actuality of a separate man, with his narrow experience as compared with society as a whole, are extended by experience through the connection of the individual with the whole class, with all society, through the mastery of the knowledge which makes up the product of all the preceding history of human thought. These limitations of social knowledge are being overcome today more than at any previous stage in the history of mankind, for in the present transition period, the period of building a classless society, millions are being drawn into conscious socialist construction. Mass inventiveness is developing, and the situation is offering unlimited possibilities for the free development of the creative initiative of the masses on the basis of a scientific world outlook. The new practice, socialist construction, overcomes the limited and distorted bourgeois ideology, reveals the errors accumulated during the centuries, serves as a material basis on which the cultural heritage of the old society is worked over, and gives a great impetus to the further development and concretization of the knowledge of objective truth. The new historic stage of development of mankind, which for the first time in history has made possible a scientific approach not only to the problem of how to control and change the physical world but also society itself, has created conditions for a most deep and fruitful knowledge of objective truth. On the basis of this new historic stage, we find that even the most complete forms of scientific thought, such as the doctrine of Marx on capitalist society, Lenin's doctrine of imperialism, or the theories of scientific socialism, are not absolute truths. but are capable of further development and precision and consequently contain in themselves moments of relativism. The Leninist conception of the endless extension of the knowledge of any object, and consequently of the relativity of the knowledge at any given stage, refers not only to the knowledge of those objects which evolve in the period of man's knowledge of them, but also to those which remain relatively immutable during the time of man's whole existence or have already in the past finished the whole cycle of their development. Our knowledge of the nature of chemical elements, of chemical relations, becomes ever deeper and completer, in spite of the fact that the nature of the Earth's chemical elements, with the exception of the radioactive, have not changed at all during the period of existence of mankind. Our knowledge of the past geological epochs is all the time becoming richer, in spite of their having finished their cycles hundreds of millions of years ago. The scientific knowledge of feudalism became possible only after the sound of nightly tournaments, of peasant wars and of insurrections in bourgeois towns had ceased to echo, and the knowledge of capitalism becomes ever fuller and deeper according as capitalism is destroyed under the pressure of its own contradictions and the blows of proletarian revolution which such contradictions bring forth. The endlessness of knowledge is based on the limitless wealth of the development of the material world and the infinite variety of aspects and connections at every step of its development. The higher the level of social practice and the more completely all the aspects of actuality are grasped by it, so much the deeper is our knowledge of actuality, both of that which is the direct object of sensed human action, and of that which is brought forward from the past and embodied in the present. But, as we pointed out above, there exists a fundamental distinction in principle between the relativists and the dialectical materialists. For the dialectical materialist, the knowledge of the basic law system, if it is confirmed by the criterion of historic social practice, enters into the iron inventory of permanent scientific knowledge. The development of practice, the enrichment of factual material and the development of scientific knowledge which is connected with these, can make our knowledge of basic law more concrete, can even show that that law system which was regarded by us in the past stage as fundamental and universal is itself rooted in another deeper law system and is its partial form. But all this in no measure destroys the fact that in that law system we had reflected a little bit of absolute truth. When the representatives of the Second International at the time of the imperialist war sought on a basis of incomplete study and insufficient discussion of national and international tactics to controvert the truth of the Basel I pronouncement on the imperialist, predatory character of the coming war, Lenin wrote, "Such assertions are sophisms because they confuse a many-sided scientific analysis of imperialism, which analysis only now begins and which analysis in its essence is infinite even as science is infinite, with the essentials of socialist tactics against capitalist imperialism, which tactics have been pointed out in millions of copies of social, democratic papers and in the decisions of the International. To the same thought on the infinity of knowledge in any realm of actuality is expressed by Lenin in many other passages in his writings. He stresses it very clearly in his discussion of trade unions. Speaking of the demands that are put forward by dialectical logic in its study of an object, he picks out the most important. The study of an object is that which sums up and is permeated by the past, in all its relations and all its fullness. He adds we never shall attain this completely, but the demand for all-sidedness will save us from errors and deadness. We shall never get a reflection of an object that will hold good forever, since nature, society and thought are endlessly evolving, but we shall get an ever more complete reflection. In the development of scientific knowledge a unity of absolute and relative truth is realized. On the one hand dialectic as a theory of knowledge admits the endlessness of the attainment of knowledge, never making absolute even its truest reflection, for if it did so it would cease to express the dialectic of the material world and thus lose its power of guidance for action. On the other hand dialectic admits the absoluteness, the fullness of the process of scientific knowledge as a whole in the presence of little bits of AB1 Basel Manifesto, the resolution on war adopted at the Basel Internationalist Socialist Congress of 1912. This, says Lenin, represents the most exact and complete, the most solemn and formal exposition of the socialist views on war and on tactics in relation to war. It declares that imperialist war cannot be justified by even the slightest pretext of being in the interest of the people. Nevertheless it was forgotten in 1914 when the parties to the signature supported their national governments. To Lenin, Works, Volume 18, page 277 solute truth in every scientific proposition, because it sees in it a firm basis for the assured advance of revolutionary practice. The refusal to admit the unity of absolute and relative truth leads inevitably to the admission of one of these to the exclusion of the other, leads either to the changing of theory into dogma, or to a direct denial that theory is a reflection of actuality and therefore capable of furnishing a scientific basis for the revolutionary changing of actuality. These alternatives are different in form but identical in essence. They both refuse to allow theory as guidance for action. Section 2, Unity and the Strife of Opposites. Chapter I, The Law of the Unity and Conflict of Opposites. Two conceptions of development. Everything flows, everything changes. There is nothing absolutely stagnant, nothing unchangeable in the processes of actuality. This was the conclusion, the guiding principle of knowledge, already formulated by the ancient Greek thinkers, at which bourgeois science of the first half of the 19th century arrived. influenced as it was by the stormy social transformations of the epoch of classical bourgeois revolutions. Such a scientific conclusion was possible only after many centuries of social practice and through the accumulation of a mass of data concerning the mutability of natural phenomena. However, one ought not to think that all those who acknowledge the mutability of phenomena understand it in an objective fashion as governed by law, as an evolutionary development. Subjective idealists, for whom actuality is nothing else than a stream of psychic experiences in the subject, which stream constitutes the primitive and therefore uncaused given, have declared the very question of the objective law, governance of such actuality to be metaphysical. But even among those who have come to regard change as a law-governed development we find two different basic points of view, the materialistic, which proceeds from the development of the objective material world, and the idealistic which sees in this development the unfolding of idea, of spiritual essence. Within the limits of each of these basic philosophic camps there exist two more or less clearly expressed conceptions of the type and character of law-governed development. To their survey we shall now proceed. The exponents of the first view see in development a simple increase or diminution, a repetition therefore of that which already exists. Thus qualitatively different physical processes are ascribed by them to different quantitative combinations of atoms or electrons, and transformations of physical processes one into another are ascribed to a quantitative increase, diminution or repetition of those same combinations. In the development of organic life, in the emergence and differentiation of vital forms, they see only a simple quantitative change in that which had already existed in the first living beings that appeared on Earth. And so they hold that in the capitalism of the beginning of the 20th century and even in that of the post-war period there is nothing qualitatively new in comparison with its earlier period of development. In modern capitalism they say we are dealing only with quantitative developments of already existing elements and factors of capitalism, with a growth of the army of workers, with an increase in the volume of capital investments, with a lessening of the number of owners of means of production. The exponents of this view are really quite unable to offer any solution of the actual problem of development, the law-governed emergence of the new out of the old. They merely describe the growth, the decrease, the recurrence of this or that aspect of the object. This first conception remains on the surface of phenomena. It can describe merely the outer appearance of movement but cannot divulge its essence. It is able merely to describe the growth or diminution of different elements or factors in a process, but cannot explain the internal cause of its evolutionary movement, cannot show how and why a given process develops. The supporters of this conception, when they would attempt such an explanation, are compelled to seek for some external factor to account for the qualitatively new. Since this could never be given by merely quantitative changes, it is hardly surprising that they are frequently driven to the theory of divine intervention. The supporters of this view cannot explain how a thing comes to be turned into its own opposite, cannot explain leaps, the disappearance of the old and the emergence of the new. Thus from this standpoint it is impossible to show why capitalism must inevitably grow into socialism, or why classes in the USSR disappear as the result of sharp class struggle. The exponents of this point of view are supporters of the mechanistic conception of development. The exponents of the second conception proceed from the standpoint that everything develops by means of a struggle of opposites, by a division, a dichotomy, of every unity into mutually exclusive opposites. Thus capitalism develops in virtue of the contradiction between the social character of production and the private means of appropriation. Transitional economy develops on the basis of the struggle between developing and growing socialism and developed, but not yet annihilated, capitalism, and also on the basis of the sharpened conflict of classes in this period, in the course of which classes ultimately disappear. The second conception, not remaining on the surface of phenomena, expresses the essence of movement as the unity of opposites. It demands a penetration into the depth of a process, a disclosure of the internal laws which are responsible for the development of that process. This conception seeks the causes of development not outside the process but in its very midst. It seeks mainly to disclose the source of the self-movement of the process. To understand a process means to disclose its contradictory aspects, to establish their mutual relationship, to follow up the movement of its contradictions through all its stages. This view gives the key to the leaps which characterize the evolutionary series. It explains the changing of a process into its opposite, the annihilation of the old and emergence of the new. Thus only by disclosing the basic contradictions of capitalism and by showing that the inevitable consequence of such contradictions is the destruction of capitalism by proletarian revolution do we explain the historic necessity of socialism. This second conception is the conception of dialectic materialism. In his celebrated fragment on dialectics, Lenin wrote, "Two fundamental, or is it the two possible, or is it the two historically observed conceptions of development, evolution, are, development as decrease and increase, as repetition, and development as a unity of opposites, the division of the one into mutually exclusive opposites and their reciprocal correlation. The first conception is dead, poor and dry. The second is vital. It is only this second conception which offers the key to understanding the self-movement of everything in existence. It alone offers the key to understanding leaps, to the interruption of gradual succession, to the transfer, machine into the opposite, to the destruction of the old and the appearance of the new. One throughout the whole course of philosophic history we meet with these two conceptions, more or less clearly and precisely formulated. or we meet with views that are occasionally muddled yet approximate to one of these two conceptions of development. Thus the Greek philosophers Leucippus and Democritus, attacking the metaphysical theory of the Eleatic school, the school of Parmenides, which held the world to be unchangeable and denied the reality of movement, declared that the world develops according to the principle of necessity, that everything in the world is found in eternal and endless motion, but their conception of development is mechanical. The world, in their opinion, consists of an endless number of atoms, different in form and moving in empty space. In the atoms there exist no internal states. They act on one another only by collisions resulting from their mechanical movement. The difference between things is explained by the difference in the spatial attributes, the number and mutual arrangement of the aggregates of atoms which compose them. Emergence is the uniting of atoms, disappearance their falling apart. Proceeding from this materialistic conception, the leading one of its time, Leucippus and Democritus explained the origin and development of the solar system, the movement of the human soul, etc. To this point of view, with some variations, Epicurus and his followers adhered. In the 17th century a very similar philosophy was established and developed by Pierre Gassendi, his contemporary, the great philosopher and physicist René Descartes, idealist on the question of the origin of our knowledge, materialist in his physical researches, confirmed the idea of the universal connection of all the phenomena in nature and explained the development of the world purely mechanically, although somewhat differently from the Greek atomists. This conception of movement was the basis of most of the physics of that period and finds expression in the works of the great French materialists. The mechanistic attitude was not only dominant in material science but profoundly influenced the theories concerned. 1 Lenin, Volume 13, page 323. In the development of human society, a succession of bourgeois philosophers explained all social phenomena as due to the simple interactions of individuals seeking their self-preservation. But these philosophers failed to observe the class struggle and the contradictions in society. They were, therefore, quite unable to reveal the actual laws of social development. In more recent times, under the influence of ever-intensifying class contradictions, there has appeared a mechanistic theory which sought to explain social development by the antagonism of forces directed one against the other in their eventual equilibrium. The direction of the development of a social phenomenon is, it is said, determined at any particular moment by the quantitative predominance of the force which determines the direction. Thus, according to Herbert Spencer, tyranny and freedom are forces independent of each other, which strive to balance each other. By the quantitative predominance of freedom or of tyranny the resultant of this antagonism is determined. We also find this principle of development in Dühring, who attacked the dialectic of Marx and Engels, and after Dühring came Bogdanov, who constructed a complete philosophy which proposed to explain every phenomenon of nature, society and thought by the principle of equilibrium. This conception was afterwards borrowed from Bogdanov by Bukharin, who saw the cause of the development of social structures not in their internal contradictions but in the relationship of the system with the environment, of society with nature. The mechanistic theory of development permeates reformist sociology, which holds that the simple quantitative growth of monopoly and of finance capital signifies the growing of capitalism into socialism, that the simple growth of bourgeois democracy is an ever greater winning of power by the working class, etc. These philosophers have thrown aside the theory of movement by means of contradictions as too revolutionary. A mechanistic principle of development also penetrates the views of Trotskyism, for instance its acceptance of the superficial view that capitalism was planted in Russia by the West, a view which ignores the development of capitalism that proceeded among us on the basis of the breakup of the peasant community. The Trotskyist theory of the impossibility of a socialist victory in one country alone proceeds from its ignoring of the unevenness of the development of capitalism and of the internal laws of development of the USSR, which have by the operation of new internal forces made it possible to resolve those contradictions of the proletariat and peasantry that obstruct the building of socialism. This theory holds that the external contradictions of capitalism and the USSR are the determining factor in our development, and that the course of development of the environment, capitalism, determines the course of development of the system, i.e. the USSR. Not only the mechanistic but also the dialectical conception of development is met in the course of philosophic history. Movement itself is a contradiction, the Eleatics pointed out, and that is the very reason why they as metaphysicians denied the objectivity of movement. The greatest of them, Zeno, brought together a number of examples to refute the objectivity of movement. The basis of his proof is that movement contains within itself a contradiction and is therefore untrue, since from the viewpoint of the Eleatics a thing is true only if it is at one with itself, is identical with itself, unalterable. The Greek philosopher Heraclitus declared, all things flow, all changes. It is impossible to enter twice into one and the same stream. Everything is found in eternal flux, at one moment in the process of stabilization, in the next of passing away. He affirmed that everything is found in development by virtue of the strife of opposites. In the new philosophy which grew up along with the rise of the bourgeoisie, the idea of development by means of contradiction was revived by Kant and Hegel, in opposition to the view of Newton, who held that the movement of the solar system, once it had been brought into existence as a result of the first divine impulse, remains unchanged, and that the planets preserve their primeval relative distances and distribution. Kant, in the early phase of his development, propounded a theory of the origin of the solar system from a revolving nebula without the intervention of God. He affirmed that out of the primeval nebula, as a result of the struggle arising from the repulsion and attraction of its components, was formed a system of planets, including our Earth, and he predicted an inevitable collapse of that system. In the distant future, Kant's notion of development still lay as a whole within the bounds of a mechanistic world outlook, for we see that attraction and repulsion were considered by him as opposing mechanical forces belonging to matter. It was only later in his more fundamental philosophical works that the critical Kant approached to a dialectical understanding of contradiction, which, however, he now limited by the bounds of reason, ruling out any idea of contradiction in connection with the objective world of things in themselves. The idealist system which most clearly and fully works out the idea of development by means of the strife of opposites was that of Hegel, and this part of his philosophy is his greatest contribution to human thought. He wrote, "Identity is the definition only of a simple, immediate, dead being, but contradiction is the root of all movement and vitality, and only insofar as a thing has in itself contradiction does it move, does it possess an impulse and activity. Contradiction is not simply the negation of normality but is the principle of every self-movement, of that which indeed is nothing else than the expression of contradictions. All things are contradictory in themselves. This proposition expresses the truth and essence of things better than any other." Hegel, in opposition to Kant, held that it is impossible to attribute contradiction to the subject alone. He insisted on the necessity of disclosing the contradictions in the very process of actuality, which was understood by him idealistically, because in the strife of opposites he saw the root, the basis of every self-movement. But having set up this basic law of development, the idealist Hegel inevitably distorted and limited it. He held that the movement of the objective world is a form of movement of absolute spirit, and subordinated the development of objective processes to a system of categories, made up in his own head. Thus at every step he betrayed the law he had himself set up. Being a bourgeois idealist and a German Philistine, he declared that in the idea, i.e. in the highest stage of development, contradictions are reconciled, a stoppage of development takes place. After depicting the movement of society as the development of the world spirit through contradictions, he declared that in the Prussian monarchy, the highest incarnation of the state idea, social contradictions were reconciled. Thus Hegel subordinated the revolutionary law of a struggle of opposites to the bourgeois theory of their reconciliation. Modern neo-Hegelians like Bradley and Gentile, the philosopher of fascism, act as did the reactionaries of Hegel's day. They seize on this reactionary side of the Hegelian philosophy and develop a theory of reconciliation of opposites. Marx and Engels, on the contrary, took from Hegel this same revolutionary side, reworked it critically and developed the law of the unity and conflict of opposites. Lenin wrote, "Consider such expressions as movement and self-movement, meaning spontaneous, internally necessary movement, change, movement and vitality, the principle of every self-movement, movement, and action, in contrast to dead existence." And who will believe that these represent the very core of Hegel's frozen absolutism, as it has been called? It is necessary to disclose this essence, to understand it, to save it, to remove its shell, to cleanse it, and that is what Marx and Engels did. Marx and Engels, being materialist, communists and therefore free from the half-and-half policy of Hegel, were the first to show the essentially revolutionary character of this law. In a large number of their works, Capital, Anti-Dulling, The Poverty of Philosophy, Ludwig Feuerbach, Dialectic of Mature, as well as in a number of their letters, they indicated the theoretical and practical importance of this law as a universal law of the development of nature, society and thought. They were the first logically, dispassionately and exhaustively to apply it to the analysis of all those processes and phenomena which they undertook to investigate, whether it was the analysis of the basic laws of development of social structures, the analysis of capitalism, the different historic episodes of class struggle, the politics and tactics of the workers' movement, or the development of technique and natural science. They did not constrict the investigation of concrete processes by forcing it to conform with ready-made abstract schemes. They did not subordinate it to an artificial, labored movement of categories, as did Proudhon and Lassalle, who succumbed to the worst features of Hegelianism, but they disclosed the internal contradiction of processes and traced out their movement and mutual connection, their transitions one to another in all their concrete and unique characteristics. In their inquiries, Marx and Engels did not confine themselves to pointing to the presence of all the contradictions in this or that process as though they were of equal importance, but singled out the essential contradiction upon which the others depended. Marx applied this law of the unity and conflict of opposites with remarkable completeness and thoroughness in his Capital, which remains till this day the unsurpassed model of the application of dialectical materialism to the investigation of the complex process of social development. Marx showed in Capital the movement of the contradictions of capitalism from its rise to its decay, and established the necessity of its final downfall. He showed how the contradictions of capitalism are intensified and how all the conditions and possibility of their revolutionary solution are being prepared. he was able to show just how it was possible to prepare practically for the solution of those contradictions which are the motive force of social development. Thus he became the founder of the strategy and tactics of the Workers' Party. His analysis showed with great force that the unity of capitalism was relative and that the struggle of opposites within it was absolutely fundamental. In contrast to the reformist theoreticians who discarded Marxian dialectic as an unnecessary survival, Lenin remained faithful to it, made it concrete, developed and exalted it to a higher level. His service in working out and further developing the law of opposites was very great. In the struggle with the liberals, the reformists, the Social Revolutionary Party won and dissensions within the party. He applied it in just as masterly a fashion as Marx to the investigation of whatever phenomena he chose to consider. He investigated the further development of the contradictions of capitalism in the epoch of imperialism. He uncovered the basic contradictions and transitions of the contradictory forces at different stages of the class struggle and brilliantly applied this basic law of dialectic to the policy and tactics of the party. In his struggle with the Kantians, with the Marxists, with bourgeois reactionary philosophy, he showed in masterly manner the bipolar nature of thought, the fact that it is at one and the same time relative and absolute. By developing Marxism both on the basis of the experience of the class struggle in the epoch of imperialism, from which he drew important conclusions, and on the basis of new developments in science since the time of Engels, he gave a most brilliant philosophic expression to the law of opposites as the basic law of development. One social revolutionary, this party desired an agrarian revolution to the advantage of the peasants who were their chief support. They were extreme petty bourgeois democrats and often resorted to terrorism. To sum up, the two fundamental conceptions of development are the mechanistic, which regards development as a simple increase, diminution and repetition, and the dialectic, which sees in development the division of a unitary process, the unity and conflict of opposites. In the same year, 1914, that Lenin was writing his notes on dialectic, J.V. Plekhanov in his work From Idealism to Materialism sought to formulate his own understanding of the two conceptions of development. He wrote, Hegel's viewpoint was the viewpoint of development, but one can understand development in different ways. Even nowadays we still meet naturalists who repeat sententiously, nature does not make leaps. Sociologists who quite often repeat the same thing. Social development is accomplished by means of slow, gradual changes. Hegel affirmed, on the contrary, that just as in nature so too in history leaps are unavoidable. Changes of being, he says, consist not only in the transition of one quantity to another quantity, but also in the transition of quality into quantity, and the reverse process. Every one of the transitions of the latter type forms a break in gradualness and gives to the phenomenon an entirely new character, qualitatively different from the former. Development becomes comprehensible only when we consider gradual changes as a process by which a leap, or leaps maybe, is prepared and evoked. Whoever wishes to explain the emergence of a given phenomenon merely by slow changes must in fact unconsciously suppose that it has already existed but remained unnoticed because its dimensions are too minute. But in such an explanation the notion of emergence is replaced by the notion of growth, of a simple change of magnitude, i.e. the very thing requiring explanation is arbitrarily removed. Plekhanov has correctly formulated the essence of the mechanistic conception of development, but he did not succeed in showing the dialectical essence. He speaks of leaps, of the breaking of continuity, of the transition of quantity into quality, but he has not seized the main point, the essential thing in the conception of development. He has not understood the duality which is found within the unity, in other words the unity and conflict of opposites, that fundamental conception which alone gives us the key to the understanding of leaps in evolution, of breaks in gradualness, of the transition of quantity into quality, in fact, of the whole developmental process in nature and history. Chapter 2, the division of unity, the disclosure of essential opposites. All processes that originate in nature and society are found in uninterrupted mutual action. In one way or another they are mutually linked up and influence each other. But in order to get to understand any one of them, to investigate the course of its development, to establish the character of its mutual action with other processes, it is no use to proceed only from the action of external forces on a given phenomenon, as do the mechanists, but it is necessary to lay bare its internal contradictions. The fact that all phenomena in the world contain within themselves a number of contradictory aspects and properties was noticed long ago and is still noticed every day and reflected in people's thoughts and notions. But these opposing aspects were interreflected in different ways. The eclectics, who see the opposing aspects of some processes but do not know how to expose their internal connection and mutual relationships, grasp it now one, now another of its opposing factors, according to their point of view or to the changing situation, and whatever aspect they select they advance as the general characteristic of the whole. Another group of philosophers holds that contradictions belong only to the surface of processes, to their appearance, that there are none within the essence of things. Therefore from their point of view a true notion cannot contain a contradiction within itself. Thus, as we saw, thought the Eleatics, Parmenides and Zeno, thus think metaphysicians of all times. Certain liberal thinkers of the Goes, for example, could not deny a number of contradictions in the economic order which existed in the Russian countryside and were expressed in the progressive land deprivation of part of the peasantry, in seasonal occupations, in the contradictions between the dealer and the home craftsman, etc. But these contradictions were regarded by them, not as the expression of the development of peasant economy along the capitalist path, but as phenomena that were external and fortuitous with regard to the countryside, which had retained its primordial communal character all the time. It is only the materialist dialectician who does not have to give confusing answers when called on to explain how it is possible to make contradictory assertions about the same thing, who does not have to explain the contradictions of a process as lying merely on the surface of phenomena or existing merely in our thought. Only dialectical materialism proceeds from the objective contradictions of actuality, from the internal struggle of the opposing aspects of a process, proceeds as it were from the law of the change and development of actuality itself. Lenin wrote, "The division of the one and the knowledge of its contradictory parts, is the essence, one of the essential aspects of being, its fundamental, if not the fundamental characteristic of dialectic." This is exactly how Hegel puts the question. The condition for understanding all world processes as in self-movement, in spontaneous development conceived in its vital and living forms, is the knowledge of the unity of their opposites. Development is in fact the conflict of opposites. Even in a simple mechanical impulse we find this contradiction in an elementary primitive form, in the form of action and counteraction, but in this the source of self. Movement is not yet revealed because mechanics seeks the cause of movement outside the object in motion. Mechanical movement is always only one aspect, one external form of the self-movement of concrete phenomena. The class struggle in the history of society, the contradiction between productive forces and the relations of production show clearly enough the correctness of this law in relation to the development of social structures. It is the same in natural processes also. Modern science no longer regards the atom as an unalterable, self-identical brick of the universe, a final limit to the division of physical matter. It has shown the atom to be a unity of centers of positive and negative electricity, which by their mutual penetration determine the physical and chemical properties of the atom. Nay, more, physicists and chemists have closely and critically examined the basis of the historic view of the nature of chemical elements, which a few decades ago appeared to be absolutely fixed. They have been able to show that their nature is not fixed. Chemical elements develop, and the internal cause of their development is the movement of the internal contradiction of their atoms. The dialectical character of the processes of nature emerges with special clarity in regard to the phenomena of life, life and death, emergence and annihilation, assimilation and dissimulation, accretion and discharge of matter and of energy, are found to be side by side and to interpenetrate each other both in the life of organisms and in the life of every component cell. The contradictory unity of variability and heredity displayed by the organism in the struggle for existence is the mainspring of organic evolution. In the history of technique also we deal with development on the basis of the internal contradictions found in any given socio-economic structure, contradictions which determine the course of its self-development. Thus in the development of machinery we meet with the emergence of contradictions between the machine and the material of which it is made, and the solution of these contradictions by the construction of machines out of more suitable materials, out of metal instead of wood. Originally machines were wooden, out of high quality steels, out of hard alloys, out of plastic material which can be easily molded, etc. By the transition to new types of machines, by increasing the power of the old, etc. We have also a continual contradiction between the motive machine that provides the power, the transmissive mechanism, and the machine that does the work at the tool end of the process. We have contradictions between the technical bases of the different productive branches. Thus when the perfection of the loom in England at the end of the 18th century revealed and intensified the backwardness of spinning, the contradiction was solved by the appearance of the spinning machine, which in its turn made weaving backward. This new contradiction led to the appearance of Cartwright's loom. The contradiction between the appearance of the new machines and the handcraft methods of their production brought forth the appearance and development of a new branch of production, machine construction. These technical revolutions in industry led in turn to a contradiction with the backward transport system, sailing ships and horse wagons, and that evoked the railway and the steamship. Contradictions of such a type exist all the time. An invention which arises as the result of the accumulation of preceding technical and social development is grafted onto the older technique when conditions are favorable, and leads to new contradictions, to be resolved by new inventions. It is in this way that technical progress is achieved, the unity of opposites. The division of unity is the universal law of the development of our thinking. Lenin wrote, "Knowledge is the eternal endless approximation of thought to the object. The reflection of nature in man's thought must not be understood in a dead manner, abstractly, without movement, without contradiction, but as an eternal process of movement. As the emergence of contradictions and their resolution, our knowledge of the objective world, as we have said already, moves between the poles of relative and absolute truth. At every stage of social development our knowledge is relative, because it is conditioned by the historic degree of the development of practice. But we move on the whole towards absolute truth, reflecting at every stage of our relative knowledge more and more of the aspects of absolute truth. Our ideas, in proportion to the development of human knowledge and its closer approximation to reality, become more and more flexible, and therefore more and more adequate to reflect the universal connection, the division of unity, the conflict of opposites in objective actuality, each one of the general categories of materialistic dialectic which reflect the degrees of man's knowledge of the laws of development of actuality presupposes its own opposite. Thus, quality is unthinkable without quantity, content without form, possibility without actuality. Such categories are more and more seen to embody the principle of the unity of opposites. Lenin in his fragment on dialectic emphasizes the fundamental importance of the division of unity as follows. This aspect of dialectics customarily received very little attention, e.g. by Plekhanov. The identity of opposites is taken as the sum total of examples, for example a seed, and in Engels's, for example, primitive communism, but this is in the interest of popularization and not as the law of knowledge, and as the law of the objective world. The seed is taken as an example of development through contradictions, for the seed dies that a new plant may live, then the plant dies that the new seed may live. Primitive communism, too, is only able to develop into civilization through the appearance within it of inequalities which are at one and the same time a forward step and a retrogression. But while Engels gave these examples in order to make the law of opposites more easily understood, Plekhanov used them because he did not understand the unity and conflict of opposites and could only deal with instances without proceeding to explain the underlying law itself. In one of his works Plekhanov wrote, "Now here is a point we must examine. We already know that Uberweg was right, and in what measure he was right, when he demanded from logically thinking people a definite answer to the definite question as to whether a given object possessed a given property. But imagine that we are dealing not with a simple object, but a complex one, which unites in itself directly opposite phenomena and therefore combines in itself directly opposite properties. Does Uberweg's demand apply to pronouncements on such an object? No. Uberweg himself, although he opposes the Hegelian dialectic, finds that here it is necessary to make use of a new principle, in fact the principle of the combination of opposites. One more point has to be considered. We know already that Uberweg was right, and we know how right he was, in demanding that those who think should think logically, and in demanding definite answers to definite questions as to whether this or that characteristic attaches to this or that object. Now, however, let us suppose that we have to do with an object which is not simple but complex and has diametrically conflicting properties. Can the judgment demanded by Uberweg be applied to such an object? No. Uberweg himself, just as strenuously opposed as Trendelenburg to the Hegelian dialectic, considers that in this case we must judge in accordance with another rule, known in logic under the name of principium coincidentiae oppositorum, the principle of the coincidence of opposites. Well, one see a long note by Lenin in volume 13 of his works, page 322 now. The immense majority of the phenomena with which natural science and sociological science have to do come within the category of such objects. The simplest globule of protoplasm, the life of a society in the very earliest phase of evolution, one and the other exhibit diametrically conflicting properties. Manifestly, then, we must reserve for the dialectical method a very large place in natural science and in sociology. Since investigators have begun to do this, the sciences have advanced with rapid strides. Plekhanov admits the presence of a diversity of opposite aspects or properties and of their mutual interaction in objects and processes. He knows that it is impossible to understand their mutual connection, this combination of opposites, on the basis of formal logic. It requires the application of dialectical logic. But here he remains, for he does not understand that the combination of opposites and processes is not only a unity but also a conflict of opposites, that the conflict of indissolubly connected mutually penetrating opposites determines the movement, is the basic law of development. Plekhanov not only failed to recognize the problem of development by means of contradiction as the problem of development by means of division of unity but gave very little attention to the problem of contradiction itself. He spoke of dialectic only in very general terms as of a theory of eternal development by means of emergence and annihilation. Lenin regarded the theory of the unity and conflict of opposites as the most important aspect of dialectic, but Plekhanov was more concerned with the transitoriness of forms. Thus in expounding Hegel, he said, the basis, the chief distinguishing feature of dialectic is indicated by Hegel as in the eternal change of forms, an eternal rejection of each form in turn, which is first brought into existence by a particular content or tendency and subsequently supplanted by another in consequence of the further development of that same content. Indisputably, the dialectic of content and form comprises one of Plekhanov, Fundamental Problems of Marxism, p. 120 the essential elements of dialectic. But to indicate this alone is not enough. It is necessary to explain why a given content leads to the necessity of replacing a given form with another determined form, and this is only to be explained by the contradiction of form and content, by their conflict, which is only one of the concrete ways of showing the basic law of dialectic, the law of unity and conflict of opposites. That is what Plekhanov did not understand. Plekhanov understands the law of contradiction only as the statement of the transition of a form into its own individual opposite. Ignorance of this law led him to declare that one should study, on a basis of formal logic, the moments of comparative stability in any given process. In the foreword to the second edition of Ludwig Feuerbach, Plekhanov directly states that the movement of matter is the basis of all natural phenomena, and that movement is a contradiction. But he illustrates this contradiction only by the example of a mechanical movement, the shifting of a point. It is true that even a simple movement, the mechanical shifting of a point in space, is contradictory. A moving point is simultaneously found and not found in a given spot. Here already we have the unity of opposites, but in its simplest and most primitive form. Mechanical movement originating in consequence of an impulse or impact, i.e. in consequence of external causes, is derived from some other higher form of movement and is therefore quite inadequate as an illustration of movement in general, as for instance physical, chemical, biological and social movement. The mechanical is contained in each one of these in a certain degree, but the higher and more complex the form of the movement of matter, the smaller is the role that the mechanical plays. So it is impossible to reduce the contradictions of all these forms of movement to that of mechanical movement. To stop short with this type of contradiction, as Plekhanov does, is to limit the significance of the law of opposites and render it incapable of explaining self-movement since it does not disclose the basic contradictions in the higher types. Nay, more, he speaks out directly against the understanding of movement by way of division of unity. In his work on the development of the monist view of history, he wrote, "Whoever wished to penetrate into the essence of the dialectical process and began by expounding the doctrine of the internal opposition found within each successive phenomenon in the course of any evolutionary series, would be approaching the task from the wrong end. To understand a process, to disclose the source of its self-movement, it is not enough to establish the diversity of the contradictions, the conflict of the many opposing aspects. It is necessary to disclose in this diversity the basic fundamental contradictions which define the movement of the process." In opposition to the metaphysics of bourgeois ideology, which at the best limited itself to a statement of the mutual action of social factors, Marx, Engels and Lenin demanded the disclosure of the basic contradiction of every social structure, which consists in the contradiction between those productive forces and the productive relations which are found together in that particular social structure. This basic contradiction determines all the other contradictions of the given social form in the course of the latter's development. That is the reason why the classical exponents of Marxism regarded the whole mass of contradictions found in social development from the standpoint of this basic contradiction. Bourgeois political economy, before and after Marx, took its stand on the eternity of bourgeois relations and could not disclose the actual contradictions of capitalism, which are the law of its emergence, development and decay. Even the foremost intellects of bourgeois economic science, Adam Smith and Ricardo, who taught that value is the substantiated human labor in the article of sale and that the amount of value is determined by the amount of working expenses, that profit and ground rent are the unpaid work of the laborer, even they could not disclose the basic laws of the development of the social formation they were considering, because they had not marked its contradictions. These forerunners of classical bourgeois political economy and their successors also quite failed to penetrate deeper than the surface of the phenomena of distorted capitalist practice. Their methodology amounted to this: they sought to turn one of the phenomena of capitalist economy, torn from its connection with the rest, into a principle which could characterize the whole of capitalism. Thus some of them found the law of supply and demand to be this principle, others claimed to find it in the costs of production, a third group in the cost to the consumer, etc. And so they were unable to give any general picture of the development of capitalism or to disclose its governing laws. Marx opposed the metaphysics of bourgeois political economy with his dialectic of capitalist actuality itself. He wrote, "Only by setting in place of opposing dogmas, opposing facts and the real contradictions which make up their concealed basis, is it possible to convert political economy into a positive science." Marx disclosed the basic contradictions of the bourgeois means of production and in this way explained the law of its development. He showed that the contradiction between capitalist productive forces and the relations of production determines the development of capitalism. This contradiction, which emerges in the form of the contradiction between the social character of production and the private means of appropriation, is also that basic contradiction which includes in itself all those contradictions which surround modern society and are especially evident in heavy industry. Engels. This basic contradiction finds its expression and development in a number of other contradictions of capitalism. We will mention some of them. 1. The contradiction between the effective organization of production in each separate factory and the anarchy in the general course of social production. 2. The perfection of machines and the widening of production as the compulsory law for each capitalist. On one side, the growth of a reserve army of industry, and periodically repeating crises. On the other side, here the means of production rebels against the capitalist relations of production. 3. For capitalism as a whole there is the peculiarity of the difference between property and capital and the application of capital to production, that is to say between finance capital and industrial or productive capital. The difference between the rentier who lives only by income from money capital and the entrepreneur together with all those people who take an immediate part in the utilization of their capital. Lenin. This last difference in which the social character of production distorted by capitalist relations finds its expression is clearly displayed in the joint stock companies. in which for the mass of shareholders there remain only the functions of the rentier and the formal right of property in the undertaking, whereas the actual allocating of the accumulated profits, the direction of production and the income from the undertaking remain in the hands of a small group of financial supermen. Lenin, analyzing the basic contradictions of capitalism, Marx showed that they lead inevitably to the necessity of revolution into proletarian dictatorship. Lenin traced the transformation of capitalism into the last stage of its development, into imperialism, which in a new form, in the form of monopoly, develops the basic contradictions of the capitalist system, leading them to the final crises of capitalism. By proceeding from analysis of the basic contradictions of monopoly capitalism and the whole sum of contradictions that grow up on their basis, by disclosing the inequality of the development of imperialism in different countries, Lenin showed scientifically the possibility of breaking the imperialist chain at its weakest link, the possibility of a victory of revolution, of a victory of socialism, in a single country. Lenin and Stalin in their works have shown the basic, leading contradiction of the socialist transitional economy. It is the struggle of socialism with the remnants of capitalism. The basic contradiction of our transitional economy was formulated by Lenin as follows: the economy of Russia in the epoch of proletarian dictatorship presents itself as the conflict between the first forms of the communistic unified large-scale labor state and small-scale commodity production accompanied by the capitalism that is being preserved along with it and is always being reborn on its basis. This concentrated Leninist formula contains the characteristic of the following three aspects of the contradiction of transitional economy. 1. The contradiction of large-scale socialist industry with the market capitalist tendencies of small-scale commodity economy. This contradiction was and is being resolved, not by the brutal pressure of the proletariat on the peasantry, as our enemies depict it, but in a form of union of the proletariat with the peasantry under the guidance of the proletariat, which union has as its task the abolition of classes and is directed both against the capitalist tendencies of the peasantry itself, and against those capitalist agents who ceaselessly try to play on those tendencies in order to break up this union from within. This union is made actual firstly by means of the identification of the interests of the small producer with the interests of socialism, with the aims of developing socialist industry, and secondly by means of the socialist reconstruction of peasant economy in the form of our own collectivization, which signifies the liquidation of that base for the continual rebirth of capitalism to which Lenin alluded. 2. The antagonism between the interests of the proletariat, the owners of socialistic industry, and the capitalistic elements which have been in part already expropriated since the October Revolution and put to rout in the Civil War, but are not yet finally liquidated, and in part are being born anew on the basis of NEP, 1 on the basis of individualist, small-scale, peasant economy. This contradiction was resolved by the proletariat on the lines of the general policy of the party, which was the industrialization of the country and the socialist recasting of peasant economy. Different methods were required at different stages of the revolution, ranging from the policy of curtailing and expelling the capitalist elements to the liquidation of the kulaks as a class and the establishment of all-round collectivization. The basic contradictions of the transitional period, which have been indicated by Lenin, find their expression in a number of its other contradictions, such for example as the contradiction between our advanced socialist relations and the backward technique which is the heritage of Russian capitalism. This contradiction will be resolved by a vigorous development of socialist industry. Another such contradiction is the contradiction between the socialist organization of production and petty bourgeois and bourgeois habits and traditions relating to production and work, which once again are the workers' heritage from the past. This contradiction will be resolved by the mass recasting of the people under the leadership 1 NEP. The new economic policy was adopted under the leadership of Lenin at the 10th Congress of the Communist Party in 1921. It allowed considerable scope for private trading but retained a state monopoly of foreign trade, transport, heavy industry and much light industry. It allowed the rapid growth of capitalist elements in the countryside. It was, in Lenin's own words, capitalism plus socialism of the party, by the fostering of socialist discipline, by the developing of new socialist forms of work. 3. We will point finally to the contradiction between the still limited output of socialist industry and agriculture and the growing demands of the workers. This contradiction is being resolved by the increasing productivity of labor in industry and agriculture, by the vigorous tempo of the industrialization of the land, by the development of light industry, by the mobilization of the internal resources of heavy industry for production of widely demanded goods, by the struggle for the organized economic strengthening of the collective farms, and finally by the developing of collective farm trade. In disclosing the above-mentioned basic contradiction of the transitional economy of the USSR, Lenin and Stalin showed that the proletariat of the Soviet Union under the leadership of the Communist Party, by having set up its dictatorship, by possessing large-scale industry, transport and colossal resources of natural wealth, by introducing a monopoly of external trade, by establishing a union with the middle peasantry, possesses everything necessary for the resolution of this contradiction by its own internal powers. It possesses everything necessary to industrialize the country, to lead the peasant economy into socialist forms of agriculture and in this way to abolish classes. Lenin and Stalin have shown the full possibility of a victory for socialism in our country. Stalin wrote, "What is meant by the possibility of the victory of socialism in one country? It is the possibility of resolving the contradictions between the proletariat and the peasantry by the internal forces of our country. The possibility of the proletariats gaining power and making use of that power for the construction of a full socialist society in our country, accompanied by the sympathy and support of the proletarians of other countries, but without a preliminary victory of the proletarian revolution in those other countries. This basic contradiction will be finally resolved in the USSR at the end of the second five-year plan, which has as its basic problem the full liquidation of capitalist elements and classes generally, the abolition of all those causes that create class distinctions, the construction of a classless society. After the abolition of classes, internal contradictions, in spite of the opinion of opportunists, will still be the source of the self-movement of society. Although it is not our purpose here to dwell on what the basic contradiction of communist society is going to be, yet we can say with assurance that in the first phase of communism-socialism the determining form of this contradiction will be the contradiction between the socialist character of production, based on society's appropriation of the means of production, and the distribution of the means of existence and enjoyment with the exclusion of necessary social funds, according to work done. This contradiction determines and will determine the whole diversity of the aspects of social development. It will be resolved by the growth of the productivity of labor and on that basis by such a refashioning of our people as will make possible the realization of the principle, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs, and so to understand the movement of any process it is necessary to disclose, amidst the diversity of its contradictions and opposite tendencies, the basic contradiction which determines the development of the process as a whole. It is necessary to disclose the source of itself. Movement. The internal contradictions of every process are qualitatively distinct from those of any other process. The basic contradiction of capitalism, the contradiction between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, which can be solved only by socialist revolution, is one matter. The basic contradiction of the transitional economy, which will be solved by the industrialization of the country, by collectivization and Soviet farm construction, is another. Trotsky did not understand the essential character and specific nature of the development of the basic contradiction of capitalism in the imperialist epoch. He did not understand the law of uneven development. This is the first reason for his denial of the possibility of a victory for socialism in one country. According to Trotsky, the contradiction between the proletariat and peasantry in the USSR is the same sort of contradiction as the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie in a capitalist economy and, in his opinion, is to be resolved in the same way as the second, by international revolution. Trotsky also did not see the specific difference, that the peasants are small-scale commodity producers who work with their own means of production and not bourgeois who exploit the work of other people. Though it is true that from the midst of the peasants capitalism is being born every minute, that as a workman the peasant is the ally of the proletariat and that under a proletarian dictatorship conditions are created that will bring over the peasantry to socialist forms of agriculture. This is the second reason for his denial of the possibility of a victory for socialism in one country. Practice has gloriously refuted Trotsky and has shown that a contradiction which is qualitatively different must be differently resolved. The contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie in the conditions of capitalism is to be resolved by revolution, by a proletarian seizure of state power, but the contradiction between the proletariat and the peasantry in the conditions of the USSR is to be resolved by industrialization of the country and by the collectivization of the agricultural economy, which leads to the liquidation of classes. Practice has gloriously confirmed the theory of the possibility of a victory for socialism in one country. The opportunists of the right do not remark the specific character of the contradictions between the proletariat and the peasantry, and between the proletariat and the capitalist elements of a country. These two contradictions are held by them to be of the same type. On this idea rests the theory of the peaceful transition of the Kulak into socialism. The lessons we get from Trotskyism and right opportunism teach us the necessity of disclosing the specific quality of the internal contradictions of any process, and for this a knowledge of every aspect of the contradiction is necessary. Marx wrote in The Holy Family, "Proletariat and riches are contradictions. As such they form a united whole. Both of them are brought forth by the world of private property. The question is, what definite position does each of these two opposites occupy in the contradiction? It is not enough to say they are the two aspects of a united whole. To understand the basic contradictions of capitalism we must get to know the specific properties of the proletariat and bourgeoisie, their relations with each other, their concrete mutual independence, and the mutual conditioning factors of both classes. What the Marx-Leninist dialectic requires for the study of any process is this: the exhaustive disclosure of all aspects of the contradiction with their concrete relations, that is to say, the definite position which each of the two opposites occupies in the contradiction. Chapter 3, Mutual Penetration of Opposites. Not only does every unity contain within itself polar opposites, but these internal opposites are mutually connected with each other. One aspect of a contradiction cannot exist without the other. In capitalist society, the bourgeoisie is connected with the proletariat with the bourgeoisie. Neither of these two classes can develop without the other, because the bourgeoisie cannot exist without exploiting the labor of others, and the hired proletariat cannot exist without selling its labor power to a capitalist, seeing that itself it does not possess the means of production. This mutual connectedness and mutual conditioning of contradictory aspects of actuality has also been stressed by the party in its struggle on two fronts on the question of the character of NEP when a policy like that of the NEP is adopted. Both aspects must be preserved. The first aspect, which is directed against the regime of militant communism and has as its aim the securing of what is known as the free market, and the second aspect, which is directed against complete freedom of market and has as its aim the securing of a regulating role by the state over the market. Abolish one of these aspects and you will no longer have the NEP. Stalin. We see the same indissoluble connection of contradictory aspects in all the processes of objective actuality. There is no mechanical action without its counteraction. The chemical dissolution of atoms is indissolubly connected with their union. Electrical energy declares itself in the form of opposite electricities, positive and negative. The existence of two mutually contradictory aspects, their conflict and their flowing together into a new category, wrote Marx, comprises the essence of the dialectical movement. If you limit yourself to the task of warding off the bad aspect, for the preservation of the good aspect corresponding to it, as Proudhon demanded, then by the separation of these aspects you put an end to the whole dialectical process. Opposites are not only found in indissoluble, inalienable connection, but they cross over and mutually penetrate each other. Thus, process of production in a capitalist factory is simultaneously an aggregation of capitalist productive relations, for example the relations between the capitalist and the worker, and an aggregation of productive forces, the labor of the workers and the means of production. Development from manufacture one to machine production is not only a change of productive forces, but a development and spreading of new productive relations. The union of the labor force of the workers and the means of production is simultaneously a connection of productive forces and a connection of people in the process of production, which together make up the relation. The division of labor in manufacture is a relation in production and emerges also as a productive force. On the basis of this mutual penetration of capitalist productive forces, and capitalist relations in production, the process of ever-intensifying contradiction between proletariat and bourgeoisie is also developed. The mutual penetration of opposites, the transition of one opposite into another, belongs to all processes. But to uncover and reveal this mutual penetration, a careful, concrete analysis of the process is required. The interests of the proletariat and the working peasantry in the USSR, classes opposed to each other both on account of their historic past and their relations to the means of production, are nowadays beginning to coincide. With regard to fundamental questions of socialist construction, the peasant, as worker, appears as the ally of the proletariat. The peasant is interested in the strengthening of the proletarian dictatorship, because it guards him from having to return the land to the landlords and delivers him from exploitation by the kulak. 2. The peasant is interested in the socialist development. 1. Manufacture, strictly speaking, means by hand, Latin, manus, not by machine. It refers therefore to the period before machinofacture and steam power. 2. Kulak, litfist, the tight-fisted, well-to-do peasant. He may be a good manager, a man of enterprise and initiative, but as long as he acts of agricultural economy, because this is the best method of raising agricultural economy to a higher level. The peasant is interested in the industrialization of the country because this creates a material basis for raising the level of agricultural economy and guarantees the defense of the country from the encroachment of capitalists and landlords. Here we have the coincidence of the interests of the proletariat and the peasantry. Not until conditions were favorable for the rapid expansion of socialist industry on the one hand and for a mass movement of the peasants towards collectivization on the other, was it possible to unite the private property interests of the peasants with the general interests of socialism. The first form of this combination was the NEP, which at the end of the Civil War made possible the improvement of individualistic peasant economy and its cooperation on the basis of what is called the free market, under state control. In this way the raw material and provisions for socialist industry were guaranteed. The combination of peasant economy and large-scale industry became ever closer as socialist relations in industry and trade, the industrialization of the country, the development of machine, tractor stations and of the system of collective contracts with the state kept growing and were confirmed. The result of this policy is that now, on the basis of direct collectivization of individual peasant holdings, NEP has become a form of combination of the private property interests of the peasantry with the interests of socialism, and this leads to the growth and strengthening of socialist relations. The world historical strategic significance of NEP is determined by this fact, that the party set up this policy on the basis of a profound analysis of the course and development of the contradictions of the transitional economy and the indissoluble connection of the opposite tendencies of their mutual penetration. We have emerged into the period of socialism and we are experiencing the last stage of NEP, That is a contradiction. We are proceeding to a final liquidation of classes and we are strengthening the financial system and credit organizations. We have adopted caste accounting. We keep the purchasing power of the ruble stable and along with the organized economic strengthening of the collective seizes his talents for his own benefit. For the benefit of individualism, he is a great danger, a great enemy and must be wiped out. Hindus, humanity uprooted farms. We encourage the development of collective farm trading, but we do this because the strengthening of the financial system and the state banks is at the same time helping us to take stock of our economic position, to plan more exactly and to introduce disciplined business control. The cost accounting system, the introduction of socialist planning into the workshop, the brigade, and the collective farm. The development of collective farm trading strengthens the bond between the proletariat and the collective farm peasants. An example of the analysis of the mutual penetration of opposites is given by Stalin in his solution of the problem of the relation of national and international culture under socialism. The encouragement of cultures that are national in form and socialistic in content, said Stalin, in his report to the 16th Assembly, under conditions of proletarian dictatorship in one country, with the ultimate aim of welding them into one general socialist culture, one both in form and content, with one general language, for the day when the proletariat shall have conquered and socialism will have spread all over the world. In this conception we find the truly dialectical character of the Leninist approach to this question of national culture. It may be objected that such a way of stating the question is contradictory, but do we not meet with similar contradictions in the question of the state? We are for the withering away of the state, and yet we also believe in the proletarian dictatorship, which represents the strongest and mightiest form of state power that has existed up to now. To keep on developing state power in order to prepare the conditions for the withering away of state power, that is the Marxist formula. It is contradictory, yes, contradictory, but the contradiction is vital, and wholly reflects Marxian dialectic. Or for example, the Leninist statement on the right of the constituted nations of the USSR to self-determination, even up to the point of cutting adrift from the Soviet Union. Lenin sometimes used to put his thesis on national self-determination in the form of this simple statement: disunity for unity. Just think, disunity for unity. It's massive paradox. All the same, this contradictory formula reflects that vital truth of Marxian dialectic which enables the Bolsheviks to overcome the most formidable obstacles that beset this national question. The same thing must be said about the question of national culture. There is an efflorescence of national cultures and languages in the period of proletarian dictatorship in one country, but the very purpose of this is to prepare the conditions for the extinction of these separate cultures and the welding of them into one common socialist culture and one common language, when socialism shall be victorious over the whole world. Whoever has not understood this feature of the contradictions belonging to our transitional time, whoever has not understood this dialectic of historical processes, that person is dead to Marxism in the transitional period, when the masses of builders of socialism have not yet divested themselves of the skin of the old capitalist Adam, when individualist habits and survivals are not yet outlived even in the ranks of the working class. To say nothing of the peasantry and old intelligentsia, we have to deal with many cases of the divergence of personal and social interests. But the Communist Party does not brush aside this actual contradiction and does not idealize actuality. It proceeds from the principle that the development of socialist relations for the first time in history makes widely possible such a mutual penetration of personal and social interests as will lead, not to the crushing of personality, but to its real and full development along the same line as the interests of all society. This mutual penetration is manifested in the form of piecework, the insistence of differential wages according to the quality and quantity of the work done, the bonus system, diplomas and other awards for exceptionally good work, and other forms of encouragement designed to enlist all the powers of the individual in the service of society. Mutual penetration of opposites is also characteristic of the processes of our knowledge. One of the basic contradictions of human knowledge is, as we have already seen, the contradiction of relative and absolute truths. We have the same mutual penetration in the relationship of the particular and the general which are reflected in our ideas. The particular does not exist except in relation to the general. The general exists only in the particulars. Every generalization only approximately grasps all the particular objects. Every particular thing partly enters into the general. The universal laws of development, reflected in the categories of materialistic dialectic, can be understood only on the basis of the mutual penetration of opposites. Dialectic shows, writes Engels, that to hold that basis and consequence, cause and action, identity and difference, being and essence, are unalterable opposites, will not bear criticism. Analysis shows the presence of one pole in latent form within the other, that at the determined point one pole goes over into the other, and that all logic is developed only from the moving of these two opposites in one another's direction. Lenin used to call this mutual penetration of opposites the identity of opposites. To disclose the mutual penetration, the identity of opposites in any process is the central problem of our theory of knowledge, of materialistic dialectic. Aptly enough, Engels, in defining the three basic laws of dialectic, formulated the law of movement through contradictions as the law of the mutual penetration of opposites. Lenin defined dialectic as the teaching of how contradictions may be interidentical, under what conditions they are identical, how they turn into each other and so become identical, why the mind of man must not accept these opposites as dead or frozen but as living, conditional, mobile, the one always in process of turning into the other. To understand how opposites become identical is only possible by means of a careful, concrete and profound analysis of the process, by a study of the movement of all its basic aspects at its different stages, of all the conditions and possibilities of their transitions. The mutual penetration of opposites, being the expression of the basic scientific laws underlying the process, becomes possible and is realized only in some particular complex of conditions. The wage laborer is a living identity of opposites since he is the basic productive force of capitalism and all material commodities, and at the same time is divorced from the means of production, possesses nothing except his hands, and is exploited by another class. Such a mutual penetration of opposites becomes possible only under the conditions of the capitalist system of production. The development of a culture, national in form, and international in content, the strengthening of the state power for the creation of the conditions leading to its decline, become possible and necessary only under the proletarian dictatorship. The development of cost accounting in order to strengthen the financial system for the development of socialist planning is necessary in the period when it is still impossible to replace money in any way, and is possible only until the conditions for doing away with money shall have been created. The raising of the productivity of labor by enlisting the personal interest of the worker, by encouraging the more highly qualified workers, by the preferential treatment of shop brigaders, is possible only in the conditions of proletarian dictatorship, and because increase in the productivity of labor is the decisive condition for constructing a complete socialist society and for the transition to a communist society with its principle of distribution according to needs. The understanding of this aspect of the law of the unity and conflict of opposites has made possible a correct analysis of the economic situation, of the mutual relations of classes and parties, and consequently has determined the policy of our party. Lenin wrote, "We have all been learning a little Marxism. We have been learning how and when it is possible to unite opposites. Even more important is the fact that the revolution has compelled us to be continually uniting opposites in practice. But let us remember that these opposites may be united so as to obtain either mere discords or a symphony, such a dialectical combination of opposing policies which appeared absolutely incompatible to the Mensheviks was the policy of our party in relation to the liberals in the period of the Zemstvo campaign. One to keep distinct in order to strike together. On the basis one Zemstvo campaign, the Zemstvos or provincial assemblies were created in 1864 and consisted of a number of elected delegates of landowners and peasants. Their powers were restricted in 1890, but in 1905 in response to public opinion they regained some of their independence. Of such a combination was built the policy of the party in relation to the peasantry at different stages of the revolution, the combining of the interests of the proletariat and of the poor peasants to bring about the socialist revolution, the policy of union with the well-to-do peasantry after the 8th assembly of the party. A clear model of the combination of opposites in the policy of the party is found in the 6 conditions 1 of Stalin, which introduced business methods and payment by results into Soviet industry, in which, while giving every kind of support to the old intelligentsia, took steps to create, in the shortest period possible, numerous cadres of working-class technical experts. This combination of opposites in the policy of our party is directed towards social development in a determined direction and was always worked out in practice on the basis of an accurate and concrete study of objective contradictions. That is why this combination always resulted in victory for the party line. That is why we have got from it a symphony, not mere discords. A combination of opposites that does not issue from a faithful reckoning with objective conditions and facts is an eclectic combination and cannot lead to the victory of the determined trend of development, but instead to its defeat. Thus the Mensheviks constructed a whole policy of struggle for a bourgeois democratic revolution on the basis of an eclectic combination of the interests of the proletariat with those of the liberal bourgeoisie, which combination ignored the irreconcilability of those interests, ignored the concrete conditions of the development of Russia, ignored the peasantry as the basic ally of the proletariat in this revolution, and handed the hegemony in the revolution to the liberal bourgeoisie, to whose interests it subordinated those of the proletariat. Such a combination initiative. The question then was to what extent revolutionary socialists should participate in these bodies. 1. The 6 conditions of Stalin were laid down in his speech to the leaders of industry in June, 1931. Stalin asserted that a new situation had been created by the development of industry and that this required new methods of working. He enumerated 6 of these, including rationalization, payment by results, personal responsibility for the job, technical education, encouragement of the intelligentsia, and business accounting led, as we said, to discord, to the defeat of the bourgeois democratic revolution. The right opportunists in the USSR held it necessary to combine the interests of the proletariat with those of the peasantry in such a way as neither to harm the kulak by curtailing his tendencies to exploit, rather to enable him to develop them, nor to prepare or carry out the policy of liquidating the kulak as a class. They held it was necessary to combine for many decades the small-scale individualist peasant economy with large-scale socialistic production. This combination is eclectic and impossible, for it fails to realize the impracticability of continuing a long drawn-out development of a double system, large-scale socialist industry on the one hand, and on the other, decaying peasant economy, that economy which every hour and every minute gives birth again to capitalism. This combination ignored the irreconcilability of the interests of the proletariat and the capitalist elements. Such a combination would inevitably lead not to a victory for socialism but to a bourgeois restoration. Gradualist socialists seek theoretically to base their betrayal of the interests of the working class and their furious war against communism on an eclectic combination of the irreconcilable class antagonists, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat as given in the doctrine of the evolution of capitalism into socialism. The group of Menshevist idealists, in spite of its repeated declarations on the unity of opposites as their mutual penetration, has in its analysis of concrete problems distorted both the proposition itself and the facts under investigation. The mutual penetration of opposites has in essence been reduced by them to the more limited notion that opposites presuppose each other. It is this abstract approach, this approach in general without concrete analysis, that has prevented the Deborah group from rightly understanding the dialectical unity of the historic and the logical in knowledge, the unity of theory and practice in revolutionary struggle and the actual relationships between the proletariat and peasantry in revolution. The study of mutual penetration, of the identity of opposites, demands a concrete inquiry into the contradictory aspects of a process in its movement and development, the conditioning and mobility of all its facets, their conversioning to each other. But those mechanists who hold themselves to be Marxists do not understand movement by means of contradictions. The mechanistic view has been very clearly and directly expressed by Bukharin in his theory of historic materialism. In the world there exist differently acting forces directed one against the other. Only in exceptional cases do they balance each other. Then we have a state of rest, i.e. their actual conflict remains hidden. But it is sufficient to change one of these forces, and immediately the internal contradictions will be manifest. There will ensue a breakdown of equilibrium, and if a new equilibrium is established, it is established on a new basis, i.e. with another combination of forces, etc. What follows from this? It follows that conflict of opposites, i.e. the antagonism of differently directed forces is, indeed, condition movement according to Bukharin. There exist forces independent of each other and they act on each other. It is this external collision of differently directed forces that conditions movement. While Lenin requires to know in the first place the internal contradictions of a process, to find the source of self-movement, Bukharin requires the determination of external forces that collide with each other. Lenin speaks of the division of the unity, requires the disclosure of the internal identity of opposites, the establishment of the concrete character of the connections of opposing aspects and their transitions. Bukharin requires the mere finding of independent forces. He understands the law of the unity of opposites mechanically, because he proceeds from the mechanics of a simple collision of forces independent of each other, as the general notional model which is suitable to explain every phenomenon. Such a reduction of an internal process to a conflict of independent forces inevitably leads to the seeking of the cause of change outside the process, in the action of its environment. From the mechanistic understanding of the unity of opposites proceeds the theory of organized capitalism, which holds, as fundamental for the epoch of imperialism, not the internal contradictions of each country, but their external contradictions on the world arena. On the mechanistic understanding of contradictions is constructed the Trotskyist theory that denies the possibility of a socialist victory in one country. Trotsky recognizes, as basic and decisive in this question, not the internal contradictions of our Soviet economy, which are being resolved within the country, but the external contradictions, the contradictions between the Soviet Union and capitalist countries. Trotsky holds that it is these last that determine the development of Soviet economy, and so only a resolution of these contradictions can lead to a complete victory of socialism in our country. Bukharin, like all mechanists, identifies contradiction with antagonism. That is wrong. Those contradictions carefully distinguished by Marx and Engels in their analysis of the complex forms of development of class society, are antagonistic, in which the struggle of indissolubly connected opposites proceeds in the form of their external collisions, which are directed on the part of the dominant opposite so as to preserve the subordination of its opposite and of the type of contradiction itself, and on the part of the subordinated opposite, to the destruction of the dominant opposite and of the contradiction itself as well. The contradiction of any process is resolved, not by some external force, as think the mechanists, but by the development of the contradiction itself. This is true also in regard to antagonistic contradictions. But in the course of development of an antagonistic contradiction at its different stages, only the premises for its resolution are prepared and ripen. The contradiction itself at every new stage becomes ever more intensified. An antagonistic contradiction does not pass beyond the stages of its partial resolution. Thus the periodic crises of capitalism are a violent form in which the contradictions of a given cycle of capitalist reproduction find their resolution, but in relation to the contradictions of the capitalist means of production as a whole. These crises emerge only as landmarks of the further intensification of these contradictions and of the ripening of the forces making for the violent overthrow of capitalism. Antagonistic contradictions are resolved by the kind of leap in which the internal opposites emerge as relatively independent opposites, external to each other, by a leap that leads to the abolition of the formerly dominant opposite and to the establishment of a new contradiction. In this contradiction, the subordinated opposite of the previous contradiction now becomes the dominant opposite, preserving a number of its peculiarities and determining by itself the form of the new contradiction, especially at the first stages of its development. But in contradictions that do not have an antagonistic character, the development of the contradiction signifies not only the growth of the forces making for its final resolution, but each new step in the development of the contradiction is at the same time also its partial resolution. Not all contradictions are antagonistic. Thus the relationships of the proletariat and the peasantry are not of an antagonistic character. In both classes we find a number of common interests. In a class society the contradictions of the basic classes are antagonistic and are resolved in antagonistic form. In developed socialist society there will be no class struggle, no class antagonism. It is only in an order of things, says Marx, in which there will be no more classes and class antagonism, that social evolutions will cease to be political revolutions. 1. But Bukharin, because he identifies contradiction with antagonism, holds that in general there will be in this case no contradictions at all. This is what Lenin wrote in answer to that assertion. Quite wrong. Antagonism and contradiction are by no means the same. Under socialism the first will vanish, the second will remain. If in developed socialism there were no contradictions between productive forces and relations in production, between production and demand, no contradictions in the development of technique, etc., then the development of socialism would be impossible. Then instead of movement we should have stagnation. Only in virtue of the internal contradictions of the socialist order can there be development from one phase to another and higher phase. But each step in the development of socialism will denote not only a ripening of the forces making for a developed communist society, but also an immediate partial resolution of the contradictions of socialism. Just in the same way, each new stage in the transitional period denotes not only a growth of the forces making for socialism which can enter into being once the leap to a new order is made, but also an immediate construction of socialism, a partial resolution of the most basic contradiction of the transitional period. The identification of contradiction with antagonism leads on the one hand to the Trotskyist assertion that the contradictions between Marx, the poverty of philosophy, the proletariat and the peasantry are of the same character as those between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, i.e. are relations of class antagonism. On the other hand, it leads to right opportunist conclusions. The right opportunists maintain that the relations of these classes are not antagonistic and are, therefore, not even contradictory. Chapter 4. Analysis of the movement of the contradiction of a process from its beginning to its end. Lenin wrote of Karl Marx's Capital. Marx in his Capital at first analyses the simplest, the most ordinary, fundamental and commonplace thing, a relation to be observed billions of times in bourgeois commodity society, the exchange of commodities. In that simple phenomenon, in that cell of the bourgeois society, the analysis reveals all the contradictions, and their embryo as well, of modern society. The subsequent exposition shows the development, both growth and movement, of these contradictions and that of society in the sum total of its fundamental parts, from beginning to end. Such must also be the method of exposition, and of study as well, of dialectics in general. One such indeed must be the method of studying any process, i.e. our task must be to find its simplest, basic relations, to disclose in it the basic contradictions, to investigate their development and their conflict, to investigate how the development of a contradiction prepares its resolution and determines the form of its resolution, to investigate the qualitative changes in the successive phases of development of a process, the relative independence of movement of contradictory aspects, their mutual connection, their transitions one into the other, to disclose in the development of the conflict of opposites in any process the necessity and also all the conditions and possibilities of its conversion into its own opposite. Such must be the course of study of any process in its emergence, development and decay. In Capital Marx begins from the simplest, basic relations of merchant capitalist society, the exchange of commodities. He at once shows the ambiguity, the contradictory characteristics of a commodity, an article made simply for sales. A unity of price and value discloses its internal contradictions. The ambiguous Char 1 Lenin Volume 13. Page 324. Actor of the labor that creates the article. The concrete labor on the one hand and on the other the abstract labor that creates the value. Marx further shows that the internal contradiction concealed in the commodity finds the forms of its movement in the external contradiction, which emerges as the relation of the relative and the equivalent forms of value, which are polar opposites, indissolubly connected with each other. The further development of this relationship, which reflects the development of the commodity, goes through 3 stages of a simple, a developed and finally universal form of value. In the last of these stages, the article takes on the double form of the commodity itself and its monetary equivalent, the development of money, in its different functions, being the result of the extension and complication of commodity relations and at the same time the condition of the development of these relations, is the further form of development of its initial contradictions. Marx shows further the process of the development of money into capital, the internal contradiction of the general form of movement of capital and the continual resolution of this contradiction in the buying and selling of labor power. The appearance of the latter denotes the higher development of the initial contradiction, the development of the law of value on a very universal scale. At this point development takes place more quickly and with more intensity than formerly, because by the separation of the means of production from the producer, and the stage of development of commodity relations that we are discussing inevitably leads to such a separation, the basic productive power, labor power, is turned into a commodity. Production of commodities for sale becomes capitalist. Thus we arrive at the basic means of production of a new social structure. The conversion of money into capital denotes the development of the law of value into a new qualitatively unique law system, into the law of surplus value, which is the source of the self-movement of capitalism. Marx shows that the capitalist organization of production denotes the concentration in great workshops of the hitherto disconnected means of production and their conversion by this means from the productive forces of separate persons into social productive forces but under conditions of individual appropriation. He further shows how the pursuit after a continuous increase in the rate of surplus value, which depends on the physiological limitations of the working day and the resistance of the working class, leads to the growth and intensification of the contradictions between the social character of production and individual appropriation. That basic contradiction of capitalism leads to the growing of simple capitalist co-operation into manufacture, and thence into production by machinery. Marx showed that the increase of the rate of exploitation requires an uninterrupted expansion of production, that reproduction leads to the concentration and centralization of capital and consequently to the ruin of small-scale capitalists. From another point of view, the same process of capitalist reproduction one creates an industrial reserve army, and ever more and more intensifies class contradictions. Marx disclosed in all its terrible nakedness the general law of capitalist accumulation, with the absolute impoverishment of the working class as its adverse side, thus showing the inevitability of the collapse of capitalism. In disclosing the essence of capitalism and its deep, ever-changing contradictions, Marx shows the emergence, on their basis, of contradictory phenomena. To this are devoted the 2nd and 3rd volumes of Capital, where Marx shows the process of the circulation of capital and its reproduction, and the division of surplus value into the forms of profits of enterprise, interest, profits of commerce and ground rent. Marx shows here how law of value is developed in its external forms, growing into a law of costs of production. He shows how production is expanded, how the organic composition of capital grows and how under the influence of this, the rate of profit falls, although the hope of its rise is the very thing which drives capitalism to develop the forces of production. He further shows how capitalist contradictions ever more and more intensify, finding their temporary solution in certain characteristic phenomena: crisis, depression, recovery, boom, the trade cycle, which appears as the forces of production emerge in ever more irreconcilable conflict with the social law of their development. The social structure of capitalism hampers the development of productive forces. The bourgeoisie becomes unable to control production. The movement on reproduction, a technical term in Marx, of capitalist contradictions gives rise to the necessity and also to all the conditions and possibilities of the collapse of capitalism. That is the picture unfolded by Marx in Capital and completed by Lenin and Stalin in their works on imperialism and the general crisis of capitalism. The method applied by Marx in Capital has necessarily to be applied in the study of any process. A model of the masterly application of this method is the analysis of development of the struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie given by Marx and Engels in the Communist Manifesto. This same method lies at the basis of the analysis of the origin, development and abolition of classes in the state given by Engels in his work The Origin of the Family, and by Lenin in The State and Revolution, and of the analysis of the origin and development of capitalism in Russia given by Lenin in his celebrated work on the development of capitalism in Russia, an analysis of the movement of contradiction in its emergence, development and decay is the only way to acknowledge both of the basic laws of the development of a process and of the diverse concrete forms of its appearance at different stages and in different conditions. The mechanistic conception not only cannot show the movement opposites in their emergence and development, but really inhibits such a method of getting to understand actuality, because from its point of view every process begins its movement from state stable equilibrium, when either there are no contradictions or they are reconciled and balanced and therefore cannot be a stimulus to further development. Contradictions appear only at a known stage of the movement of a process, as a result of the action of external causes, as a result of the upsetting of equilibrium. The group of Menshevist idealists, forsaking concrete actuality for the field of pure abstractions of the self-movement of mere ideas, also came out with a revision of this method. The Deborah group uncritically accepted the Hegelian way of stating the question of the unity of opposites without noticing its idealistic features. Hegel, in founding his whole philosophic system, proceeded, as we have said earlier, from the self-development of absolute spirit. However, in distinction from other idealists, and in this lies his great service, he took as a model for the different forms of absolute spirit the stages in the development of social knowledge, which stages he understood and interpreted in his own way. After schematizing the different forms of thought which he had observed in history, he came to the conclusion that dialectical knowledge, which contains in its own categories, and in their order, in a purely theoretical fashion, the history of knowledge, passes in its understanding of any object through stages of identity, difference, opposition and contradiction. To say nothing of the fact that Hegel wrongly represented identity as the first step in knowledge, the organic defect of all his philosophy was this, that he connected his scheme of the development of knowledge, of subjective mind, with the objective world as the law of development of all its subjects. In this the idealist, Hegel, stands out clearly. Deborah did not notice that Hegel, by making absolute certain characteristic features of our thought, by declaring them to be the movement of absolute spirit, by constructing a formalistic scheme of the movement of categories, was also forcing actuality and its developments into the Procrustean bed of such a scheme. According to Deborah, following Hegel, the development of the processes of objective actuality proceeds from abstract identity to difference, from difference to oppositeness and thence to internal contradiction. Deborah wrote, when all the necessary steps of development, from simple identity through difference and oppositeness have been traversed, then begins the epoch of the resolution of contradictions in Deborah's opinion and that of his followers. Contradiction appears in a process, not at its very beginning, but only at a certain stage of its movement. But this can mean only one thing, namely, that until this stage is reached, the development of the process is not by virtue of its inward contradictions. This viewpoint is not only a revision of dialectic at its central point, but is close to the mechanistic conception of development. Because if the development of any process begins and proceeds up to a given moment not by virtue of its internal division, assuming it be at the beginning still undeveloped, then the process, until this moment, must be due to external causes. But that is also the view of the mechanists. Deborah, by accepting Hegel's scheme, which identifies the development of knowledge with the development of matter, has, in his understanding of the basic law of dialectic, lapsed into mechanism, against which he had waged such a desperate conflict. The only logical dialectic can be materialistic dialectic. By applying this view on the development of contradiction to the analysis of the concrete question of the relations between the proletariat and the peasantry in the conditions of the USSR, Deborah and Labo came to the conclusion that they are not contradictory relations but only relations of difference. They came to a right opportunist watering down of the contradiction between the two classes. Karev, proceeding from the same point of view, declared that in the third estate of pre-revolutionary France, there were no internal contradictions but only differences, i.e. the relations of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie were not contradictory. In actuality the interests of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie were contradictory from the very moment of the emergence of these antagonistic classes. It is quite true that contradictions move, become intensified, go through a number of stages in their development, forming at each one of them new qualitative properties. It is also true that the knowledge of the contradictions of this or that process emerges most fully and visibly at the highest developed stage of the process. The proletariat, we know, becomes as a whole ever more and more conscious of the irreconcilability of its interests with those of the bourgeoisie, according as the capitalist contradictions intensify. But from these true positions it is impossible to conclude, as does Deborah, that contradictions appear only at a given stage of the development of a process. No, they belong to it from the very beginning. Deborah's view blunts our apprehension of the contradictions of the initial stages in the development of processes, leads to a watering down of them and in this way is a perversion of dialectic. It pursues the Menshevist line. The development of a process at all its stages is the movement of its contradictions. Chapter 5, The Relativity of the Unity of Opposites, and the Absoluteness of Their Conflict. In the foreword to the first volume of Capital, Marx wrote, "In its rational form dialectic is a scandal and an abomination to the bourgeoisie and its doctrinaire spokesman, because, while supplying a positive understanding of the existing state of things, it at the same time furnishes an understanding of the negation of that state of things, and enables us to recognize that that state of things will inevitably break up. It is an abomination to them because it regards every historically developed social form as in fluid movement, as transient, because it lets nothing overawe it, but is in its very nature critical and revolutionary dialectic in its rational form, Materialistic dialectic is a scandal and an abomination to the bourgeoisie because, as opposed to metaphysical views which stress the immutability of existing forms or their slow uninterrupted evolutionary change, it demonstrates the revolutionary change of forms, the self-negation of everything existent, in virtue of the development of internal contradictions. But whoever reduced Marxist thought, or the Marx-Leninist doctrine of development in general, to the statement all flows, all changes, would distort the actual essence of the doctrine and would open the door to mechanism, relativism, teleology, and modern neo-Hegelianism. Indeed, the mechanists also, as we know, are ready to admit that all flows, all changes, but flows and changes in their understanding is only a quantitative process, the actual elements remaining unchanged, and the relativist not only admits that all changes, all flows, but makes such a change absolute, including within it our own knowledge. Thus every kind of stability in objective phenomena is swept away, becoming but a subjective appearance. Our knowledge is held to be limited and distorted in its very nature so that it does not even reflect truly the creative flow of reality. The teleologically inclined bourgeois thinker also admits that all flows, all changes, but he goes on to affirm that this flow, this change, is nothing else than the path to the realization of ever more perfect forms, the tendency towards which is deeply seated in life itself. That movement is determined by those ideal forms in which the immanent purposes of life reside. There are other eclectic points of view, as, for instance, the theory that history shows an alternation of stable and revolutionary epochs, the first characterized by definiteness, stability and self-identity of the processes found in it, the second by indefiniteness, movement and change. Where there is definiteness there is no change, where there is movement, there is no definiteness. That is the essence of this eclectic wisdom. Only a conception of development as a conflict of internal contradictions at all stages of development, gives a profound and adequate understanding of actuality and arms us against mechanism, relativism, eclecticism and other bourgeois revisionistisms. This conception alone shows the unity of the aspects of a process and their relative identity not as an external form, not as a stage in a process, not as a basic characteristic of a process, but as a form of internal contradiction, of conflict of internal opposites. This form expresses the type of contradiction and is determined by it. The contradiction emerges on its basis, develops and decays. There is no internal contradiction without a unity of conflicting aspects within, without a general basis of conflict which expresses itself in the relative identity of opposites. But unity and identity, which are the necessary form of the movement of the contradiction, are at the same time conditioned by it as by the actual content of the development. Therefore, to regard unity, the identity of opposites, as a reconciliation of opposites is a direct perversion of Marxism. Yet we find this view expressed in almost identical terms by the mechanists, the reformist socialists and the Menshevist idealists. Materialistic dialectic has nothing in common with the point of view of reconciliation of opposites which subordinates the conflict of opposites to a process of inevitable and predetermined reconciliation. Materialistic dialectic, which is in essence critical and revolutionary Marx, understands the resolution of contradictions to be the replacement of one type of contradiction by another. This resolution, in which opposites become identified, Lenin, expresses not the reconciliation but the resolution of their contradiction in a new contradiction, a new type of internal conflict. This thought was also expressed by Lenin in his celebrated proposition on the relativity of the unity of opposites and the absoluteness of their conflict, which was neglected and not understood by the Menshevist idealists. Lenin wrote, "The unity, the coincidence, identity, resultant force, of opposites is conditional, temporary, transitory, and relative. The struggle of the mutually exclusive opposites is absolute, as movement and evolution are." 1-4, as we see, the conflict of mutually exclusive opposites leads to a change in the character of that unity, coincidence and mutual penetration in which they are found. This conflict determines the character of the resolution of their contradiction. Conflict makes their internal unity conditional, temporal, transitional. Conflict leads to the final resolution of the given contradictions, to their removal, creates the beginning of a new process. In a class society, every given form of society is temporal and transitory. The change of any given form of a class society and the abolition of classes are accomplished by means of class struggle, on the developing basis of the contradiction of capitalist economy, i.e. the contradiction between the social character of production and individual appropriation. Only the conflict of both mutually exclusive opposites would lead to the replacing of the original form of their unity and mutual penetration out of which they were developing into something new, by another form. The growing intensity of the conflict of these opposites leads to the necessity of their final resolution and liquidation. This conflict creates also all the necessary conditions and possibilities for it. Out of the thorough understanding of this aspect of dialectic proceeds the policy of our party. The party saw in the different forms of the bond between the proletariat and the peasantry, at the various stages of NEP, not a form of reconciliation of those opposites, but a form of resolution of the temporal, partial contradictions, characteristic of the given stage, and at the same time, a step forward in the resolution of the basic contradiction of the transitional period, the contradiction between socialism and capitalism. And so the party did not make eternal the different forms of this bond between peasants and industrial workers, for this would have meant that we were oblivious of the basic contradictions of the transitional period, which was the mistake of the right deviation, nor did it regard the changing of slogans in relation to the peasantry as Mar 1 Lenin, Volume 13, page 324. No others called out by the situation, allowing us to gain time until the final resolution of the contradiction in world socialism, which was how the Trotskyists viewed the matter. Stalin, in a speech at the 15th Congress, said, "Our development proceeds, not by a smooth, unbroken movement upwards. No, comrades, we have classes, we have contradictions inside the country, we have a past, a present and a future, and the contradictions between these are still with us. We cannot therefore glide smoothly forward. Our course is one of struggle, of ever-developing contradictions and of their subsequent mastery, analysis and liquidation. Never, so long as there are classes, shall we be in the position to say, well, thank God, now all is well. Never, comrades, shall we have that state of affairs. Always in our experience something is dying out, but whatever it is, it does not like the idea of dying, it struggles to go on existing, it defends itself for an activity. Always something new is being born in our life, but whatever it is not just born, it screams and cries, asserting its right to exist. The struggle between the old and the new, between what is dying out and what is born, that is the basis of our movement. Only in bitter class struggle with the capitalist elements, and in their eventual suppression, only in the proletariat's struggle for a socialist recasting of the small individualist peasant economy, which is the last base upon which capitalism can rebuild itself, only in the struggle for the higher productivity of labor, in the struggle for the inculcation of socialist discipline can classes be abolished. The policy of the Communist Party proceeds on the understanding that the contradiction between the Soviet Union and its backward technique, a struggle which takes place in the conditions of a capitalist environment, can be only temporary, that it will be resolved inevitably either by the Bolsheviks' mastery of technique or by the collapse of Soviet power. A characteristic feature of our party is that we do not fear difficulties or contradictions, we do not flee from strife, but proceed to a dispassionate analysis of the contradictions of actuality, an exposure of new contradictions, a study of the course of their movement, of the course of preparation of conditions and possibilities for their mastery and solution. Kaganovich, in a speech celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Institute of Red Professors, said in describing this feature of Bolshevist practice, "What exactly does the unity of opposites mean in the ordinary language of our political party? The unity of opposites in actuality means not to be afraid of difficulties, not to be afraid of those contradictions of life which spring up on our journey, but instead to conquer them with Bolshevist energy and staunchness. A characteristic feature of our party is its struggle for the victory of a determined tendency of development, for the victory of one of two opposite alternatives. It is a struggle that excludes any haphazard drift. The understanding of the absolute struggle of opposites and of the relativity of their unity distinguishes Marx-Leninism from the reformist parties. Not one theoretician of social reformism, neither Kautsky nor Plekhanov, could rise to the comprehension of movement by means of the division of unity, of the absoluteness of the struggle of opposites and the relativity of their unity, hence their merely formal acknowledgement and lack of comprehension of these principles. The further evolution of these theoreticians, especially Kautsky, consisted of an ever greater revision of this central aspect of materialistic dialectic. It was not a matter of chance that at the end of his life Kautsky completely rejected dialectic and declared that the theory of social movement proceeding by means of contradictions was merely revolutionary metaphysics. The whole political theory and tactics of the right wing of the older reformism and of modern reformist socialism are based on theories of this sort and derived from the idea of the reconciliation of opposites. Thus, instead of Marx's proposition on the irreconcilability of the conflict of classes, they preach a harmony of interests of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, a compromise between both classes. They summon the proletariat to assist capitalist rationalization, or to support the national bourgeoisie in its struggle for a market, or to take part in bourgeois governments, etc. Instead of a struggle to overcome the contradictions of capitalism, a struggle for their forcible resolution by means of setting up a proletarian dictatorship and expropriating the bourgeoisie, they try to smooth over, to reconcile these contradictions and by that means to preserve capitalism. The tactics of the Bolsheviks in relationship to the liberal bourgeoisie in the period of the Zemstvo campaign were expressed in the slogan to keep separate in order to strike together. This common offensive with the liberal bourgeoisie at a determined stage and in a determined form was a relative, temporary, conditional moment in the tactics of socialism, but the Mensheviks attached to this relative moment an absolute significance and placed it at the base of all their strategy, and finally as a consequence played the part of the left wing of the counter-evolutionary bourgeoisie. In 1917, the Menshevists, Plekhanov in particular, came out as supporters of the bourgeoisie, preaching a harmony of class interests, and demanding the continuance of the imperialist war, and directed all their energy against everything that hindered the strengthening of capitalism and above all against the preparation for a socialist revolution. After October, the Mensheviks directly supported the whites in the period of the developed advance of socialism on the whole front, when the Mensheviks, overestimating the importance of the capitalist elements within the country, had dreams of a bourgeois regeneration of the Soviet power and were finally disappointed. They transferred their activity to a direct hostility to the vital interests of the proletariat of the USSR and to sabotage and espionage in the service of the general staffs of the imperialist powers, and all this in the name of establishing a democracy, by which they meant a society whose aim was to harmonize the interests of proletariat and bourgeoisie. The conception of the unity of opposites as their reconciliation is also characteristic of the positions of the right. From the Marx-Leninist position of the irreconcilability of the contradictions of the capitalist means of production, they have lapsed into a theory of organized capitalism, which asserts that the contradictions within capitalist countries can be removed and transferred to an external arena, to the world market. They have formulated a theory that, all the world over, the kulak peasant economy will gradually turn into socialism. The Leninist theory of the abolition of classes by means of intensified class struggle has been replaced by a theory of the abolition of the class struggle, its peaceful dying out. They explain the intensification of class struggle in the USSR by the blunders of the Bolsheviks with their unwise decrees, and did not realize that the growth and advancement of socialist elements inevitably evoke the opposition of the dying capitalist elements. The right did not see the contradictions within the peasantry itself. They represented them as a homogeneous social mass. They did not notice that our union with the peasantry is a union that takes account of the irreconcilability of the interests of proletariat and bourgeoisie and therefore is directed against the capitalist elements and tendencies within the peasantry. The right did not understand that the union of the proletariat with the peasantry is a form of the proletariat's struggle for the recasting of small-scale commodity economy, for its transfer to the socialist path of development. They forgot about the temporary character of NEP, about its ambiguity. The right opportunist theory, being a theory of reconciliation of opposites, leads to the perpetuation of small-scale commodity production and therefore to the perpetuation of classes. Bukharin, the theoretician without dialectic, the scholastic theoretician, Stalin, did not understand the doctrine of the absolute conflict of opposites and the relativity of their unity. The viewpoint of reconciliation of opposites constituted the basis for the revision of Marxian dialectic which issued from the group of Menshevist idealists. Not one of its expositors finds room to mention the absoluteness of the conflict of opposites and the relativity of their union, although they ceaselessly comment on the paragraph in Lenin's On Dialectic where this aspect of the division of unity is formulated with extraordinary accuracy and clearness. In not one of their works is a criticism of the theory of the reconciliation of opposites to be found. On the contrary, that is the very theory from which they proceed. Thus Deberin holds that dialectical materialism scientifically reconciles opposites, namely, freedom and necessity, subjectivism and objectivism, but reconciles them dialectically, according to him, in dialectic subject and object knowledge about the object, obtain a relative reconciliation. Deberin defines dialectic not as a doctrine of the conflict of opposites, but as a doctrine of the merging together of opposites. Dialectical materialism grew up in conflict with different forms of bourgeois philosophy, each of which was built upon the exaggeration and over-development of one aspect of human knowledge. But dialectical materialism did not simply cast them from the threshold, but critically worked over everything of value that had been discovered by preceding philosophy, including the rationalism and empiricism of the 17th and 18th centuries. Deberin, however, regards this critical treatment of the bourgeois heritage as a reconciliation of opposite philosophic tendencies. He holds that dialectical materialism reconciles extreme empiricism with extreme rationalism in a higher synthesis of the two. The theory of reconciliation of opposites is a metaphysical theory, because it does not lead to the disclosure of the ways of egress from a given situation. It perpetuates each given situation, nor does it direct its attention to the origin of the new, to the creation of the new premises, possibilities, conditions, that will originate new processes on the basis of the contradictions of the given process. The type and character of the contending opposites, the degree of their development, define also the character of the solution of their contradiction. It is necessary to distinguish the forms of resolution of temporary, partial contradictions, which make possible the development of the basic contradictions of a process, from the forms of resolution of the basic contradictions of a process as a whole, which lead to the removal of that process. Thus the different forms of the bond between the proletariat and the peasantry in the USSR made possible such a development of small-scale commodity production and large-scale socialist industry as prepared the way for a final resolution of the basic contradiction, and the forms of final resolution of those contradictions, which lead to the removal of the given basic contradiction, are all-round collectivization and the conversion of agricultural economy into a branch of socialist industry. The final resolution of contradictions denotes the removal of both opposite aspects. The victory of the proletariat in the socialist revolution denotes that it ceases to be a class and capitalist society and that the elements of the bourgeoisie opposed to it cease to be the class controlling the country's economy. The construction of socialism denotes the victory of the proletariat, one of the basic classes of the transitional period, and leads to the abolition of classes as a whole, including, of course, the proletariat. The mechanists, who hold that a process develops in virtue of externally directed forces, think that the process goes in the direction of that force which predominates quantitatively. Bogdanov wrote, if this or that process, the movement of a body, the life of an organism, the development of society, is determined by the strife of two opposing forces, then, when one of these predominates quantitatively, however little, the process goes to its side, is subordinated in its direction. As soon as another force develops and at last equalizes itself with the first, the whole character of the process changes its quality. Either it comes to an end, or later, however small be the increase of the second force, it takes on a new direction. Though this is basically true for mechanics, yet in the higher forms of movement it is impossible to attribute the direction of a process only to the direction of the quantitatively predominating aspect. Thus the capitalist elements at war with feudalism were at first feebler than the feudalistic elements, but the development went ever more and more in the direction of the former. The growth and strengthening of the capitalist elements resulted in the predominance of capitalism over feudalism, and the destruction of feudalist relations only at the end of the process. The socialist elements in the USSR, although at the time still very feeble, yet immediately after the October Revolution played the leading role in the struggle with the capitalist elements. The growth of socialist elements consolidated their position and led to their victory over the capitalist elements. The proletariat in the USSR takes a leading role in union with the peasantry, which quantitatively exceeds the proletariat many times. The proletariat becomes the gravedigger of capitalism, creates a new direction for the development of productive forces, creates new forms of social relations, not simply because it increases quantitatively within the framework of capitalism, but chiefly because, in the conditions of the ever-intensifying contradiction between productive forces and the capitalist relations of production, it welds itself together and organizes itself, and, under the leadership of its political party, resolves by means of revolution the capitalist productive relations and establishes proletarian dictatorship. The mechanist's view ignores all the concrete conditions of the development of a process, all the qualitative uniqueness of its laws. This leads to drift, to a falling back on natural forces, because, from this point of view, a mere simple quantitative predominance over the weaker aspect is sufficient to ensure a new direction and development. This view fully justifies the reformist theory of a peaceful transition from capitalism to socialism, which is to proceed from the fact of the predominance of the specific gravity of the proletariat in large-scale capitalist countries. It also fully justifies the Trotskyist denial of the possibility of a socialist victory in the USSR, in virtue of the quantitative weakness of the proletariat and the low level of productive forces in that country. The character and direction of a process are defined by the character and direction of its basic moving contradictions, by their concrete mutual relations, by their conflict in the determined concrete situation, in the conflict of the mutually exclusive opposites, of the different tendencies of development, of the old with the new. As we saw above in more detail, one of the aspects, one of the tendencies, develops, becomes the leading one, and this defines the character and direction of a process. But this or that aspect or tendency of development becomes a leading one only through conflict. Thus in the conflict between the capitalist and socialist elements in the USSR, the socialist elements took the lead by virtue of the fact that the proletariat had established its dictatorship, had got possession of large-scale industry, were nationalizing the land, because it had established such mutual relations with the peasantry as guaranteed the support of the latter and thus prepared all the conditions and possibilities for the socialist recasting of the whole trading economy. If the dictatorship had weakened or the clearness of the general line of the party had become confused, if the opportunist elements had conquered, if there had ensued a long period of opposition to the peasantry, then the capitalist elements would have come on top, would have begun to play the leading role and to annihilate the socialist elements. A less progressive tendency of development can conquer a more progressive, an old, ever more and more obstructive element, can, in fighting with the new, sustain itself for a considerable time, not allow the new to develop, and for a time even destroy it entirely. Capitalism, which hinders the development of productive forces, at the same time maintains its own existence, does not come automatically to a crash. Only the conflict of the proletariat with the bourgeoisie resolves the question of the crash of capitalism. That is why our party carries on a very fierce war against the theory of drift, which weakens the struggle of the proletariat and by this means strengthens its opponents and makes it possible for capitalism to go on maintaining itself. Chapter 6. Theory of Equilibrium. We have expounded the basic moments of the law of the unity of opposites, the essence of dialectic. Bukharin does not understand this law. In his book The Theory of Historic Materialism he set himself the task of, as it were, transposing Hegel's idealistic mystical teaching on contradiction into a materialistic key. From Bukharin's viewpoint this must signify the translation of Hegelian dialectic into the language of modern mechanism. True to his position he holds that Hegel and Marx in speaking of movement by means of contradictions, implied in fact a collision of two oppositely directed forces. External forces collide and form a temporary, mobile equilibrium, which is then broken and is again set up on a new basis. Following Hegel, he called the primitive state of equilibrium thesis, its destruction antithesis, and the setting up of equilibrium on a new basis in which opposites are reconciled synthesis. Buharin expounds his theory thus: everything consists of a number of elements connected with each other, which form a certain system. Every such system is connected with such other systems as compose its environment. Environment and system act mutually. This contradiction of system and environment lies, according to Buharin, at the basis of all development. Buharin does not deny internal contradictions. He admits that in society, for instance, there exists a number of internal contradictions between productive forces in the relations of production, contradictions of class, etc. But these internal contradictions, according to Buharin, are the resultant of the external contradictions of the environment and the system. Thus class struggle within society is determined, according to Buharin, by the contradiction of society and nature. Buharin writes, internal, structural equilibrium is a magnitude dependent on external equilibrium, is a function of this external equilibrium, such is Buharin's theory of equilibrium, which he advances as the only correct, theoretically systematic exposition and basis of the Marxian dialectic. All that has been expounded in the foregoing pages makes clear that his theory leaves out of account the determining role of internal contradictions, the indissoluble connection of opposing aspects, their transitions into each other, their identity, and replaces the conflict of opposites by their reconciliation, i.e. it distorts the law of the division of unity and has nothing in common with Marx-Leninism. Buharin's theory of equilibrium is not new. It enjoys great popularity in bourgeois sociology and economics. The bourgeois philosopher and sociologist, Herbert Spencer, built upon just such a theory a mechanistic theory of evolution. In his opinion, there exist in nature forces directed against each other, between which an equilibrium is eventually established. The direction of movement in a phenomenon is determined by the quantitative predominance of this or that opposing aspect. Thus, for example, tyranny and freedom are, in his opinion, two independent forces, which all the time seek to balance each other, from which it follows that from the quantitative predominance of freedom or tyranny depends the movement of both these antagonists. But Herbert Spencer, in contrast to Buharin, never called his theory dialectic. Prior to Spencer, Dühring, who directly attacked the dialectic of Marx and Engels, wrote, "Antagonism of forces that oppose each other in an opposite direction is also the basic form of all the actions and manifestations of nature." Engels, in Anti-Dühring, strongly criticized this view. The theory of equilibrium was most clearly formulated by Bogdanov, who sought to reconcile idealism and materialism. Long before Buharin, he set himself the task of transferring onto the soil of materialism not only the dialectic of Hegel, but also the dialectic of Marx and Engels, which, in his opinion, was not completely emancipated from the idealism from which it originally sprang. The Marxian conception of dialectic, that is to say, of development, suffers, says Bogdanov, in common with the purely Hegelian conception, from lack of clarity and completeness, and for this reason the application of the dialectical method is inaccurate and diffuse. Bogdanov, long before Buharin, translates dialectic into the language of mechanics. Just like Spencer and Dühring, he holds that movement through contradictions is a conflict between two oppositely directed activities, but he admits at once that such a conception of the law of contradictory development parts company with the basic propositions of Marxism, and goes on to assert that Marxism by its failure to realize this truth is unable to explain the transition of quantity into quality. Bogdanov defines dialectic as an organized process that proceeds by way of the conflict of opposing forces. Movement, in his opinion, begins first as an equilibrium which contains no contradictions. Then that equilibrium is destroyed by the conflict of two opposing forces and set up anew on a fresh basis. The basic, determining contradiction, he holds to be the external, which is conditioned by the conflict of internal forces and by the preponderance of one of them at a determined stage. In his opinion, the basic contradiction is between the environment and the system. This theory of equilibrium enjoyed great popularity among various groups whose social and economic policies were in opposition to the Bolshevik line. Buharin was also led to argue that class contradictions are only the results of the contradiction between society and the natural environment, so that if the equilibrium of society and nature is upset, then the conflict of classes is intensified. If society and nature are in stable equilibrium, then the class struggle ceases. Although Buharin tries to combine this theory with the Marx-Leninist theory of the inevitability of the proletarian revolution in view of the internal contradictions of capitalism, yet it is perfectly clear that Buharin, by belittling the internal contradictions and not admitting their determined role, cannot prove the inevitability of the collapse of capitalism. Following Bogdanov, he holds that society, including a Soviet economic order, develops when in return for its expended working energy it receives from nature as much or more energy. When this is the case, we get equilibrium between society and nature. The whole economic policy of Soviet society must proceed from the necessity of establishing such an equilibrium and must not allow any chance infringement of it. Buharin proceeds to argue that the class struggle and similar contradictions can and should be removed with all speed by establishing an equilibrium between society and nature. This can be done by balancing the different factors in the natural economy. From this it follows that the point of crucial importance is that part of the economic plan where production has fallen behind. It may be iron, in which case engineering production generally will be held up. It may be bricks, in which case the building plan will be delayed. But these equilibrium sociologists deduced from their theory that the way to restore equilibrium was to cut down production and building to the level of the diminished supplies of iron and bricks. In other words, we are to avoid the contradiction of the class struggle by slowing down capital construction. They also hold that we should overcome the contradiction between decaying small-scale individualist agricultural economy and large-scale socialist industry not by bringing the development of agriculture up to the level of industry, which is possible only by its transition to socialist forms of farming, but on the contrary, by lowering the tempo of the development of industry and thus establishing an equilibrium between them. Stalin himself dealt with this theory in his speech to the Agrarian Conference. It is supposed, said Stalin, that we have a socialist and a capitalist sector, side by side. These two compartments are completely isolated from one another. Each can pursue its own course without affecting the other. It is a geometrical fact that parallel lines do not meet, but the authors of this remarkable theory think that at some time or other these parallels will meet, and when they do, we shall have socialism, whence also arose the struggle against the Bolshevik tempo of industrial development, against rapid industrialization, and the struggle of some years ago to speed up light industry, at the cost of slowing down our plan for rapid capital development, in order to provide the individual peasants immediately with generous supplies of consumption goods. This same struggle aiming at perpetuating the small peasant economy for many years to come. This, in their opinion, would be the guarantee of a swiftly obtained equilibrium between agricultural economy and industry and of a harmonious development towards socialism without any intensification of class conflict. Marx-Leninist dialectic does not deny external contradictions, the action of one process on another. On the contrary, it proceeds from the idea of an indissoluble connection of all processes of actuality and demands a knowledge of the mutual action of processes, their influence on each other, and their mutual penetration. But whereas mechanism and its theory of equilibrium regard any phenomenon as the result of the external action of processes on each other, and opposes one to the other as external and independent aspects of one and the same process, dialectic sees in the external only a particular form in which the internal manifests itself. Therefore, when we speak of the mutual action of the aspect of one process, the dialectician will not be deceived by the moment of independence, of externality, of these aspects, but will seek to disclose in them, as the basis of their mutual action, as the actual source of self-movement of the process, their unifying internal contradiction. And so the dialectician will not classify the qualitatively different and mutually interacting processes as wholly independent and mutually external systems and environments. Moreover, since dialectic proceeds from the idea of an internal unity of the world, which is contained in the fact of its being material, dialectic will see in the mutual action of external processes the mutual action of the diverse forms and degrees of matter alone, which matter is developed in these forms and through their mutual action. Therefore, dialectic will regard the external mutual action of processes as a moment of world development and will never forget that the basic law underlying all moments is that of the unity and conflict of opposites. There is of course no development of a process apart from its mutual action with other processes. It is a complete distortion of Leninism to represent the doctrine of self-movement, of spontaneous development, as though certain internal principles, locked up as it were and isolated from relations with the environment, were the determining factors in self-movement and provided all the conditions of development. But the external always plays its separate part not as the basis of development, but as one of its necessary conditions, and therefore its influence on a process may be understood only on the basis of a knowledge of those internal contradictions which fundamentally determine the course of development. Marxist-Leninist dialectic does not deny the contradiction of society and nature, but regards it as not the main, not the determining contradiction of social development. When we study history, we see in a number of countries that whereas the geographic, climatic conditions, the vegetable and animal world, the natural riches, remained relatively unchanged, yet the social relations were changed, e.g. feudalism was replaced by capitalism. In the development of any particular social structure, for instance capitalism, dialectic regards the internal contradiction between capitalist productive forces and the capitalist relations of production as the important and determining factor. The contradiction between society and nature exists of course under capitalism, but the particular form of this contradiction is determined not by the properties of the geographical environment but by the basic laws of the development of capitalism. Society, by virtue of its internal law governance and its development of productive forces, changes the geographical environment by ways and means specific for each social formation. Especially comprehensive was this changing of geographical environment by social man under capitalism with its machine technique and with its social character of production. There is a shortage of forests, the felling of them and their replanting are regulated. There is not enough coal, they substitute white coal, i.e. petroleum. There is not enough leather, wool, silk, they make leather, wool and silk artificially. If there is not enough moisture from the atmosphere, they irrigate. The animal and vegetable world is being refashioned, for they are creating new breeds of animals, new types of plants. If in capitalist society the total amount of change in nature is, in spite of this, extremely limited, then once again this is explained not by the contradiction between society and nature but by capitalist productive relations, which do not permit the fullest possible development of productive forces. Only socialism guarantees such a possibility. The determining role of the social system in this matter of nature and society is clearly seen in the USSR today, where the unified economic plan makes use of all the achievements of science and is changing the face of the whole country. The contradictions between the capitalist and socialist systems do, of course, influence the development of socialist relationships in the USSR, but socialist society is developing on the basis of internal laws, on the basis of internal contradictions, and not on the basis of the external contradictions between the capitalist world and ourselves. The development of the USSR is by no means subordinate to the development of capitalist world economy as Trotsky thinks. Economic and financial blockade, the refusal of credits, the blocking of Soviet exports, the different forms of diplomatic pressure, etc. all are in some degree reflected in the development of socialism in the USSR, but the character and degree of the reflection are determined by the internal contradictions in our country. The degree in which the development of socialism is checked by international capitalism depends on the degree of development and relative strength of the socialist and capitalist elements within the country. The weaker the former and the stronger the latter, the lower will be the tempo of industrialization and collectivization of the country, the feebler the onslaught on the capitalist elements, and the feebler our defense of the socialist front line trenches. The stronger the force of kulakism, of NEP in our country, the wider the net of our enemies, the greater the bureaucratism, the stronger the influence of opportunism in our ranks, so much the more vulnerable are we. In fact, the degree in which our movement can be hampered by international capitalism depends in the last resort upon ourselves, upon the internal conditions of the country, and it would be completely untrue to attribute the rate of transition or the forms of transition to the varying influences of the capitalist world upon the Soviet Union. A clear proof of this proposition, and one which upsets all the assertions of the Trotskyists, is to be found in the fact that the world crisis of capitalism has not fundamentally affected the USSR. This crisis undoubtedly brought with it a number of complementary difficulties for our task of construction: the worsening conditions of credit, the fall of prices for our export, etc. But it has had no decisive significance for the construction of socialism. We are constructing socialism on the basis of the internal force of the country. Our development towards socialism and the stages through which we pass are determined by the internal laws of social change. Nay more, the very change in the methods of the attack upon us by imperialism can be understood fundamentally only through a knowledge of our internal development. Even the issue of the desperate attempts of capitalism to destroy the Soviet Union is determined, in significant and ever greater degree, by the measure of our development and by the strength of the Soviet Union, because international capitalism is riven by internal contradictions, and the growth of socialism in the Soviet Union and the significant development of the forces of world proletarian revolution intensify these contradictions. The full victory of socialism in our country has a decisive importance also for the final victory of socialism, and so we see that external contradictions certainly influence the development of a process, that such contradictions, however, are only overcome by the internal self-development of that process itself. The theory of equilibrium ignores the specific properties, the qualitative peculiarity, of the process and its aspects. It replaces qualitative analysis with a purely mechanistic view and mechanistically derives one phenomenon from another. The theory of equilibrium, by ignoring the concrete content of a process and the necessity of disclosing its source of self-movement, by belittling the latter or seeking to find the source of movement outside the given process, leads, on the one hand, to an abstract rationalistic approach to questions altogether too general to be of use, and on the other hand, to an empty schematism or to plain empiricism, which fails to penetrate to the heart of things. This ambiguity is characteristic also of our rights. Thus, on the one hand, they approach the questions of Soviet economy abstractly. They do not analyze the concrete conditions, phases and stages of its development. They cannot understand how the conditions and possibilities of a new phenomenon are created. They do not notice that a new stage of development sets questions in a new way, resolves its contradictions in a new way. On the other hand, by proceeding from the theory of establishing equilibrium, by leveling down to the weak spots in national economy, they arrive at a narrower practicality, aiming at quickly establishing some sort of balance between socialist industry and peasant production, a balance which they would attain by encouraging kulakism and restoring capitalism. The theory of equilibrium proceeds from the viewpoint of the reconciliation of opposites. For the upholders of this theory, the state of equilibrium is the phase when opposites are reconciled. The upholders of this theory perpetuate the unity of opposites in their old form. They hold that unity cannot be removed by internal forces. It is to be removed only by external action. For them, the Leninist proposition of the absoluteness of the conflict of opposites is a door with 7 seals. the theory of equilibrium, which so greatly exaggerates the relative independence of processes and their aspects, which slurs over the internal contradiction of a process, which preaches the reconciliation of opposites, is the theoretical basis of right opportunism and of many hostile groups, and therefore in its class essence is the theory of the restoration of capitalism. The Deborah group with their tardy criticism of the theory of equilibrium were quite unable to refute it. Apart from the fact that their criticism was too general and abstract, they did not even criticize the theory of equilibrium for its main defects. Firstly, for its failure to acknowledge the fact that a process is from beginning to end developed by way of contradictions, and secondly for its reconciliation of opposites. They could not finally refute the theory of equilibrium because their own understanding of the law of unity of opposites is almost identical with the theory. Like the mechanists, they hold that contradiction is not part of a process at the moment of its emergence, but only at a certain stage of its development, whence follows the conclusion, which they themselves are afraid to draw, that up till this moment a process develops as the result of external forces. Like the supporters of the theory which we have been discussing, they share the reformist view of reconciliation of opposites. Section 3. The Law of the Transition, of Quantity into Quality. Chapter I. From naive dialectic to the metaphysic of properties. Primitive man did not construct scientific theories. His knowledge was built up from a variety of concrete observations and by practical rules of living which grew out of these observations. These rules were connected together by a system of mythological representations replete with images but lacking precise and logical sequence. The connection of natural phenomena with his own primitive practice was explained by myths and legends in which thunderstorms, the rain, the sun and so forth were identified with the actions of mysterious beings. Only at a certain point in social development does knowledge become scientific and man rise to the construction of a logical, connected picture of the objective world. For this transition there was necessary a definite level of development of the productive forces at which a separation of mental work from physical was possible. From that time science has merged as a special aspect of social action. From that time man began to theorize and to build up a picture of the objective world in logically connected ideas. And the first thing that confronted science was the mutual action of the infinite multitude of phenomena, their ceaseless interweaving and change, their ceaseless emergence and disappearance. Knowledge, before it turns to the study of concrete details, accepts reality as a sequence of changes and interactions. In spite of the entire naivety and superficiality of this initial view, the first steps of science were at the same time the first steps of conscious dialectic. All flows, nothing is at rest nor ever remains the same. Thus one of the greatest dialecticians in history, the ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus, used to characterize the ever-changing face of nature, as the Greeks used to say of him. He likens things to a flowing river and says that it is impossible to enter twice into the same stream. In these, the first steps of knowledge, freed from direct connection with myth and religion, we find the primitive beginnings of materialistic dialectic. Lenin in his philosophical notes cites a very characteristic excerpt from Heraclitus. This order of things, the same for all, was not made by any god or any man, but was and is and will be forever, a living fire, kindled by measure and quenched by measure. Lenin, when he worked to put the basic law of dialectic, made direct use of the figurative expressions and clear formulations of Heraclitus. Heraclitus was the most characteristic but not the sole representative of that period of knowledge, fresh in its primitive naivety, when the world, not yet analyzed on scientific lines, was being apprehended in its general flow and change. All the ancient Greek philosophers were born dialecticians. Engels, however, the general picture of development which they gave in their theory suffered from a fundamental defect. Their familiarity with particulars, with separate phenomena, was very slight and inaccurate. They paid more attention to movement in general, to transitions and series, than to the particular thing that moves, is in transition and in series. Engels. These philosophers variously attributed the origin of things to fire, to water or to air. They did not show in any particular case how matter changed its form, but spoke of these changes only in order to characterize the whole world as in an eternal process of change. In confirmation of their general theories they brought forward from time to time most illuminating examples, but they were never more than examples and did not reflect a deep systematic study of objects but only approximate and superficial representations, referring to that which is immediately visible to the eyes. Heraclitus said, for instance, that the parts of the creation are divided into two halves, each one opposed to the other, the earth into mountains and plains, water into fresh and salt water. Similarly, the atmosphere, climate, into winter and summer and also into spring and autumn. How far removed is this poetic and superficial concretization of dialectic from the results of modern physics, chemistry and geology? It is obvious that the Greeks, by confining themselves to a merely superficial knowledge of phenomena, could have no notion of their fundamental laws of development. However, all these positive and negative aspects of the first stage of scientific knowledge fully corresponded to that social practice on the basis of which Greek science was developing. Indeed, as slave owners they were little interested in the development of the technique of production, material labor being the despised lot of slaves. As organizers of political power, navigators, colonizers, merchants, the Greeks did not need a detailed study of individual things, and as consumers they could confine their attention to outward appearance. The need for a profound analysis of the essential nature of things, which does arise for the craftsman, did not confront the enterprising merchant, and the political action of the Greeks amounted to a struggle between different groups of free peoples, and had no bearing on the slave-owning basis of the economic order. At the same time, both for their political action and their great colonizing ventures, they needed a comprehensive and connected world outlook in which the general outlines of an ever-changing and diverse universe might be reflected. This world outlook was supplied by the Greek philosophy of that period, but the further development of production and of class struggle ever more and more revealed the deficiencies of such an outlook. The study of individual things became an ever more pressing problem. Within Greek philosophy itself there began the transition to the investigatory stage of knowledge, to the stage that dissects a whole into its parts, that discriminates individual things from their universal connections, to the stage that is, in essence, analytic. Very often it is possible accurately to grasp a situation as a whole in a first rapid impression, for in workers arriving in the USSR, even in a first cursory inspection, can apprehend the general character of socialist construction. It may even be that in certain directions they can form a better estimate than we ourselves as to how far we have traveled from capitalism. However, to obtain a real and fruitful understanding of the working of our institutions, the foreigner must penetrate into the details, must understand the special task of each separate institution, and learn the special difficulties of each part of our socialist construction. A correct grasp of the whole serves as a guiding principle in the examination of the details. The first synthetic stage of knowledge prepares one for the study of the parts, gives a general orientation for a further analytical investigation. Every good manager knows that for the direction of this or other undertaking there must be a clear general understanding of the situation. But if he does not go beyond that, does not learn the technique of the business by entering into its every detail, he is but another tinkling cymbal. That is just how the matter stands in all practical affairs and in all questions of knowledge. We must never rest content with achieved results, nor stagnate on what is but too familiar, nor turn what are but separate stages into a whole system. We must press forward and strive for an ever deeper penetration into actuality, and thereby be in a position to change it more rapidly and completely. At the stage of knowledge we are discussing, this deepening process was obtained chiefly by separating individual things from their general connection and by studying the peculiarities of each. For this there is necessary an accumulation of a great quantity of experimental data and observations concerning physical phenomena. There is necessary an inventory of animals, plants and minerals, and then their classification, i.e. a comparison and division of phenomena into classes and a description of their properties. This task was first attempted in the later or Alexandrian period of Greek science. It was continued in the Middle Ages and considerably developed in the Renaissance. The basic problem of knowledge in this phase consisted in diverting the attention from general connection and change in order to consider everything as isolated and at rest, and thus to establish its specific, unalterable properties which distinguish it from other things, i.e. to study its quality. But what one says about an isolated and immobile thing amounts to a description of its different aspects and properties. The qualitative uniqueness of a thing is given in a comprehensive account of its properties. The thing is something that possesses determined properties. That is what the object comes to be in this period of science. Certain groups of properties are found in a number of different things and characterize them each and all in a fundamental way. The same things differ in other, less essential properties. On the basis of these more general properties, a system of classification is created, and this in turn assists us in our analysis of the characteristics of individual things. Let us take for example one of the most important branches of knowledge in the Middle Ages: alchemy, medieval chemistry. The alchemists turned their attention to the three basic properties, as they thought, of bodies: metallic glitter, combustibility, and durability. Every substance possesses, in greater or less degree, these properties. Therefore they characterized each substance by the determined degree of these properties. In their ignorance of how to disclose the laws according to which things change, the alchemists regarded these properties as independent elements out of whose combination the different bodies were formed. The pure embodiment of metallic glitter, they said, was mercury, of combustibility was sulfur, of chemical durability was salt. Each property thus became an independent quality, a thing in itself, a substance, a force. The alchemists also considered that change itself was a kind of force, and to a special agent which they called the philosopher's stone, the stone of the wise men. For many centuries the exertions of the alchemists were directed to the search for this philosopher's stone, which, incidentally, was to be the means of turning base metal into gold. The alchemists were unsuccessful, yet their failures were extremely fruitful for the development of science. In their researches an enormous mass of experimental material was obtained, and also an exact knowledge of the real properties of many different chemical compounds. But the further the accumulation of such practical material went, the more clearly were the limitations of this stage of science revealed. In every department of nature investigation kept revealing more and more new properties, and every one of them was regarded as a thing in itself, a special aptitude or faculty. With such a method there was no difficulty in explaining any phenomenon. Smoke flies upward, because it possesses the tendency to fly upward. Glass cuts because it possesses a cutting force. Opium sends to sleep because it possesses a soporific force. A tree has an aptitude for growing, etc., etc. Genuine thought was submerged in an immense number of mysterious forces, properties, aptitudes and substances, of which things were supposed to consist, and these explained exactly nothing. The explanation simply repeated that which had to be explained, with the mere futile addition of such words as force, substance, or whatnot. The science of the feudal period inflated this method of considering phenomena and their properties into a complete world outlook, and thus created a thoroughly logical and ossified system of physics, anti-dialectic. The whole world, so thought the medieval metaphysicians, consists of a great number of absolutely independent forces and substances. Nothing new emerges and there is no development, since all changes amount to a simple external uniting and disuniting of unchangeable, independent forces. Change itself was to them an independent substance and was understood now in the likeness of a spiritual force, a god or a devil, now in the likeness of the philosopher's stone, etc., in contradistinction to dialectic, which regards the world as a system of flowing processes, connected internally together by the general course of development. Medieval science saw only a mechanistic accumulation of independent and alterable things, while dialectic discloses the contradictory character of every phenomenon, of every process. Medieval science based its thinking on the principle of empty formal identity. Combustibility is a hot substance, metallic glitter is metallic glitter, i.e. mercury, etc. Every property in itself is identical, non-contradictory and unalterable, just like a solid substance. It is not surprising that this age is renowned for its elaborate and profitless scholasticism, its logic chopping and endless deductions and the chaos of words that resulted. The metaphysical limitations of medieval science were wholly the result of the limitations of feudal social practice. The parcelling out and separateness of the feudal estates and towns, the low level of the technique of agriculture and of trade, the ossification of all social relations, that was the material basis that converted the characteristic features of one of the stages of social knowledge into a finished metaphysical system. It is true the medieval trader, and in part also the feudal landowner, was more interested than the Greek slave owner in the development of material production. But with the stagnant character of production, the problems of technique were not those of creating new things but of combining and recombining the things they had and improving their traditional skill in handling materials provided, practically ready-made by nature. The class interests of the feudalists and masters of workshops, who were seeking in their world outlook to perpetuate feudal limitations, turn this method into an ossified system. But on the soil of feudalism and, at first, by feudal methods, there was already being prepared and developed the capitalist means of production. The development of merchant capital broke up the solidity of the feudal order and drove the alchemists on in the pursuit after gold. In these attempts, often fraudulent, was expressed the powerlessness of feudal culture to resolve the real productive problems that confronted men at the end of the Middle Ages. However, it is not only under the conditions of feudalism that we meet with this curious metaphysical practice of creating substances and forces to explain phenomena. This metaphysic of properties has shown a special liveliness in bourgeois thought. It has found one characteristic expression in the so-called theory of factors. To the question why France in Napoleon's time carried on wars of conquest, the upholder of the theory of factors will answer that in France at that time such a factor as the idea of glory in conquest had begun to dominate, an idea which Napoleon was active in disseminating. Again, why in capitalist countries is there a surplus of population which cannot find employment? Because the workers are multiplying too quickly, owing to the biological factor of the growth of the population. Why have innumerable wars broken out between the Turks and Bulgarians? Because the factor of national antagonism was at work. Of course, in the stout volumes of learned investigators the matter looks much more complicated than is given in these examples. But if from the mass of material and pedantic exposition we pick out the essential method of stating and solving these problems, we shall see that it amounts to nothing else than the soporific force of opium and the cutting force of glass. More or less successful attempts to get beyond the theory of factors have been made from time to time by bourgeois science, but they have never completely succeeded. Laterally, in the epoch of the downfall of capitalism, we see a certain revival of the metaphysics of isolated properties both in social sciences and along the whole line of bourgeois ideology, and it is perfectly clear why. When classes and parties oppose a radical change of social relations and to this end seek after a system of fixed social relations, simple, permanent and ready-made, their ideological weapon is the metaphysic of independent properties. The ideology of reformism, that strong support of modern capitalism, gives not a few clear examples of the utter degradation of bourgeois thought, of its return to the methods of the Middle Ages. Kautsky, for instance, asserts that in the epoch of imperialism there is at work in industrial capitalist countries a tendency for conquest. So as to avoid war, this tendency must be opposed by such a factor as a tendency to peace, a propaganda for peaceful organization of the economic order. Take away from iron its properties of combustibility, add in the right proportion metallic glitter and chemical durability, and you will get gold. said the medieval alchemists. Karl Kautsky in the same manner proposes to combine the positive properties of the epoch of imperialism, concentration of production, with a positive property of the pre-imperialist epoch, peaceful economic policy. He compounds a mischievous and empty utopia, in which this metaphysic of independent forces can only distract the working masses from a real understanding of the nature of the capitalism that oppresses them. Lenin, criticizing the petty bourgeois dreams of the liberals about the eternal preservations of small-scale production, wrote, "And indeed, how simple it is. All you have to do is to take the good things from wherever you can find them and there you are. From medieval society take the means of production as the property of the workers. From the new, i.e. capitalist form of society take one good thing from here and another from there." This philosopher, Mikhailovsky, looks on social relations purely metaphysically, as on a simple, mechanical aggregate of these or those institutions, a simple mechanical linking up of these or those phenomena. He selects one of these phenomena, the ownership of the land by the land holder in medieval society, and thinks that he can transplant it just as he finds it into our quite different form of society, like transferring a brick from one building to another. But when the peasant does not own his land, you have as an essential element in the social structure the exploiting landlord. Every special feature of a given form of society is inseparably connected with the whole of which it is a part. These eclectic sociologists never see the intimate connection of social phenomena. We find the same metaphysic of independent properties in many pages of the history of Trotskyism. Trotsky was always coming out with daring plans for combining various desirable things. At the time of the trade union discussions, he proposed to transfer the military method of handling men, which played a great part in warfare, to the work of the unions in industry, one by keeping politics and economics apart. Trotsky again and again shows that he is under the influence of this same methodological error and his thinking in terms of separate factors. In Russia, says Trotsky, the political factor is strong enough for the construction of socialism, but the economic factor is not. Therefore the construction of socialism in Russia is impossible. In all the examples we have given, we see the same features as were analyzed above. 1. A superficial view that is content with a statement of separate properties as they stare one in the face. 2. A way of regarding properties as if they were separated from each other. 3. An immutability, an identity of the properties in different things, which things are considered as different external combinations of those properties. The basic formal logical principle of the metaphysics of independent properties is that a property is absolutely identical with itself. 1. Militarization of labor. At the end of the Civil War, Trotsky urged that the armies, instead of being demobilized, should occupy the industrial front. He therefore advocated compulsory labor service, making use of the apparatus of the War Department, and demanding from the workers the same discipline and executive thoroughness which had been required in the army. He felt that this form of organization was necessary if a single economic plan were to be attempted, and without such a plan socialism would certainly prove impossible. The leaders of the Third Army, instead of demobilizing their men, transferred them to labor work, and a good deal of clearing up and reconstruction was carried through. It was soon made clear, however, that flesh and blood could not stand the indefinite continuance of the unwearying effort possible in wartime. The policy was abandoned and Russia adopted the new economic policy. Chapter 2. From the Metaphysic of Properties. 2. The Metaphysic of Relations. The question whether this or that property belongs to a thing is not at all as simple as appears at the first glance. For most people, iron is the type of a hard substance, but the polisher of precious stones says contemptuously of a bad material, soft as iron compared with wood. Iron is hard, compared with a diamond it is soft. There is no absolute hardness or absolute softness in itself. The hardness of a thing appears in relation to other things, and according to the things to which it is related are its properties, thus or otherwise. A workman may for many years be regarded as ungifted, good for nothing, but if you set him to a job that suits him, he may display great gifts in relation to it. Rain may be a blessing or a curse. It depends on the situation. The deserts that surround the valley of the Nile were at an early stage a help to the development of the productive forces of Egypt, since they acted as a protection from the onslaughts of wild nomads. But at a much later stage, when Egypt was ripe for trade relations with other lands, these same deserts became an obstacle to further economic growth. All properties exist only in determined relations. All properties are relative, such is the conclusion to which we are led by our knowledge of mutual action. The medieval alchemists studied separated properties selected at will from the general mutual action of things, and therefore these properties could appear as something absolute and immutable. But once the circle of observations was widened and people began to compare a great number of properties, studying their changes as well as the changing of things themselves, science had to reject alchemistic metaphysics, and then appeared a new question which the alchemist never foresaw. To which of the two, or many mutually acting things, does this or that property belong? The medieval scholars never doubted that glass possesses a peculiar cutting or wounding force. The English scientist, Boyle, representative of the new epoch, ridiculed this view and showed that the point of the matter does not lie in the glass but in the mutual relationship of glass with the determined properties of that which it cuts. He proved that sudorific, soporific and other medicines do not in any way possess corresponding absolute forces or qualities, but that their action must be explained by their mutual action with the organism. However, it is easy to cite mutual action. It is far more difficult to determine what part each side plays in mutual action and wherein lies the basic cause of the fact that this particular mutual action leads to that determined result. All relations are two-sided. If A is related to B, then B, too, is related to A. Deserts at different periods influenced in different ways the development of Egypt. But wherein lies the root of this influence? In the different geographical properties of deserts or in the change of the properties of Egyptian economics? Things that come into relation mutually display their properties one through the other, as if they are reflected in each other. The properties of the desert were reflected differently in the different stages of Egyptian history, and conversely the properties of the stages of Egypt's development were reflected in the different influence of the desert. Each side is defined through its relation to the other. Each side has only a relative definiteness. To the discovery of this mutual or reflex relationship, Marx and Engels, following Hegel, attributed a very great importance. Such relative definitions, wrote Marx, are, in general, something quite singular. For example, this man is a king only because other people are related to him as subjects. They, however, think, on the contrary, that they are subjects because he is king. Everyone who has looked at the first chapters of Capital knows that Marx, in his exposition of all the basic questions of the theory of value, proceeds from the reflex relations of exchanged commodities, of commodities and money, and of commodity producers between each other. Marx showed up the commodity fetish and proved that the property of possessing value, which is ascribed to an article as a thing, is, in fact, the expression of a definite social relation. The discovery of the relativity of properties was the first step of bourgeois science at the beginning of the New Age, and it must be said a very significant step. The researches of Galileo, of Descartes, Boyle and other natural scientists and philosophers dispersed like smoke the doctrine of mysterious forces and qualities held by medieval physico-chemical science. The soporific force of opium became an object of universal jest, and Molière, in his brilliant comedies, brought its upholders onto the stage in the roles of clowns. However, to point to the relativity of properties does not in itself explain very much. It sends us from one thing to another, and from that back to the first, from geography to economics and from economics back to geography, and gives no single and complete explanation of any phenomenon or any process. It is impossible to exhaust the study of properties by the discovery of their relativity. A positive working out of the question is needed, and bourgeois science tried to give such a positive doctrine in the theory of the so-called primary and secondary qualities. First of all, the founders of this theory selected a number of properties of things, color, taste, smell, sound, which we receive directly as sensations, and explain them as existing only in relation to our sense organs, as subjective. Those are the so-styled secondary qualities. The rest, the so-styled primary qualities, were considered by them as belonging to the things themselves, as existing in objective actuality. Secondary properties appear as the relations of primary properties to our perception. Does a tickling force really exist in a tickling hand? Galileo used to ask. The hand touches our body, and this contact evokes in us a peculiar sensation, which is not at all like the hand or its movement. The movement of the hand, its making of contact, its motion along our body is a primary objective quality. The sensation of tickling is secondary, subjective. Warmth is not a peculiar quality but a movement of particles in space. Their simple motion, which is reflected in our consciousness, is a secondary quality, as the sensation of warmth. Primary qualities are quite few. They are the spatial form and position of bodies, movement, the contact of bodies and therefore solidity. All other differences of phenomena, color, sound, scent, taste, relate to secondary qualities. These properties are subjective and in no measure reflect processes that are found in objective actuality. Everything in nature is made up of non-qualitative, colorless, soundless matter, and every difference between phenomena may be ascribed to the mechanics of identical particles of matter and to their combinations and movements in space. In their conflict with the metaphysics of properties, the most progressive tendencies of bourgeois science in the 17th and 18th centuries took up the position of mechanistic materialism. In comparison with the medieval world outlook, this was a big step forward. Instead of occupying itself with the piling up of mysterious forces and isolated, utterly inexplicable properties, knowledge turned to the study of movement, although in its simple form, namely the study of mechanistic movement. Instead of explaining the lifting of water in a pump by saying that nature abhors a vacuum, they began to investigate the real mechanical processes of the movements of liquids and, as a result, Torricelli discovered atmospheric pressure. They ceased to attribute to an organism vegetable, motive, nutrimental and all sorts of other forces and aptitudes, but directed their attention to the study of mechanical movements in the life activity of an organism, even though these were, at first, only the most elementary motions in the body, and again as a result Harvey discovered the circulation of the blood. The new point of view proved very fruitful and was the basis of a large number of valuable discoveries. René Descartes, one of the founders of mechanistic philosophy and the greatest of French philosophers of the 17th century, was right when he wrote about his methodological principles. By them I perceived it to be possible to arrive at knowledge highly useful in life, and in room of the speculative philosophy usually taught in the schools, to discover a practical, by means of which, knowing the force and action of fire, water, air, the stars, the heavens, and all the other bodies that surround us. As distinctly as we know the various crafts of our artisans, we might also apply them in the same way to all the uses to which they are adapted, and thus render ourselves the lords and possessors of nature. One in these words of Descartes, besides his deliberate and severe contrasting of the method of practical philosophy with the speculative and scholastic philosophy of the Middle Ages, there is reflected also the connection of the new forms of thinking with modern productive practice of the industrial type, although Descartes was doubtless unaware of this connection. The fruitfulness of one Descartes, Discourse on Method, page 49. Every man mechanistic natural science came from its close connection with this productive practice. The industrial production of that time was preeminently the direct action of the workman's tool. People were interested not in the changes of the substance, but in those mechanical devices by which change was evoked. All the machines of that period were basically simple combinations of the same lever, block, windlass, inclined plane and screw which had been known from ancient times, and so the natural science of that period was preoccupied with the investigation of the movement of bodies, and of systems of bodies, under the influence of forces applied to them, with the conditions of the equilibrium of bodies, the movement of liquids, etc. Chemical properties of matter were explained mechanically, vital phenomena were explained by analogy with the actions of mechanical automata. For instance, the following explanation of the difference in the tastes of nitre and nitric acid, which was then called spirit of nitre, appeared clear and evident to Spinoza. Particles of nitre, if laid on the tongue, he on it in consequence of their quiet condition with their feet sides down, and by this means the pores of the tongue are closed, which is the cause of the sensation of cold. But if these particles are lain on the tongue in a state of excitation and movement, Spinoza here has three-mind spirit of nitre, which, in his opinion, is made up of the same particles as nitre but is found in a state of excitation and movement, then they will fall on it with their sharp edges, will pierce into its pores, just as a needle if it falls on the tongue will evoke different sensations, this difference depending on whether the contact is made with the sharp or the long surface. The passion for automatic explanations at the ruling courts of the 17th century was a similar reflection of the view, general in enlightened circles, that the properties of every whole, including living organisms, must find their explanation in the mechanical relations of its parts. The roots of bourgeois thought in this age are to be found in the mechanical connections which underlay the manufacturing and productive processes and appeared to be fundamental. Thus mechanism became the model for all knowledge, and in the philosophy of the time we have the reproduction in thought of the objective connections of things, whence the relative historic value of the mechanistic method but also its one-sidedness and its limitations. Valuable though the mechanical discoveries of Galileo, Torricelli and others were, yet their tendency to ascribe all the diverse phenomena of nature and society to mechanical relations prevented them from giving a correct solution of the problem of properties. This new one-sidedness became a universal principle, and so, inevitably, a new form of metaphysical theory. The whole world appeared as divided into two independent parts, the mechanical properties of matter, and the subjective qualities of experience. The mutability and diversity of qualities were regarded by the mechanists as secondary properties, i.e. a subjective appearance, as empty illusion. The real world, since it exists in itself in its own primary properties, is from their standpoint ever the same and unchangeable. Elements of matter are identical and unchangeable. All their relations are attributed to external combinations in space and to simple mechanical contact. In the real world there is no development, there is only movement in one and the same circle. There is no self-movement of matter but only a mechanical displacement of it under the influence of external impact. The metaphysic of absolutely unchangeable properties gives place to a metaphysic of absolute, quality-less particles and their mutual relations. And what about properties? How does mechanism solve this problem? If all particles of matter are identical, then a difference of things according to properties is possible only as a result of a different relation between the particles. Things are differentiated according to their external form in space, by the different disposition of their particles in relation to each other. Things are differentiated according to the mechanical movement of their particles, i.e. once again according to the external relations between the particles. The primary, actually objective, properties of liquidity and of solidity are determined only by the greater or lesser connectedness of their particles and their relative movements. All things are distinguished only by their external mechanical construction. Everything consists of elements and their relations, say the mechanists. Elements are without qualities, are merely carriers of relations. Relations emerge as the properties of different things. As we see, mechanistic materialism resolves the problem extremely simply. After showing that a property is relative, it goes on to declare that a property amounts to a relation, and finally attributes all the differences of things to external mechanistic relations. Secondary qualitatively different properties are also only relations, that is to say they are the relations of quality-less things to our sense organs. Determined movements of particles, taken in relation to our consciousness, give a sensation of warmth, other slighter movements, a sensation of light or a variety of colors. An animal is a machine and only a machine, but the relation of this machine to our perception gives an impression of a living organism, etc., etc. And so by distinguishing two kinds of relations, firstly the relation of particles of matter among themselves and secondly the relation of their combinations to the organs of sense, mechanists divided all phenomena into primary and secondary qualities. From the point of view of mechanism, the task of knowledge consists in this: to expose the fallacious appearance of secondary qualities and to attribute all the phenomena of nature to primary mechanical relations. The French materialists of the 18th century applied the mechanistic method widely and were ever indicating the countless number of causes external to each other that condition social development. For example, the introduction of a new law is determined by a multitude of facts amongst which an important role is played by the action of the legislator, and this action depends on his disposition, which in its turn may be decided by the weather, and Paris weather has changed because a simoom was blowing in Africa and so on endlessly. We have taken one chain of facts, but in every social process there is an infinite number of them and they all mutually interact. Do you try, using this method, to find out in what direction the social structure of a given country is changing? The French materialists used to argue as to what was the determining factor in the mutual action of geographical environment and social development. They disputed whether the opinions of people were determined by facts, by the social structure, or, conversely, whether social structure depends on human opinions. And what emerged from their discussions was the discovery that one could draw from the mechanistic viewpoint an endless number of proofs both for and against any resolution of these questions. The mechanistic doctrine of properties as relations of separate particles leads to an absolute relativism on the basis of which it is impossible to say anything definite on the properties of anything, since these properties are its relations with an infinite number of other things. A crazy atom, one which has flown into the head of a lawgiver, can change the course of world history, so said the materialists of the 18th century. The atom itself does not possess this property. The property emerges from the relation of the atom to countless other particles, and who will say beforehand whether this property will emerge or not? Mechanists themselves, not venturing to do so, come to this conclusion: it is impossible to know anything definite about concrete things except the abstract truth that they are subordinate to the general laws of mechanics. And pure relativism and agnosticism, as we know, are the main support of subjectivism. Mechanistic materialism, because of its metaphysical limitations, leads directly to subjective idealism, and the distance between the two is by no means so very great. The mechanists themselves show this transition to idealism in their own doctrine of the subjectivity of secondary qualities. Indeed, by the assertion that qualitative differences of things and qualitatively different properties exist only in our consciousness, the mechanists create a gulf between objective actuality and our representation of it. We must turn away, they say, from the illusory appearance of sensations. We must thrust it away with the help of abstract reasoning, just as we pull back a curtain when we want to know what is hidden behind it, and then only shall we make contact with the actual, objective world of pure mechanics, the world of the soundless, invisible movement of qualityless particles. The sense data derived from an object, mechanism teaches, by no means reflect it, they only correspond to it. As a hieroglyph is a sign and bears very little resemblance to the object it denotes, so also our sense data only correspond to a determined object, are only its hieroglyph. We see a red-faced man, we see a pale-faced man, but really each is only a determined combination of qualityless one crazy atom, the introduction of any factor or element into a situation which leads to an unpredictable result, particles. But evidently the motion of the particles of the one is somehow distinct from the motion of the particles of the other, and so to each of these people there corresponds a different hieroglyph in the likeness of our sensations. The separating of properties into primary and secondary is inevitably connected with the theory of hieroglyphs, with the theory of the symbolic denotation of objective actuality by subjective, deceptive representations. But can we stop here? Why must we admit that the conception of so-called primary properties, of the movement and the spatial forms of bodies, reflects objective actuality exactly as it really exists? Our knowledge of these properties comes only through sensations. If we regard sense impressions as hieroglyphs, we must acknowledge the conceptions of mechanics not as exact copies, but only as signs of an unknown objective actuality. Plekhanov, who defended the hieroglyphic theory, following certain bourgeois scientists, came sometimes in the turns and twists of his thinking to the theory that even space and time are hieroglyphs of unknown aspects of an unknown objective world. So we see the attribution of properties to external relations leads to absolute relativism and subjectivism. What is truth? The sages and prophets of bourgeois individualism asked with haughty skepticism, reflecting the satisfaction of the bourgeois soul with what exists at the moment and its dread of everything new and revolutionary. With a skeptical criticism of knowledge and a disbelief in objective truth, they seek to defend their bourgeois objective actuality capitalism from every authentic revolutionary criticism. In this epoch of the domination of the capitalist forms of society, bourgeois philosophy snatches at all the weak reactionary features of mechanism, at relativism, subjectivism, at abstract metaphysics, and inflates these features into a complete subjective idealistic world outlook. Everything is relative, only the unalterable particles of matter that move in space are absolute. So say the mechanists. subjective idealism by denying the objective existence of matter itself, even of the ultimate particles of the mechanists, and by denying also the reality of space, drives the relativity of mechanistic materialism to its furthest limits. The primary mechanistic qualities are objective. The secondary qualities are subjective. They exist only in our consciousness, only as our sensation. That is what mechanism asserts. Subjective idealism, by setting out from this very subjectivity of secondary qualities and reducing primary ones to them, in turn reduces mechanism into pure subjectivism. There exist only our sensations. All things, including their so-called primary qualities, are sensation complexes combined together by the mind. The upholders of mechanism, by attributing all properties to external relations, are powerless to disclose the real basis of the complex interweaving of mutual acting things. Subjective idealists, by deepening and further developing the metaphysic of the merely external connectedness of phenomena, turn the vice of mechanism into an idealistic virtue. They assert that phenomena have no objective basis and therefore any complex can have any explanation. There are no right or wrong theories. The choice of this or that explanation depends wholly on the subjective point of view, on mental convenience. Any explanations are good for those whom they please, and there is no truth outside arbitrary human opinions. Between mechanistic materialism and subjective idealism there is a big difference. The one admits the existence of matter, the other denies it. The one connects things by real mechanical relations, the other acknowledges things and connections only as facts of consciousness. But relativism and false metaphysics make up the general features of both philosophical tendencies. That is a fact. According to both schools, properties do not flow out of the internal nature of things, they amount to external relations. The one and the same metaphysic of elements sundered from each other and of purely external connections leads both these schools, and also others, to absolute relativism, and deflects them from the struggle for a unitary, eternally developing objective truth. A close kinship between mechanism and subjective idealism is undeniable. Between the two there exists a deep mutual bond. The mechanists, by laying claim to absolute objective truth and in the name of the truth proving the deceptiveness of those qualities perceived by the senses, do themselves proceed to extreme subjectivism. Thus the mechanists have turned the relativity of properties into an absolute, and in contrast with the metaphysic of feudalism have identified properties with the external relations of quality-less particles to each other, primary qualities, and to our sense organs, secondary qualities. Thus they have opened the way to the blind alley of relativism and subjective idealistic religiosity. The further development of social practice, now within the framework of capitalism, set knowledge a new task. It was necessary to overcome the limitations of mechanism so as to open the way to the study of the qualitatively unique forms of movement in nature and society. The development of physics, chemistry, biology and the social sciences demanded a new methodological system. The problems which mechanism set but did not resolve had to be resolved on new lines. In severe pain, science began to bring to birth the dialectic method, but only in the ideology of the proletariat. Only in the works of Marx, Engels and Lenin did knowledge emerge onto the wide road of the conscious and logical working out of dialectical materialism. Only on this new level did the problem of quality and property, which had been set but not resolved by the metaphysical systems of the past, receive its actual solution. Chapter 3. Quality and the self-movement of matter. By the beginning of the 19th century, it was no longer possible to see in the workshop of the craftsman and in his manual skill a model of the domination of man over the forces of nature as imagined by Descartes in the 17th century. The development of capitalism brought with it a radical upheaval in the entire productive activity of society. The bourgeoisie, during its rule of scarce 100 years, has created more massive and more colossal productive forces than have all preceding generations together. Subjection of nature's forces to man, machinery, application of chemistry to industry and agriculture, steam navigation, railways, electric telegraphs, clearing of whole continents for cultivation, canalization of rivers, whole populations conjured out of the ground. What earlier century had even a presentiment that such productive forces slumbered in the lap of social labor, won the dream of the rising bourgeoisie of subduing nature, of making use of the forces of fire, water, air, etc. Descartes was coming true in a remarkable degree. However, as often happens, the realization was not at all like the anticipation. The new world, when revealed to man in his productive action, had very little in common with the colorless picture of mechanical nature given by Descartes. The invention of engines acquainted man with the possibility of converting one form of energy, thermal, electrical, mechanical,